Chapter 1267. The silver-black, three-layered jewelry box embedded with many gems was quickly opened, revealing the interior of the second level. It was pitch black, and even the surrounding barrier seemed to fuse with it. It gave off the feeling that there was no end or bottom. In an instant, countless specks of light lit up in the darkness. It was as if it had become a miniature starry sky, a miniature universe. These resplendent dots of light rapidly spun, causing the surrounding scene to change several times in a second. Klein's plan was to move Abomination Sua, Rose School Shaman King, and a large number of believers and vassals to the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, allowing them to leave the southern continent. They wouldn't be able to immediately sense that Klarman had been attacked, preventing them from providing effective assistance. However, the second level of the box of the Great Old Ones was random. There were only a few times when it could release a specific scene. Most of the time, the chosen location would inevitably undergo an anomaly. This couldn't be affected by accumulating luck, at least not below sequence 0. Therefore, after opening the second level of the box of the Great Old Ones, Klein didn't know what would happen. It was just like how he didn't use his Beyonder powers to cheat at the card table. He was just like how he had pushed out all his chips purely through observation. Of course, he wasn't too worried. No matter where the box of the Great Old Ones took him and Miss Messenger, it wouldn't be able to harm him. After all, Rionette Tinker was fake, the box of the Great Old Ones was fake, and he was fake. With this in mind, even if he was thrown underground by the box of the Great Old Ones and faced the terrifying corruption, Klein could still instantly remove the historical void projection and enter Sapphira Castle to do a complete disinfection and cut off the connection. On this basis, he had the ability to help Miss Messenger's main body resist the corruption. This wasn't directly enduring it. With the layer of historical projection, it was relatively better. The only thing Klein needed to worry about was that the scene chosen by the box of the Great Old Ones was the place where Miss Sharon and Emlyn had attacked Shaman King Klarman. If that happened, it would be equivalent to him leading the enemy's main force straight to his headquarters. He could only consider giving up on the operation and cooperate with Rionette Tinker to escape the battlefield with the other participants and escape the southern continent. The probability of this happening was very low, but they had to guard against it. At that moment, due to the influence of Abomination Sua's aura, Klein's spirituality had solidified quite a bit, as though it was restraining his body and soul. However, it still surged into the box of the Great Old Ones, maintaining its opening. In the blink of an eye, the scene on the second level of the box of the Great Old Ones changed. A miniature, vast sea of sand appeared. Klein, Rionette Tinker, Abomination Sua, the Hooded Shaman King, and a large number of Rose School believers and vassals saw the endless yellow sand and felt the extreme coldness of the night. Apart from the projection of the chained god, all the creatures on the battlefield were instantly transferred to a desert. As for the projection, due to Abomination Sua's departure, its connection was severed. It was unable to send its powers into reality. Without bothering to examine where he was, Klein dispersed the box of the Great Old Ones and snapped his fingers, summoning scarlet flames out of thin air that kept jumping about. He was doing this to avoid Abomination Sua's gaze and seize the opportunity to complete the summoning of the historical projection. At that moment, an extremely evil roar sounded in his ears. His mind suddenly went blank as he temporarily lost all his thoughts. The scarlet flames he was in came to life as well. Like a cage, it bound him to the spot. With just a roar and the influence of some aura, Abomination Sua was able to restrain Klein to a preliminary stage. If it wasn't for the fact that he had Rionette Tinker in her perfect condition as a teammate, Klein's projection would have been dealt with without being able to retaliate. His main body might have even been affected to a certain extent. At that moment, the gigantic doll the size of a castle took a step forward and opened its tightly shut mouth. There was no sound, but the twisted tree that was covered in pitch-black liquid seemed to have encountered a flood. It began to sway backward as it raised its arms that protruded with strange objects. This was a curse that Rionette Tinker had been silently accumulating for a long time. The root cause was the anger, hatred, and resentment that surged after the tragic attack. However, Abomination Sua didn't show any obvious changes. All it did was sway and stiffen for a second before returning to normal. High-level existences of the same pathway were always especially effective against lower sequence beyonders. They could even exert a certain level of influence across space. Using this opportunity, Klein escaped the restraints of the flames and switched to using creeping hunger. He flashed to the other side and avoided the blood moon arrow created by the Rose School Shaman King. He didn't dare look straight at Abomination Sua. Seizing the opportunity, he reached out his right hand and pulled at the void in front of him. This time he didn't summon anything. Klein continued blinking and repeated his previous actions. Then he successfully dragged out a figure. It was none other than the ascetic leader of the Church of Evernight, the angel of the concealment domain, Ariana, who was wearing a simple linen robe and a tree bark belt. My previous report was effective. A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he once again activated creeping hunger and teleported elsewhere. The eyes of Ariana's projection moved slightly as her gaze turned deep. Following that, she joined Rionette Tinker's battle against Abomination Sua. With her help, Rionette Tinker, who was in a rather difficult situation and was working hard to create an opportunity for Klein, finally managed to catch her breath. She didn't get possessed by Abomination Sua's consciousness and become a real doll. The Rose School Shaman King showcased his comprehensive abilities in the darkness and moon domains. He attempted to use spells like Abyss Shackles to restrict Klein's movements, but Short Distance Blink was just too useful. Without the influence of the Chained God's projection on the surrounding area, and without Abomination Sua's interference, Klein was like a fish that had returned to the sea. He wandered freely, and he only needed to consider resisting the enemy's spells in the interval between two teleportations. However, the Shaman King was unable to predict where he would appear next, so it was difficult for him to effectively stop him. During this process, Klein grabbed a few more times and dragged out a figure. This figure had bronze skin, black hair, and brown eyes. His facial features were soft, and his gaze was cold. He wore a deep black robe embroidered with golden threads, and he wore a golden bird-shaped crown. He was none other than the former Death Consul Aztec Eggers, another angel. The Shaman King's eyelids twitched as Abomination Sua suddenly stabbed his pitch-black arms into the desert. The nearby desert boiled and was covered in a sticky black liquid. It spread far into the distance and corroded the void, interfering with the overlap between reality and the spirit world. Before teleportation was completely effected, Klein blinked to appear behind Mr. Aztec. Using him as cover, he quickly grabbed at the air a few times. His arms suddenly sank as he dragged out a silver-white snake tail. Another angel. The reason why Klein dared to directly summon the three angels was because his historical void projection was summoned by Rionette Tinker's true body using the Staff of the Stars. The spirituality expended was born by this ancient bane and not magician's furs. Otherwise, furs would have already fainted when the servant of concealment, Ariana, descended. She wouldn't be able to maintain it any longer. Magician's Furz's role was to first summon the historical projection of German Sparrow, allowing him to have plenty of time to set up the ritual ahead of time and bring the Staff of the Stars to the real world. Then she would remove the maintenance and allow the historical void projection to return to the fog, allowing Rionette Tinker to summon another one. In less than 10 seconds, as Abomination Sua had placed his focus on Rionette Tinker and subconsciously underestimated Klein, not only did he lose the help of the Chained God's projection, but he also went from an ambush target to being surrounded by 4 angels. Without any hesitation, this sequence, one angel opened his mouth and let out many overlapping roars in ancient Hermes. He prayed to the chained god once again. Upon seeing the door of summoning in front of Shaman King Klarman quickly open and reach out two palms whose auras alone made him tremble, a thought suddenly flashed through Emlyn White's mind. Another angel of the Rose School of Thought. King of Curses Baranka! This was the information provided by Sharon and Marek. Upon seeing this, Emlyn tensed up. Without any hesitation, he waved his arm and threw the vision of White at the door of summoning. On the one hand, it was his first time experiencing a battle at the demigod level, so it was inevitable that he would overreact. On the other hand, he wasn't worried that he would lose the vision of White. After all, it belonged to the Sanguine as a whole. At most, he could slowly repay it in the future. At the same time, even without this sealed artifact, he still had other mystical items to use. For example, Lamino's Travels. With this notebook, Emlyn could summon the unshadowed crucifix to replace the vision of White. After the eyeball-shaped glass ball flew out, it constantly absorbed the light along the way, bringing with it extreme darkness. When he got close to the gate of summoning, the vision of White suddenly erupted, blooming with an extremely brilliant light. Like the scorching sun at noon, it enveloped the hands and the gate, melting away all evil, depravity, darkness, filth, and the aura of the undead. The blood-red full moon on Shaman King Klarman's forehead was clearly affected. Its radiance was compressed to its side, unable to affect its surroundings. Seizing this opportunity, Sharon's figure, which was floating in midair, warped and turned into a life-sized puppet. This puppet looked identical to Shaman King Klarman. It had messy black and white hair and a pair of bright red eyes. On the other side, Emlyn raised his left arm, revealing the translucent ring on his index finger outside the glove. The ring seemed to be made of light red amber, and there was a blood-colored gem embedded at the top. Lilith's ring. This was a ring personally made by the Sanguine ancestor, the ancient goddess Lilith. It could project a door that led to the depths of the spirit world for a certain period of time, summoning an unknown creature. Emlyn didn't know what he would receive. All he knew was that the summoned creature would be slightly stronger than him under normal circumstances, but he couldn't eliminate the possibility of directly inviting a demigod. At the top of the ring, the blood-colored gem emitted a faint glow as an illusory door covered in mysterious patterns appeared in front of Emlyn. It creaked open, causing the gap to widen. Just as Shaman King Klarman regained his senses from the sun's illumination, he saw a moon rise behind the door of summoning. It was a bright, silvery white moon. Chapter 1268. In Shaman King Klarman's eyes, a bright, silvery white moon slowly rose and quickly filled his pupils. This was completely different from the common crimson moon, nor was it the blood moon that occasionally appeared. It was similar to the abnormal state of the moon not long ago, but there were certain differences. It illuminated Klarman's eyes and body, making him instantly lose his connection with the crimson moon. In other words, before returning to normal, Klarman couldn't attempt moonlight transformation, nor could he blink within a certain range of the crimson moonlight. Suddenly, a word appeared in the mind of the moon domain's Shaman King. You! Lilith! The ancient goddess, Lilith, who had once wielded the moon pathway. Such a change exceeded Emlyn's expectations. But Sharon, who was good at restraining her emotions and thoughts, wasn't affected. Despite having turned into a Klarman puppet, she raised her right hand and pulled out a lock of black and white hair from her forehead. Almost at the same time, a lock of white hair on Shaman King Klarman's head fell to the ground without suffering any attacks. The door of summoning that he had just opened melted and shattered inch by inch under the sun's radiance produced by the vision of White. This wasn't because the summoned Rose School angel was unable to resist a Grade 1 sealed artifact, like the vision of White, but because the door of summoning was unable to withstand such a unique attack. In addition, the King of Curses, Baranka, had only reached out his hands, and the power that could descend through space was rather limited. The evil aura that had seeped into reality had been purified by the vision of White, preventing it from affecting Sharon and Emlyn. At this moment, without the door of summoning as a medium, Baranka could only return to his original spot and wait for the next summoning, or for Shaman King Klarman to pray. As an angel, he had a high enough level to respond to prayers in the entire world. Seeing the lock of hair fall to the ground, the Klarman puppet that Sharon had turned into didn't hesitate. She let her right hand slide down a little from her forehead and pinched the exaggerated gap that was embedded with the blood-red full moon before forcefully closing it. Klarman couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. The flesh on his forehead strangely turned blurry as it filled the terrifying gap, blocking the miniature full moon. This was one of the beyonder powers of Sequence 4 puppet of the mutant pathway. It was called Source of Curses. Apart from affecting non-living creatures, the puppets could also turn into arcane puppets, magical paper dolls, and other items. Through the connection established, they could curse the target in various ways. This beyonder power would undergo a qualitative change at Sequence 3. At this stage, it was the type that would harm the enemy and oneself. Under normal circumstances, puppet demigods rarely used it. In other words, the puppet was hurting itself to hurt the enemy. The reason why Sharon dared to do so was because she was certain that since they were both Sequence 4, a wraith and a zombie would definitely be able to withstand more damage than a vampire. Having known ahead of time that Shaman King Klarman had a Grade 1 sealed artifact, General of the Pupil SI, Sharon didn't think that her wraith possession would succeed. Her main goal was to use this method to establish a connection with Klarman and prepare for the subsequent curse. She plucked out the lock of hair, which was a sign that the curse had officially begun. Destroying the blood-red full moon on the target's forehead was to prevent him from building the door of summoning again and pulling the angel of Rose School into the battlefield. Of course, as a demigod, Klarman wouldn't be cursed to death so easily. If it were in the past, he could have used moonlight transformation, Batillusion, and other methods to weaken the damage brought about by the curse. He could also constantly move at high speeds, dodge attacks, and recite the honorific name of the Angel of Rose School. However, under the illumination of the silvery white moon, his body seemed to freeze, preventing him from completing such actions. As Klarman's thoughts raced, the puppet, General of the Pupil SI, who was sitting on his shoulder, stood up and let out an ear-piercing cry. The surrounding glass windows shattered, turning into bullets that shot toward Sharon, who was floating in midair. Without a controller, the eyeball-shaped glass ball flew up on its own, causing a huge pillar of light with countless flames swirling around it to descend. The pillar of light enveloped Sharon, illuminating the surroundings as though it was daytime. General of the Pupilless, I could affect mystical items that had lost their owners and make them help him. Amidst the flaring sun, Sharon, who had transformed into Klarman, clearly melted. Her expression twisted uncontrollably. Half of the large number of glass shards melted into the pillar of light, while the other half penetrated her body. Klarman let out another tragic cry. It left Emlyn's body cold as his blood seemed to condense into frost. Bloody holes appeared on the surface of the Shaman King's body. His entire body was like a candle that had been thrown into a fireplace, slowly softening and dripping with oil. Any damage dealt to the source of curses would be reflected on the target. As a demigod of Rose School, Klarman undoubtedly knew this. His actions just now were to exchange damage for damage, forcing Sharon to take the initiative to stop the curse. Under the theurgy of the Sun Domain, dark and evil creatures like puppets, wraiths, zombies, and werewolves were clearly more injured than vampires, potions professors, scarlet scholars, and shaman kings. In other words, the continuous strikes of flaring sun would cause Sharon to vanish, but it would only severely injure Klarman. As for demigods of the moon pathway, they had extremely powerful self-healing abilities. In that short second, Shaman King Klarman used his rich experience and profound mysticism knowledge to accurately grasp the problem of the source of curses. He chose the method that was most suitable for him and could produce results in the shortest amount of time. But at this moment, Emlyn White, who had lost the vision of White and summoned the strange moon, snapped back to his senses. He took out a bronze-green notebook with a hard cover and flipped it to one of the pages. Crackling sounds sounded as bolts of lightning leaped out of thin air, interweaving into a storm that emitted an intense aura of destruction. It instantly swept Shaman King Clarman in. Lamino's Travels, Lightning Storm. Having temporarily lost his moonlight transformation and the ability to blink within a certain range, Clarman was unable to dodge at all. He was struck by the silver bolts of lightning one after another. Sharon took the opportunity to remove the source of Curse's state to prevent the damage suffered by the target from being reflected on her. However, her face was clearly much paler than before, and her aura had become rather weak. The flaring sunbeam had indeed dealt her quite a bit of damage. The burst of silver quickly extinguished as Clarman's body turned pitch black. The charred skin and flesh constantly peeled off as new flesh and blood squirmed and grew at the original spot. The general of the pupilless's body rapidly turned incorporeal, as though he had turned into a ghost. He was prepared to possess Clarman and move him out of the current area to prevent any subsequent attacks. At this moment, a blonde, red-eyed head suddenly appeared and bit down on the exquisite doll's head. Clarman, who was still feeling a little numb, subconsciously looked over and saw a lady without a head. The lady was dressed in a gloomy Gothic dress and carried 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. Rionette Tinker. In the vast desert, Rionette Tinker, who was attacking Abomination Sua with Aztec, Ariana, and the Silver Serpent, suddenly had a blank look in her eyes. Her actions turned stiff as she acted instinctively. This was part of Klein's plan. Once the battle stabilized and Abomination Sua was temporarily unable to escape, nor was his life temporarily not in danger. Rionette Tinker's true body would exit her concealed state and return to the real world to help Sharon and Emlyn quickly finish the battle. Looking at the tragic mummy projection that appeared in midair, he controlled the 3 angels to hold back Abomination Sua. At the same time, he used their auras to influence the environment around him to switch from teleportation to flaming jump, continuing to deal with the Rose School of Thought's Shaman King. During this process, he appeared carefree, but in fact he realized that the compatibility between his body and soul was decreasing bit by bit. His body gradually became a cage for his spirit, making his actions stiffer and heavier. This made Klein recall the core description of a prisoner. The body is the cage of the heart, and the world is the cage of the body. With the passage of time, he intuitively understood the meaning of this sentence from another angle. After Abomination Sua began to pay attention to him, even if he didn't have the chance to directly attack him, he had unknowingly been corrupted. After one of Rionette Tinker's heads controlled the general of the pupilless eye, the other head raised the black cane in her teeth. This cane was embedded with many gems as it lit up with a blurry glow. A figure quickly took form. It was none other than the German sparrow in his top hat, trench coat, and death knell. Bang! A silver-black stream of light flew out and accurately hit Clarman's body. Clarman's thoughts came to a halt as his entire body froze on the spot. Control Spirit Bullet. This was the Control Spirit Bullet shot by German Sparrow as a replica of the Staff of the Stars. This sealed artifact, numbered 0 to 62, could allow the Beyonder powers and characters that appeared in the wielder's mind to descend into reality, and the latter could launch a single attack. On the other side, Sharon immediately turned into a puppet that looked identical to Clarman. She retracted her right hand and stabbed it into her chest. Blood spewed out as Clarman opened his mouth, but he was unable to make a sound. To a wraith, the heart was definitely not a vital point, but to a vampire it was extremely fatal. Without giving Clarman a chance to resist, Emlyn flipped through Lamino's Travels again and released the historical void summoning projection recorded on it. He then took out the unshadowed crucifix that was covered in bronze. He pressed down on the spike with his fingers, allowing the blood to flow out and cleanse the mottled cross. A long spear that was pure to the extreme and blazing white to the extreme instantly condensed. After Sharon dispelled the source of curses, Emlyn threw out the spear of light and watched it penetrate Shaman King Clarman's chest and nail him to the high wall of the cathedral. The brilliant light suddenly expanded, completely wiping out Clarman's final aura. Unshadowed spear. In the vast desert, Klein suddenly stopped and took off his top hat at Abomination Sua and the Shaman King. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. His body then faded and vanished. During this process, Klein wasn't worried about being disturbed at all. This was because it wasn't that he was attempting to leave, but that Rionette Tinker had dispelled the historical void projection. This also meant that the operation on the other battlefield had succeeded. Chapter 1269. Under the golden light that erupted, Clarman, the Shaman King who had lived for more than 1,000 years, fell to the ground in pieces at the entrance of the Evernight Cathedral. Every piece was charred black without any blood. Among them, an item dropped out from his burnt black robe. It was a normal-sized palm. The texture of the skin was inhuman, and it had a rather dim luster. The fingers were slender, and the flesh was even. If he hadn't seen it in such a situation, Emlyn would have definitely imagined that the palm was a part of an exquisite, full-size doll. The other head in Rionette Tinker's hand swung forward and quickly bit the palm. At the same time, Sharon's figure turned incorporeal as she entered Shaman King Clarman's remnant body, accelerating the purging of the Beyonder characteristic. Emlyn composed himself and looked at the dissipating door of summoning created by Lilith's ring. His body suddenly transformed into a blurry moonlight. The crimson moonlight immediately shattered, turning into countless fragments of light. The bright and demonic red scales swam around the area enveloped by the moonlight, reforming beside Clarman's corpse into Emlyn White, who was wearing a suit and a bow tie. Without looking at the Beyonder characteristic that was seeping out, he dispersed the unshadowed crucifix, bent down, and used his left hand, which was wearing a black velvet glove, to pick up the glass ball-like vision of white that he had thrown over. His other hand shook Lamino's Travels, flipping the spell book to one of the pages. The symbols and mysterious patterns depicted on it were all part of travel. Emlyn's figure turned transparent as he vanished from the scene. He had followed the plan to leave first after the operation ended. He didn't interfere with Sharon and company's cleanup of the scene and erase any traces. After all, he was the weakest here. He had to rely on sealed artifacts and mystical items to fight, which drained him greatly. As for the spoils of war, they would be distributed when he returned to Bakeland. In this regard, Emlyn fully trusted German Sparrow's promise and the credibility of the Rose School Temperance faculty. After teleporting back to an empty house in Bakeland, he suddenly threw down Lamino's Travels and took out the bronze box embedded with many rubies. He then placed the vision of white inside. After doing this, Emlyn had the strength to take off his left glove. He saw that his finger was covered in blisters that were swollen and swollen. With the vampire's regenerative abilities, this level of injury should have healed long ago, but in reality it didn't improve at all. The burns from the vision of white will take at least 7 days. Emlyn took out the ointment that was stored in a metal tube, squeezed out a portion, and smeared it on the wound. The soul-piercing pain was immediately covered by a refreshing feeling. Emlyn slowly exhaled as though he had finally come back to life. He had used a great deal of willpower to restrain himself from throwing the vision of white to the ground. This was because once the sealed artifact left his control, it would automatically absorb the surrounding light and emit a glow that could purify all things. To a sanguine, this was a very good way to commit suicide. Right on the heels of that, Emlyn took out a bottle of his blood that he had drawn ahead of time and smeared it on the surface of Lamino's Travels. Then he drank another bottle of blood to alleviate the thirst brought about by Lilith's ring. After doing this, he finally eliminated the negative effects of the sealed artifact on him. Only then did Emlyn have the time to recall the accident that had happened during the battle. He had used Lilith's ring to project the door of summoning, but he hadn't summoned a creature from the depths of the spirit world. Instead, he had brought out a strange moon. This moon had hung behind the door of summoning, silently illuminating Shaman King Klarman, suppressing the various Beyonder powers that belonged to the moon domain. If not for such a change, even if Lilith's ring had summoned a spirit world creature at the saint level, it wouldn't have been able to end the battle so quickly. Perhaps he would have had to wait for the angel from the Temperance faculty of Rose School to descend before he could gain an overwhelming advantage. A silvery white moon. Don't tell me the ancestor gave me help? Emlyn's thoughts raced as he came up with a corresponding guess. This matched his identity as the sanguine messiah that the ancestor had appointed. After serious thought, Emlyn no longer had any doubts about this guess. However, unlike usual, he wasn't that excited or agitated. When he truly witnessed a battle at the demigod level and confirmed that he had to shoulder such an important responsibility, he didn't feel proud at all. His heart was heavy and filled with pressure. Phew! After a few seconds, Emlyn opened his mouth and whispered, "I'm the Messiah of the Sanguine." When he said this, his expression was abnormally solemn. There was a hint of solemnity without any hesitation. In the room where Emlyn had previously met with Merrick and Sharon, this sanguine saw the perfect, doll-like lady take out 2 items and heard her voice say with a slightly ethereal tone, "According to the agreement, we will only take 1 item. According to the agreement, we will only take 1 item. This is all that is left." The 2 items were a gem that seemed to be condensed from thick blood. It was the size of a fist and emitted a crimson glow like a miniature crimson moon. An exquisite male doll wearing a dark red suit with golden patterns had 2 black holes for its eyes. Shaman King Beyonder characteristic. General of the pupilless eye. Emlyn nodded and saw that the 2 items seemed to have a life of their own as they flew over. Just as he reached out to grab them, he heard Miss Sharon add, "The Shaman King's Beyonder characteristic has some strange corruption remnants." The Shaman King's Beyonder characteristic has some strange remnants of corruption. Even the unshadowed spear wasn't able to purify it. She means that I have to find an angel to help me shatter it and remove the corruption? Emlyn completely understood Sharon's words as he nodded slightly. "I know how to deal with it." Sharon, who was wearing a small black bonnet, immediately floated up. She lifted her skirt and bowed. "Thank you for your help." "Me too." Emlyn took off his hat and bowed in return. Above the grayish-white fog inside the ancient palace, Klein looked at the wisps of black gas that emanated from his body and shook his head with a sigh. "I actually got cursed by a divine abomination without realizing it. It might also be done by the projection of the chained god. I'm already separated by a historical projection. If it were any saint without Sapphira Castle, they would probably suddenly die after believing themselves to be safe. As for Miss Messenger, since she was a real angel, even without a historical projection, there wouldn't be too much of a problem." Therefore, Klein wasn't worried. After the black gas dissipated, Klein waited for a while until Emlyn sacrificed his items and requested Mr. Fool's help in purifying the Shaman King Beyonder characteristic. The strange corruption comes from the mother tree of desire or the primordial moon. Klein picked up the miniature crimson moon and carefully examined it for a few seconds. During this process, he was on high alert, prepared to mobilize the power of Sapphira Castle at any moment. If it wasn't for the fact that he already had the level of an angel here, he wouldn't have agreed to Emlyn's sacrifice of this characteristic. Instead, he would have chosen to directly descend with the power of a sequence to shatter the characteristic across space and separate the corruption. Back then, Klein didn't even dare to divine the werewolf Beyonder characteristic that the mother tree of desire had exerted a little influence on. He had hurriedly sold it. After seriously sizing it up, Klein pressed down with his right hand, causing the entire mysterious space to tremble. The miniature crimson moon shattered with a crack, splitting into tiny scarlet dots of light. Amidst these dots of light, A small amount of red mist evaporated and finally condensed into a drop of fresh blood. Then the scarlet dots of light gathered again and constantly condensed, turning back into the miniature crimson moon. However, compared to before, it appeared even clearer and purer. Klein conjured a fake hand and picked up the drop of blood that looked fresh. He discovered that it contained a vibrant vitality. It hasn't reached the level of an angel, but it's a little strange. It seems to have received the blessings of an evil god. As Klein severed all the invisible connections that were derived from the blood in his hand, he pulled a paper figurine over and pressed the blood on it. The moment the blood came into contact with the paper figurine, it immediately seeped in. In the next second, the paper figurine's stomach strangely protruded and suddenly exploded. As the paper figurine shattered, a new paper figurine with a hint of crimson crawled out from its stomach. It had a vague appearance, the power of reproduction. Klein frowned slightly as he jabbed forward with his right hand, turning the newborn paper figurine into powder. The small amount of blood-colored fog spread out again, condensing into a drop of blood. The characteristics and spirituality have only decreased slightly. It'll take at least 100 transfers to completely degrade. Klein silently made an evaluation and gathered the power of Sapphira Castle to seal the drop of blood. He then looked up and cast his gaze at the male doll on the long modeled table. The palm-sized doll in a formal attire was prostrating, not daring to raise its head. It's easy to resolve it if it has a living characteristic. Klein chuckled and moved the sealed drop of blood towards the puppet named General of the Pupilless Eye. General of the Pupilless Eye propped up its limbs and retreated. After pausing, it pressed its forehead tightly against the table and let out a noise that humans couldn't understand. Expressing your submission? Very good. Klein replied with a smile and casually instructed, "Show me your abilities." After a series of demonstrations, he confirmed that General of the Pupilless Eye could possess a target and affect inanimate objects. It could also gain initial control over mystical items that didn't have any spirituality injected into them. The latter ability might be very useful at certain times. Klein nodded slightly and beckoned for a box to appear, allowing the pupilless general to jump into it. After carefully sealing it, Klein threw the box and the drop of blood into the junk pile, allowing them to familiarize themselves with the place they would live in the future. As for the negative effects of General of the Pupilless Eye, Klein believed that it could be resolved through friendly negotiations. Chapter 1270. Seriously, in the field of online literature, there's practically no rest all year round. If I hadn't fought for 1 day of rest per week in the second half of last year, I feel that my mental state would definitely be much worse than it is now. The longer a book is written, the more anxious and stressed, and it might even affect the quality of my sleep. Don't worry, I won't stop updating. Just like last year, there will be no updates during the New Year period, every day at 12:30 p.m. Starting from the 23rd, which is tomorrow, I'll resume normal updates on the 3rd of February. That will be a total of 11 days. Compared to last year, there's no increase at all. Furthermore, there are 4 days that I was supposed to update alone, which means that I've actually only taken 7 days off. In short, you guys have earned a lot, and I haven't lost out either. Also, the bonus for last month's monthly votes for first place is even longer. I originally planned to put it on New Year's Eve, but after thinking about it, I decided to put it at the climax of the plot. That would be better, and I'll inform you guys in advance. Also, everyone, take care of your health. Don't go out too much and stay at home for the new year. Lord of the Mysteries New Year Update Schedule, Chapter Updated. Currently typing, please wait a moment. After the content has been updated, please refresh the page to receive the latest update. Chapter 1271. After dealing with his harvest and bestowing the purified shaman king Beyonder characteristic to Emlyn White, Klein wasn't in a hurry to leave Sapphira Castle. He briefly reviewed the battle today. Among them, he focused on Abomination Sua's performance in various aspects to evaluate how powerful an angel was. If I were to encounter him head-on and not hold back, I might not even have the chance to summon an angel projection unless he succeeds in one try. Of course, my target, the dark demonic wolf, is a sequence 2 miracle invoker, while Abomination Sua is already a sequence 1. The difference between the two of them shouldn't be small. However, the dark demonic wolf and I are both of the seer pathway. He can suppress a low sequence like me in all aspects. I can only be thankful that he hasn't completed the ritual and advanced to sequence 1. Otherwise, there's no hope of winning. Sequence 1. As his thoughts raced, Klein's pupils suddenly constricted as he sat up straight. He had just had an idea and thought of a possibility. Could it be that dark, demonic Wolf Kotor has already advanced and become a sequence 1 attendant of mysteries? He created the marionette city to mislead possible pursuers, such as Angel of Time Amon? I can't rule out such a situation. Yes, there's another possibility. It's that dark demonic Wolf Kotor has already completely grasped that curtain and has the strength of a quasi-sequence 1. The more Klein thought about it, the more he felt that his next actions might be more dangerous than he had expected. For the dark demonic wolf to survive in the forsaken land of the gods for so many years, to the point where even the god of deceit, Amon, was unable to successfully capture it, it meant that he had reached a rather high standard in both strength and intelligence. I still have to make more preparations for the hunting plan against him. Klein frowned slightly and slowly exhaled. Bakeland, Westboro, inside the Odora family's villa. Emlyn sat on the leather sofa in the living room and placed his right foot on his left thigh, patiently waiting for Baron Cosme to arrive. Before long, the sanguine Baron, who looked like a middle-aged gentleman, entered the lounge and swept his gaze at Emlyn. "Viscount White, why are you visiting so late at night?" Emlyn smiled. "Isn't this the beginning of the day? Look, the crimson moon outside the window is so beautiful." Cosme really wanted to reply to the young sanguine, telling him that he had always maintained a good routine of waking up at 7 in the morning and sleeping before 11 at night in the Harvest Church. However, after some hesitation, he resisted the urge and said, "That's not a problem." However, he hesitated for a moment and resisted the urge. Emlyn patted his suit and tugged at his bow tie. Bit by bit, he got up and raised his chin slightly. "Tell Lord Nibs that he can prepare for the Earl conferment ceremony." Cosme asked instinctively, "What are you talking about?" Just as he said that, he suddenly came to a realization as he recalled Emlyn's previous application. "Why you obtained the Earl, no, the Shaman King, beyond our characteristic?" He smiled and replied, "White." White enjoyed the various feelings at with he and king he white and king with as he spoke he took out the bronze box inlaid with many rubies, opened it, and showed the eyeball-shaped glass ball inside, indicating that he had not lost it and would soon return it. With church, with. The Rose School Temperance faculty still maintains such powerful strength. Then why did they cooperate with you? The upper echelon of Bakeland, who was also Cosme's grandfather, Marquis Nibs Odora, wasn't too optimistic about Emlyn's previous application. He had the intention of waiting for his cooperation with the Rose School Temperance faculty to fail, leaving him no choice but to seek help from demigods like him. Emlyn glanced at him and replied with a smile, "It's a secret. It's a secret." This was a tone he had learned from German Sparrow. He found it cool and suited his tastes. At the same time, this was also a key point that the hanging man had repeatedly told him during their free exchange in the tarot. Only by maintaining a sense of mystery could the upper echelons of the sanguine feel a certain level of fear. They wouldn't dare find an excuse or use their status to take away the Shaman King characteristic. Without waiting for Cosme's response, Emlyn threw down the bronze box containing the vision of White. As he buttoned up his suit, he walked past the Baron and walked to the door of the guest hall. Just as he was about to leave, Emlyn stopped. He didn't turn back as he straightened his back and looked straight ahead. "Remember to call me Earl next time." With the ancestors' blessings and the moon's high regard for him, He was filled with confidence that he would become a shaman king. The muscles on Cosme's face twitched, but he maintained his silence. After Emlyn left, he couldn't help but twist his expression. As a sanguine that had existed since Roselle's time, he was many years older than Emlyn, but up to now he was only a baron. He was only slightly better than those without titles. As for Emlyn, who had already become a joke in Baekeland's sanguine circles, he was about to cross the boundary between deities and mortals, becoming a sequence for Shaman King, an Earl of the Sanguine. This made it impossible for Cosme not to lose his composure, be jealous, or be shocked. After spending a few minutes to control his emotions, he entered the underground area and passed through several secret doors before arriving at the Grey Hall where Nibs was sleeping. Grandfather, Emlyn's operation succeeded. There was a short period of silence from the heavy coffin that seemed to be made of black iron. After 3 to 4 seconds, Nibs said, the faction behind him is beyond imagination. The sanguine Marquis's voice was deep and old. It was a little hoarse as it resounded in the hall. Grandfather, Emlyn relied on the vision of White to ultimately succeed. The items he obtained should be given to the clan, Cosme said with some anticipation, feeling indignant. Nibs's voice turned a little louder. Fool! To be able to kill a shaman king in a situation where Rose School's indulgence faculty is clearly prepared. Is it something that anyone or any faction can do? After so many years of losses, how much strength can Rose School's temperance faculty have left? At most, it's an angel in a bad state or a grade 0 sealed artifact, and 2 to 3 demigods. All of these combined wouldn't be able to restrain an abomination Sua. And Rose School still has other angels, other grade 0 sealed artifacts, quite a number of demigods, as well as the projection of the chained god and the blessings of the Mother Tree of Desire. For Emlyn's operation to succeed, you can do the math. At the very least, how many angels and grade 0 sealed artifacts will he need to mobilize? This is a faction that can match us. In the future, don't deliberately investigate Emlyn's accomplices. After yelling a few times, Nibs coughed twice, clearly finding it strenuous. Cosme's face alternated between livid and pale before he finally calmed down. Then, are we really going to prepare a ritual for him? What else? Nibs returned with a question before sighing. Perhaps after Emlyn risked his life for the Sanguine's future, the ancestor really began to favor him. Fog See Lassia Island. After leaving the future on a safe sea route, Admiral of Stars Catlia, who had used fairy tale magic to arrive at the hidden island, came to a mountain peak and chanted a Jotun incantation at the empty cliff. Sesame, open the door! Immediately, a path appeared on the cliff. It seemed real and illusory, leading to an unknown location. Catlia used her forte in prophecy to simply assess if there was any danger. Then, she stepped onto the path and went deep into the cliff. As she walked, her eyes suddenly opened up. She saw the sea that was as clear as sapphire and a magnificent castle that was purely made of jade. This was Queen Mystic Bernadette's Emerald City. Catlia wasn't unfamiliar with this place. She easily passed through the golem's questions and various tests and arrived at the half-open room with the best view inside the castle. The tall queen was standing behind the railing, looking at the waves that surged over. For some reason, the excitement and joy hidden in Catlia's heart suddenly calmed down at this moment, giving rise to a sense of steadiness, contentment, and freedom. In the past, when she sailed on the sea, she would occasionally feel lonely and sad, like a leaf that had left the tree and could only let the wind blow her to different places. But now, she seemed to have landed on the ground, right next to the tree. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. In the end, she just pushed the heavy glasses on the bridge of her nose and simply greeted, "Good afternoon, Your Majesty." Bernadette turned around and nodded slightly. "I summoned you back to Jadeite City because there are some items and things I need to hand over to you." Catlia asked instinctively, "Why me?" The Queen had the secret organization Element Dawn, and a group of pirates under her. Bernadette didn't directly answer Catlia's question. "I got a clue and left Bakeland in a hurry." "I remember that," Catlia interrupted. Bernadette's long and straight eyebrows twitched slightly. "Through this clue, I managed to piece together an incomplete sea map from the descendants of Edwards, William, Porlet, and Company. This records the places my father had explored in the Fog Sea. With the help of this nautical chart and my own prophetic ability, I can roughly guess that a certain sea area far from the safe sea route might hide his secret. I plan to take the Dawn there and do a long search. I'm not sure when I'll be able to return. Perhaps I'll never be able to return. So, I have to pass some items and things to you in advance." Catlia listened carefully and said without hesitation, "I'll go with you. That's my father. This is something that belongs to me alone." Queen Mystic Bernadette slowly shook her head. Catlia was silent for a few seconds. "If you hadn't returned, I would have done the same thing. 9 heavens, divine emperors." Chapter 1272. Upon hearing Catlia's words, Queen Mystic Bernadette looked at her in silence for a few seconds. "This is your choice, and it's also your freedom." Catlia stared at the queen in front of her without backing down. After a while, she pursed her lips and said, "I know that you must have destroyed all the clues so that I wouldn't have the chance to follow your footsteps. For you, this is the end of all the past, whether there is a return or not." Bernadette, who had her chestnut hair casually draped over her shoulders, didn't say a word. She maintained her silence, as though she was using this method to confirm Admiral of Stars's guess. Seeing this, Catlia smiled bitterly and said, "I won't say that I'll use all means to find you if you don't return in half a year or a year. I just want you to remember to recite Mr. Fool's honorific name during the most dangerous times." She calmly said that title. Queen Mystic Bernadette slowly nodded. "I will remember." Catlia immediately revealed a smile and said with misty eyes, "That's right. What items and tasks do you have for me?" Bernadette flipped her palm and took out an item from somewhere. The object was golden in color and looked like a shrunken kettle. Its surface was covered with mysterious and complicated symbols, and there was a wick sticking out of the kettle. It's called the Magic Wishing Lamp, and its serial number is 0-05. It might have come from the first epoch, and even a true god is unable to shatter it. Usually it won't cause any harm, nor will it play any role. However, it will constantly use dreams and illusions to induce you to rub against the surface and summon the genie. Queen Mystic Bernadette briefly introduced the origins and effects of the item in her hand. The genie claims to be eternal. It can satisfy any 10 wishes you wish, but it will often be completed in an extremely twisted manner or come with extremely terrifying consequences. My father said that the wielder can use words and preparations to avoid the harm brought about by the first 2 wishes, but the 3rd wish is absolutely not to be made. At this point, Bernadette emphasized another point. Absolutely not. Sounds easy to avoid. Catlia thought for a while and said, "You give me 2 wishes after you make them. I'll make 2 more wishes and then give them to Frank, Heath, and the others. This can do a lot of things." She was only using Frank as an example. She had no intention of letting that guy come into contact with such a dangerous thing. Bernadette held the magic wishing lamp and shook her head indiscernibly. "The possessor is different from the possessor. Before I die, even if you obtain the magic wishing lamp, you will only be the possessor. The first wish you make will be recorded as my 3rd wish and your first wish. Also, although we can use words and preparations to avoid the damage that comes with making wishes, it doesn't mean that the genie is unintelligent. On the contrary, it is very smart, cunning, and very autonomous." Catlia hummed in acknowledgement. "Then does he have a wish that cannot be fulfilled?" "Not at the moment, but if it involves a true deity, the degree of distortion in the wish will exceed your imagination. To put it simply, if you wish to become a sequence 0 true deity, Your body and soul will fuse with an evil god of unknown origins. Remember, the genie's requirement is that the wish has to be simple. Otherwise, he will reject it and treat it as though you have already made a wish, Bernadette explained. With that said, she got an invisible servant to fly the terrifying sealed artifact, 0-05, towards Catlia. After Catlia reached out to grab the magic wishing lamp, Bernadette continued, Catlia, I'm going to take the magic wishing lamp. If you dream of the genie and are bewitched by him to make a wish, it means that I can no longer return. Next, you will be its wielder. I hope that your first wish is to take back all the items that Bernadette Gustave brought with her before she went out to sea, including her Beyonder characteristic. Yes, it's best to add a specific date when you make your wish. Catlia looked down at the golden magic lamp and blurted out, Can I make a wish to resurrect you? Queen Mystic Bernadette fell silent for a few seconds before saying, The resurrected me might just be a monster. If you really wish to do so, you can ask Mr. Fool for his opinion. Catlia nodded slightly. All right, these are the items I'm giving you and what I wish to tell you. I'll leave the rest to the element Dawn. They will have a new leader, and they won't collapse because of a single person's disappearance. Bernadette didn't harp on the matter, indicating that this was the main reason why she had summoned Catlia to Emerald City. The magic wishing lamp's level were extremely high, so there was no way to use a messenger to deliver it. Without waiting for Catlia's response, Queen Mystic's expression suddenly softened a little. Haven't you always wanted to share what happened to you all these years with me? Admiral of Stars Catlia was taken aback as she tersely nodded. Yes. She then walked to the Queen's side, pulled a chair over and sat down. She faced the azure sea beyond the jade railing. Bernadette sat beside her and listened to her recount her encounters after leaving the Dawn, just like in the past. Catlia had mentioned some of these matters in her letters, but due to the lack of space, she didn't describe them in detail. Some of them were even being told to others for the first time. At some point in time, Catlia fell asleep and dreamed of many years ago. Back then, she was still a young girl. She stubbornly refused to turn back as she walked off the Dawn. Suddenly, she jolted awake and realized that there was no one around her. She realized that it had turned dark at some point in time, and there was even the rosy glow of dawn. Catlia suddenly reached out and threw out an illusory ball of thread that wasn't realistic enough. The ball of thread rolled into the void, leaving behind a bright thread. Following this thread, Catlia seemed to have grasped teleportation. She strolled through the spirit world and arrived at the periphery of Lassia Island. She stood at the edge of the cliff and cast her gaze into the distance. She saw a gorgeous and huge sailboat carrying the orange-red light of dawn on its back in the dark blue sea that was still a little black as it sailed towards the horizon. Catlia slowly sat down and leaned her body forward slightly. She hugged her knees and stared in that direction for a long time. The sun gradually rose, scattering some of its light on her body. Bakeland, a food distribution point. The veiled Stellan Sammer no longer lowered her head like she had in the past few months, afraid that others would recognize her. She anxiously looked ahead, worried that the free food would be distributed before it was her turn. Vaguely, she seemed to hear gunshots echoing in the distance. It was unknown if it was from the Fasak, Intis, and Fainapotter troops that had broken through the defense line, or the police who were dealing with the food snatchers. Please end it. Please end this war quickly. Stellan, who had already gone to 3 relief points today, prayed silently. At this moment, the staff member a few meters away raised his voice. The food here has been distributed. Stellan's face immediately turned ashen. She looked up at the darkening sky, dejectedly and numbly dragged her feet as she returned to the house at 17 Minsk Street. As soon as she opened the door, the 2 children in the house rushed over. They raised their innocent faces and said, "Mommy, did you buy bread?" "Mommy, I'm hungry." They were twins, a boy and a girl. They looked very cute. Stellan's nose turned sour as she forced a smile. Yes. She then entered the house, took out a small amount of bread from a hidden spot, and split it equally between the two children. Seeing the two children completely disregard etiquette as they ate the bread, Stellan's expression kept changing, alternating between sadness and pain. Not long after, her husband, Luke Sammer, returned home, but he similarly didn't have any food in hand. Ever since the coin company was taken over by the military due to the Wartime Act, this former manager had lost his job. He could only rely on his past savings and the government's aid to maintain his family. I didn't receive it. Seeing his wife look at him with a hopeful gaze, the burly man with a messy beard lowered his head in shame. Stellan, who was in her 30s and had a rather beautiful face, took a deep breath and said, "Me too? I'll go out and line up again." "Me too. I'm going to line up again. There should still be places that give out food." Without waiting for her husband's response, she rushed out the door. Luke immediately turned around and said to her back, "I'll look for it again. I'll go look for it again." Stellan didn't stop. She walked 2 streets and arrived in front of a house with a garden. Not long after, she met the owner of the place, the tycoon in his 50s. "I think I want to buy some food." Stellan took out a stack of wrinkled bills. The old man with grizzled hair smiled and said, "That's right. Why should I sell it to you? I remember you rejected me the last time." Stellan's face turned extremely pale. Without a word, she lowered her head and used her other hand to unbuckle the belt around her skirt. With a thud, the originally delicate but stained calfskin belt fell to the ground. Luke Sammer wandered the streets aimlessly, unsure of where he could obtain food. Looking at the small number of pedestrians passing by and the bags they were trying their best to protect, the eyes of this learned gentleman who loved machinery gradually turned red. Unknowingly, he followed a person and turned into a street. In less than an hour, the curfew would begin. This was one of the few chances he had. The person stopped outside a house and walked towards the door with weak steps. At that moment, the person suddenly fainted and fell to the ground. Luke subconsciously took a few steps back before quickly approaching and testing the pedestrian's breathing. His gaze unconsciously landed on the paper bag the person was hugging tightly to his chest, and his nose caught the fragrance of toast. Luke gulped and reached out to take the bag. As he moved his palm, he fearfully looked back at the house the pedestrian was trying to enter and saw a child's graffiti pasted on the oriel window. Luke's movements stiffened. After a few seconds, he stood up, walked to the door of the house, and rang the doorbell. The housewife and child quickly opened the door and saw their weak father and the bag of bread. The curfew soon arrived, and Luke returned to Minsk Street, depressed and feeling inferior. Just as he opened the door to his room, he saw his wife smiling at him. "I got my food." "That's great." Luke heaved a sigh of relief and hugged Stellan tightly. No one could see Audrey as she walked through the streets and alleys. She didn't say a word as she walked all the way back to Empress Borough. She walked back to the luxurious villa and smelled the fragrance of fried foie gras and other delicacies. After staring silently for a while and watching the servants come and go, Audrey went upstairs to her room. In the middle of the night, she put on a cloak and entered her parents' bedroom and came to their bed. After looking deeply for a long time, Audrey knelt down on one knee and pressed her forehead against her father's hand. Droplets of water slid down and soaked the carpet. Then the blonde, noble girl slowly raised her head and said to her sleeping parents, sobbing, "I'm going to kill you." "Dad, Mom, thank you. Thank you for teaching me what compassion is, what kindness is, and what virtue is." As soon as she said that, she closed her eyes, stood up abruptly, and walked out the door. There was no longer any expression on her face. P.S. I wish everyone a happy New Year's Eve. Chapter 1273. Early in the morning, Earl of Hull woke up at the time he was most accustomed to and took a stroll in his garden and lawn. By the time he finished looking at his beloved pureblood horses, he returned to the 3rd floor of the villa and changed into his outdoor clothes. His wife, Caitlin, had already woken up and was instructing her maid to pass on the arrangements she had just thought of. "It's time for breakfast," Earl of Hall said to his wife with a smile as he stood by the coat rack. At that moment, he heard commotion coming from outside. It was getting closer and didn't die down. Frowning indiscernibly, Earl of Hall turned his head to glance at his valet. Without the noble needing to speak, the valet immediately walked to the window and pulled open the remaining gauze curtain. With a whoosh, more light shone into the bedroom, turning it clear. The valet then cast his gaze out the window and scanned the surroundings. His expression suddenly turned solemn. He turned his head and glanced at his wife, who was still talking to the maid. He quickly walked to Earl of Hall's side and lowered his voice. "Demonstration. Many people are demonstrating." Demonstration? Earl of Hall was no stranger to this term. As a noble of Rouen and the second largest shareholder of the Constant Coal and Steel Consortium, he had seen many workers gather to demonstrate, demanding higher weekly wages and set maximum working hours. In the past month or two, there had been several demonstrations in Bakelin due to various issues, but they were quickly quelled and didn't cause much of an impact. His gaze moving back and forth on the valet's face for a few seconds, Earl of Hall narrowed his eyes, acutely sensing that today's demonstration might be different from what he had imagined. He walked forward without batting an eyelid and came to the window. At a glance, Earl of Hall's gaze suddenly froze. With the advantage of being on the third floor, he saw that the road in the distance was filled with people. They gathered together and surged in this direction, like a huge dark cloud that was about to envelop Bakeland. "Bread! We want bread!" The shouts of tens of thousands of people gathered together and gradually became louder and clearer. Earl Hall felt that his blood was freezing. It wasn't that he hadn't seen so many people when he participated in Mass and other activities at Memorial Square. He had never heard the overlapping voices, but back then he could barely be considered part of the crowd, a part of the whole. And today he was one of the targets of the surging tide. Earl of Hall couldn't help but look at the back of the procession and found that there was no end to it. However, with his rich experience, he could make a judgment based on some of the details he observed. He could see very few policemen and soldiers on both sides of the parade. Compared to the huge crowd, they were like waves stirred up by the tide, extremely insignificant. Earl of Hall believed that the protest against Queens would be under the strongest control. A large number of soldiers and police would be sent over. The current situation could only mean one thing. There were too many people participating in the protest. As a result, the soldiers and policemen were scattered too far apart. A protest with more than 100,000 people? Perhaps it's more than that. A protest caused by a food shortage could turn into a riot and looting at any moment. It looks very orderly now. Is it because there are many organizers and leaders? Damn it, didn't MI9 and the various churches notice any signs? How can a protest of such a scale be organized overnight? Even if Bakeland had become a barrel of gunpowder, it would take quite a number of matches to ignite it. Thoughts flashed through Earl of Hall's mind as his expression turned more and more solemn. "Bread! We want bread!" The shouts became more and more uniform and louder, as though a tsunami had appeared in the city. At this moment, the servants in Earl of Hall's residence sensed the commotion. They came to the windows and looked out the door. Their faces immediately turned pale, as though they had encountered a flood that they couldn't avoid. "Bread! We want bread!" Countless voices converged together as the black mass of heads brought with it a strong sense of oppression. Earl of Hull suddenly came to his senses. He subconsciously wanted to find someone to send a telegram to the royal family and ask them to organize an army to suppress it. But when he took a closer look, he found that many people in the protest were wearing military uniforms and were physically disabled. "Bread! We want bread!" The soldiers who maintained order were on guard while looking at the protest with sympathy, their guns pointed at the sky. Among those people were their former comrades in arms, their parents, their wives, their children, their friends, their neighbors, and a large number of living people like them, who just wanted to not starve to death. How could they not feel pity and sympathy for them? At first, such emotions might only have arisen in the hearts of 5 or 6 soldiers and policemen, but it soon spread to almost everyone. In the past, under the supervision of officers with pistols, they would definitely accept all orders numbly. But now many people were thinking, if any son of a bitch dares to let me shoot him, I'll shoot him to death. Bread. We want bread. Amidst the shouts and the impact of the large crowd gathering, Earl of Hall's face turned a little pale. He couldn't help but retract his gaze and look at the guards and bodyguards gathered outside the house. He looked at the Beyonders of the Church of Evernight who were in charge of protecting his family and realized that their reactions were different. The guards and bodyguards were filled with fear, and the Beyonders he had hired hidden inside had rather solemn expressions. As for the protectors of the Church of Evernight, their gazes were filled with sympathy and pity. To the Church, I might have 1,000 believers here, but there are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even more outside. Earl of Hull instantly came to a realization. He had a clear understanding of the consequences of what he had prepared to do. Even if he was armed to the teeth, it was impossible to fend off so many marchers with just a small number of guards. Once a conflict broke out, the Beyonders of the Church of Evernight couldn't be counted on. It would already be a blessing from the goddess if his family could escape from Empress Borough with the bodyguards he had hired. For the first time, Earl of Hull experienced the power of numbers, as well as the terror of so many people gathered together. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he immediately turned his head and instructed his valet, send a telegram to the Prime Minister and the other nobles. Tell them that I'm willing to take the lead and donate most of the food. Ask them to maintain their calm. As the radio waves flew and exchanged, the nobles living in Empress Borough learned of Earl of Hull's attitude. The current Duke of Negan looked out the window with a heavy expression. After a moment of silence, he exhaled and said to the male secretary beside him, "Protect the manor well. Give up on your unyielding stance and follow Earl of Hull's lead. Also, use those merchants who are hoarding food as an example." After high society came to an initial consensus and came up with a plan to deal with the situation, Earl of Hull's heart finally returned to its original position. He had the energy to head to the dining hall and meet up with his family. When he passed through the dining hall's door, he subconsciously scanned the situation inside. His wife was standing by the window, looking out worriedly. His eldest son was pacing back and forth, appearing angry and anxious. His daughter was standing by his wife's side, silently watching the procession move forward like a tidal wave. The fog sea, the future. Katlia stepped onto the resplendent bridge, formed from starlight, and returned to the deck. "Captain, you have to rein in Frank this time." Bosun Nina was the first to rush over and shout. Katlia's melancholic mood was instantly shattered as she frowned slightly. "What did he do this time?" Nina said angrily, "He asked me if I could give birth. He asked me if I could give birth to a child. He wanted to study how life was conceived and how the soul was created. Did you beat him?" Katlia fell silent for a second. "I did." Nina didn't hide it at all. Katlia then cast her gaze at the nearby Frank, ignoring his bruised face. "It's best you study the reproduction of fish first." "All right." Frank scratched his head and obeyed his captain's orders. Katlia then nodded at the pale, bloodless Heath Doyle, who had grown out of the shadows of the cabin. "It's fine." Heath Doyle visibly relaxed. "Yes, Captain." After the commotion from the crew, Katlia finally returned to the real world. While they weren't paying attention, she rubbed her temples and flew into the captain's cabin. Following that, she used magic to seal the area and took out the magic wishing lamp, which was ranked at the top of the grade 0 sealed artifacts. After finishing her preparations, Katlia sat behind the desk and lowered her head. She recited Mr. Fool's honorific name in Jotun and reported the matter regarding Queen Mystic to him. Klein, who was surveying the area around the northern city ruins with a lantern in hand, turned his head slightly and listened for a few seconds. Then he followed the procedure and entered the world above the gray fog. He then sat at the end of the long, mottled table, the high-backed chair belonging to the fool. He emanated his spirituality towards the crimson star representing the hermit. Queen Mystic has preliminary clues to that primitive island and plans on leaving the safe sea route to conduct a large-scale, long-term search. That primitive island was discovered by Roselle the Great by chance. It's very likely that one of his 9 secret mausoleums is hidden on it. This is the only one that hasn't been discovered or destroyed. It's where the hope for the Emperor's revival lies, however. The living beings on that primitive island seem to worship an unknown power that originates from the cosmos. Just understanding the cosmos will cause one to be corrupted. I have to remind Ma, I'm hermit to write a letter to warn Queen Mystic, magic wishing lamp. Magic wishing lamp? So this grade 0 sealed artifact is in Queen Mystic's hands. It's formed from the combination of a miracle invoker's beyonder characteristic and the characteristic of a mysterious origin. Even a true deity can't shatter it. Just as Klein finished hearing about 0-05, he immediately adjusted his perspective and enlarged the image of the kettle-shaped golden magic lamp. Suddenly, the wick at the mouth of the magic wishing lamp ignited by itself. P.S. On the first day of the new year, I wish everyone luck in the year of the rat. Chapter 1274. The light emitted by the wick was abnormally viscous, as though it had been infused with a lot of sugar. It spewed upwards, forming a distorted and blurry pale golden figure. This figure instantly occupied the crimson star, representing the hermit, making Klein momentarily lose his sense of Catlia. Sitting at the end of the long bronze table, Klein's eyes widened as a thought subconsciously flashed through his mind. As expected of a sealed artifact, numbered 0-05. Although the numbering of grade 0 sealed artifacts often followed the order in which they were grasped or understood by the Orthodox churches, it had to be known that this set of naming rules was officially formed after the 7 churches truly ruled this world, which was from the end of the 4th epoch to the beginning of the 5th epoch. Back then, most grade 0 sealed artifacts had already appeared, and they were known or obtained by the Orthodox churches. This resulted in a situation where the more powerful, terrifying, and inconceivable grade 0 sealed artifacts would be placed at the front during the first ranking. Then, they would be numbered according to the order in which they appeared at the same level. In addition, although there was no saying that the more ancient an item was, the more powerful it was, for an item from the first epoch that even the ancient gods couldn't trace back to, it definitely had secrets that even deities couldn't fully figure out. This way, the closer the number was to the front, the more terrifying the grade 0 sealed artifact was. To a certain extent, it was also true. Of course, based on this rule, the last numbered grade 0 sealed artifacts might not necessarily be weaker than the first 10. Perhaps it was simply because they were discovered late, or because the churches obtained them late. There was no spare number left for them, so they could only be ranked according to the normal order. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, the golden figure's gaze pierced through the crimson star representing the hermit and cast itself at the ancient palace above the gray fog. Following that, his voice resounded in an abnormally grand manner. "Long time no see. Long time no see. Long time no see. He knows the former owner of Sapphira Castle, the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? No, it should be him, the genie who claims to be eternal. He can actually use hermit's prayer to directly speak to me." Klein's thoughts raced as he suddenly tensed up. Based on his years of experience and the abilities of a clown, his body suddenly relaxed as he leisurely leaned against the back of the chair. Then, Klein opened his mouth and gave a response. He did not give a definite answer, nor did he argue that he was a fake. He only displayed a disdainful, natural, and condescending attitude. The distorted and blurry golden figure snorted. "You're actually so weak. No wonder I haven't heard of your honorific name in the past few thousand years." "Honorific name? Weakness. He really knows the former owner of Sapphira Castle. That's an existence that was active in the first epoch? Amidst his thoughts, Klein smiled. What you see might not be the truth. Huh? The distorted and blurry golden figure laughed and said, You still like to deceive, but there's no way to fool me with the state of Sapphira Castle. Under normal circumstances, there's no way for me to penetrate the outer layer of protection and talk to you like this. How do you know I didn't do it on purpose? Klein asked with a relaxed expression. There's no point in you deceiving me, the distorted and blurry golden genie immediately replied. Why does it feel like a victim of fraud is saying that I have nothing left, that I've even sold my kidneys? Back then, the former owner of Sapphira Castle, the existence suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, did to the genie. Yes, part of the characteristic that forms this magic wishing lamp belongs to a miracle invoker. Klein lampooned to relieve the pressure in his heart before smiling. Whether it's meaningful or not isn't up to you. The genie's blurry golden figure trembled slightly. From the current state of Sapphira Castle, you seem to have a need for a miracle invoker beyonder characteristic. He didn't harp on the topic and instead pointed to the situation he had observed. This fellow can actually tell. His level is really high. He can automatically separate the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic from the magic wishing lamp. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly as he nearly lost his composure. He then controlled his actions and expression and replied with a smile, If you think so, so be it. The blurry and distorted golden figure once again made the majestic and lofty voice resound above the gray fog. We can make a deal. You remove my seal and let me return to freedom. I'll leave the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic to you and only take away the part that belongs to me. As for bearing witness, use your own Sapphira. Although you and I have ways to resist the backlash and reduce the damage from breaking the contract, it won't be without a price. You need to consider the consequences. I promise I won't stay here any longer. Seal. Sapphira. The terrifying essence of the magic wishing lamp is that there's an existence that's at least at the level of a true god sealed inside. Klein's heart stirred as he quickly analyzed the feasibility of the matter. Soon he made up his mind. He wouldn't be bewitched. There were two reasons for this. First, he wasn't the real former owner of Sapphira Castle. There was a limit to what he could do and the number of accidents he could withstand. Second, the mysticism education he received from the Nighthawks and his subsequent experiences told him not to make a deal with an unknown existence. He shouldn't have any hopes of getting lucky. After making up his mind, Klein calmed down a lot and focused on how to obtain more information. The genie was suspected to have come from the darkest, most chaotic, and most mysterious first epoch. He definitely knew a lot. After some thought, the corners of Klein's mouth curled up. Do you think such conditions can move me? He planned on seeing how high the genie's offer was to pry into some of his secrets. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the flickering golden figure suddenly lit up, in the truest sense of the word. His gaze seemed to land directly on Klein as his magnificent voice shook the ancient palace like thunder. You're not him. You're not him. At that moment, Klein was a little stunned and alarmed. It was as though he was performing a grand magic show and had suddenly been pointed out by the audience. He didn't know what was wrong with his rhetorical question, nor did he know what exactly had gone wrong. As such, it was difficult for him to analyze the pros and cons in a short period of time and give the most suitable reaction for the current situation. How did he discover that I'm not the former owner of Sapphira Castle, the existence suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings? Wasn't my question a very reasonable rhetorical question? Since we're going to make a deal, we have to allow bargaining. Wasn't the former owner of Sapphira Castle like this? Impossible. How could an existence that's good at deception directly offer his bargaining chip without even negotiating or pressuring him? Oh no, I'm thinking too much. Nearly 10 seconds have passed. If I don't respond in time, It would be equivalent to directly admitting to the genie's accusations. When it came to being exposed, Klein didn't have much experience, so he couldn't immediately think of what to say. Just as he raised his vigilance and prepared to take out the staff of the stars and mobilize the power of Sapphira Castle to resist the genie's possible attack, the golden and blurry figure suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. This laughter seemed to stir one's soul, causing Klein, who was in Sapphira Castle, to nearly show signs of losing control. It wasn't easy for him to stabilize his state without leaving a trace. There's no intention to attack. It's just an effect of natural dissipation. Why is the genie laughing? What's so funny? Klein frowned slightly as he thought of one possibility after another, but he found them unrealistic. After a few seconds, the genie's laughter stopped, and he said in a cheerful tone, "That's right." He said happily, "Even for existences at our level, fate is still wonderful. No matter who you are, the deal I just proposed is still valid. As long as you can remove the seal and release me, I'll return to the cosmos with the portion that belongs to me. The rest, including the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic, will be left to you. In addition, I'll fulfill 3 of your wishes. How about it? This should be generous enough, right?" Cosmos. Klein's eyelids twitched when he heard that. He acutely sensed some danger. This was a warning that stemmed from his spiritual intuition. He originally thought that he could pretend to agree and obtain more information. Then he could rely on Sapphira Castle to renege on his debt, but now he suddenly felt that he couldn't make a promise. Hence, Klein made a prompt decision. Leave. As he spoke, he severed the connection between himself and the crimson star that represented the hermit. The blurry and distorted golden figure suddenly swelled up and then dissipated, leaving only a faint voice reverberating. "You will agree in the end." After the world above the gray fog completely calmed down, Klein slowly exhaled and muttered to himself silently, "The genie is a powerful creature from the cosmos. It was sealed in the magic lamp in the first epoch, or even earlier. The person who sealed him might be the former owner of Sapphira Castle, the existence suspected to be the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. This can be inferred from the miracle invoker beyonder characteristic of the magic wishing lamp. That's why the genie sensed that I wasn't the former owner of Sapphira Castle when I asked him. But I've considered this point. Logically speaking, there's nothing wrong with asking. Unless, back then, the genie and the former owner of Sapphira Castle had some sort of tacit understanding or secret regarding this matter. The genie's power shouldn't be able to seep out too much of the seal, but it can use the beyonder characteristic that forms the seal. The characteristic of making a wish likely comes from the miracle invoker part. Then the genie used his level to magnify it. Amidst his thoughts, Klein looked up at the crimson star that represented the hermit. He realized that Katlia hadn't noticed the abnormality of the magic wishing lamp. Phew! Klein condensed the reminder he wanted to do into a stream of light and threw it into the crimson star. Chapter 1275. A primitive island that the emperor chanced upon. The creatures on the island worship an unknown power that comes from the cosmos, without reaching the level of an angel. Just understanding it will result in being corrupted by the cosmos. Try not to make a wish to the genie, and don't bring it to that primitive island. Admiral of Stars Katlia finally received Mr. Fool's feedback. As she heaved a sigh of relief, she became even more worried about the Queen's exploration. She turned her head to look at the unresponsive magic wishing lamp and hurriedly put it away. Then she spread out the letter, picked up a fountain pen, and described the information she had just received in her own words, hoping to attract Queen Mystic Bernadette's attention. Bakeland, in a dilapidated apartment, a bearded man sat on a chair, his hands cuffed behind his back. Zio, who had relied on her own strength to rise to the middle echelons of MI9, stood in front of the man with 2 subordinates with a triangular blade in hand. She held a trident and said in a deep voice, We already have enough witnesses and evidence to prove that you're one of the main organizers of this demonstration. If you wish to reduce your punishment, answer my questions honestly." Before Zio could say a word, the bearded man felt an extremely powerful pressure. When she finished speaking, even his psyche trembled. It was as though electric currents were condensing in him, hiding a stabbing pain and numbness that could erupt at any moment. The bearded man endured the fear and weakness in his heart and said, "No one instigated me. No one is instructing me. I'm just doing what I want to do. Don't you know? All of Bakeland has become a barrel of gunpowder. Even a single spark can cause the entire city to explode. And there are countless people like me who can't tolerate it and are willing to take the risk. Those darn nobles and merchants have hoarded so much food, and there are already people starving to death in East Borough. Do whatever you want with me. I've never believed in the promises of those fellows. The reason why I agreed to end the demonstration was because everyone had received quite a bit of food." Zio was just about to ask something when she suddenly turned her head and listened to the commotion in the distance. Rumbling sounds came from an unknown location. They were deep, hoarse, and rumbling. Fasak Intis or Fainapotter's army has broken through the blockade and begun attacking the Bakeland defense line. Zio's expression turned heavy. In the forsaken land of the gods, after Klein returned to the real world, he immediately reached out to see if he could retrieve the magic wishing lamp from the fog of history. Soon, he confirmed that the sealed artifact numbered 0-05 couldn't be summoned. So it was related to the uniqueness, or perhaps the origin substance. In short, Genie is indeed a high-level existence that has been sealed. Its level is at least that of a king of angels. There's no way to use it at all. Klein exhaled and turned his attention back to hunting dark, demonic wolf Kotor. He had made a lot of preparations during this period of time, and had also deliberated over the entire plan above the gray fog. However, Klein was not in a hurry to take action. He spent a lot of time inspecting the loopholes and patching up the imperfections. 2 to 3 days later, in the deep darkness of the desolate wilderness, Klein, who had disrupted the divination ahead of time, was wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat. He held a lantern that emitted a faint yellow light as he reached out his right hand with a solemn expression and grabbed at the air. At that moment, a bolt of lightning streaked across, illuminating the entire world. Klein then dragged out a figure. It was himself holding the illusory staff of the stars and the lantern. Right on the heels of that, his true body entered the fog of history and ran to a time before the first epoch, hiding in the layers of ancient cities. His historical void projection came to life as one of the terrain he had surveyed surfaced in his mind. Using the staff of the stars' powers, he directly teleported over. This place was very far from where his true body was. Even if there was a problem with the projection, no one would be able to lock onto the exact location of his true body's return to the real world. After looking around and taking in the scene of the dried riverbed and the monster-like boulder that stood in the depths of the darkness, Klein no longer maintained the staff of the star's historical projection. With a shake of his right hand, it quickly faded away and vanished. After doing all of this, Klein walked to the boulder, put down the lantern, and chanted an honorific name in Jotun, the Lord of Darkness that exists with history, the embodiment of countless miracles, the god that wields wishes. This was the dark, demonic wolf's honorific name that Klein had obtained from the Evernight goddess. Although the mythical creature might not still be using it and might have made certain changes to it, there was no doubt that it pointed to him in mysticism. Deep in the rolling mountains in an ancient castle, giants, elves, humans, and vampires were working as gardeners, cooks, servants, and guards respectively. They all had different expressions on their faces, and when they met each other, they would whisper a few words to each other, appearing to be very lively and intelligent. However, when they returned to their rooms, they would immediately turn sluggish. Their eyes would no longer move, and their bodies would float up and hang from the ceiling. Deep in the castle, in a hall that could only be illuminated by the lightning outside the window. A huge figure lay quietly in the darkness. It was like a small mountain, its entire body covered in dark short fur. Its pitch-black pupils occupied at least 3/4 of its eyes, and there was a tuft of grayish-white fur on its forehead. Its head looked like a magnified and distorted wolf. This was none other than the god of wishes, dark demonic wolf Kotar. Suddenly, the demonic wolf, which was even more exaggerated than a normal giant, raised its head. Every dark, short hair on its head shook, and all the servants in the castle followed suit and did the same. Kotar's eyes moved slightly as he turned his head, slightly, as though he was listening to something. In the next second, he opened his mouth and let out a silent roar, summoning another hymn. Just as this dark, demonic wolf appeared, Kotar's true body leaped into the grayish-white fog and ran to a particular historical spot of the second epoch. This was a secret history that he grasped. In the real world, the dark, demonic wolf's historical void projection made a wish in an incomprehensible language. Then his figure flashed as he directly moved to a mountain peak near the northern city of Noise. After making the corresponding preparations, the god of wishes let a dark, short hair fall off, turning into an illusory worm of spirit that expanded into a corresponding prayer point of light. With the help of this point of light, Kotar saw who was praying to him. It was a young man wearing a strange hat and strange clothes. He stood beside a glass lantern and softly chanted the honorific name of the god of wishes. The dark, demonic wolf's pitch-black pupils darted around and saw that the young man's body was covered in a layer of grayish-white fog. There were things hidden in the fog that couldn't be seen clearly. As a sequence too angel of the seer pathway, this mythical creature could clearly sense that the fog was similar to the fog of history. It could sense that the items in the fog had a strong attraction towards him. Sapphira Castle? Kotar had heard some things from the demon wolf king, Phlegria, an ancient god, and instantly had a guess. Under this premise, he had ideas about what the young man was planning on doing, using Sapphira Castle to attract me and make me take the initiative to attack him before confirming my location? This is bait. Indeed, he's only a projection from the historical void. It's unknown which fragment his main body is hiding in, and it's unknown where the ambusher is hiding. Previously, there was an obvious anomaly in Sapphira Castle, but I controlled myself. I didn't attempt to search for the corresponding area or search for clues left behind. Why did they think that I would fall for it this time? It's just a simple attempt. If it doesn't work, I'll change to another method? Or is there something wrong with this prayer? Ha! I've lived for thousands of years and experienced so many things. What kind of situation haven't I seen? The best way to deal with it now is to ignore him and not spy on him. All I need to do is remember him. The dark, demonic wolf quickly made a decision. He planned on observing for a while longer before extinguishing the prayer light. At this moment, he saw the young man open his mouth again. The eternal blazing sun, you are the inextinguishable light. You are the embodiment of order. The dark, demonic wolf couldn't understand what the young man was trying to do. In this abandoned place, praying to other true deities was useless. In the next second, Klein chanted the honorific name of a god again, the Lord that created everything, the ruler behind the shadow curtain, the depraved nature of all living beings. The dark, demonic wolf's pupils dilated slightly. It was confused by the actions of the human in the prayer light. Without waiting for he to make a guess, Klein chanted the third honorific name softly, the needle that fiddles with time, the shadow that roams through fate, the embodiment of deceit and mischief, Amon. He's praying to Amon. The dark, demonic wolf no longer knew what he was up to. It instinctively felt that something was amiss and immediately wanted to wipe away the corresponding prayer light. Suddenly, he saw the young man raise his head with a smile on his lips. He then took out a crystal monocle and wore it on his right eye. With just one prayer, Klein's historical void projection became an avatar of blasphemer Amon. Almost at the same time, the dark demonic wolf felt his gaze pass through the prayer light and look at him. Then his gaze passed through him and his true body in the fog of history. Without any hesitation, he immediately extinguished the prayer light. As his true body melted away the gaze, he removed the maintenance of the historical projection. In the fog of history, in the layers of old cities, Klein suddenly stood up as a scene surfaced in his mind. A few seconds before this scene took shape, he had severed the connection between his true body and the historical void projection to prevent Amon from descending beside him. The baffling things he had done previously were mainly to confuse the dark, demonic wolf, allowing him to continue observing after he realized that the prayer wasn't his true body, accumulating the amount of time he spent spying on Sapphira Castle. Finally, praying to Amon was to use the god of deceit's possible descent and influence to conceal Sapphira Castle's reverse corruption on the dark, demonic wolf. If Amon didn't respond and only watched from the sidelines, Klein could also prepare a monocle and attempt to deceive the dark, demonic wolf. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Chapter 1276. In the depths of the undulating mountain range, in the ancient castle. As soon as dark, demonic Wolf Kotar returned from the fog of history, he instinctively cleared all his connections with the outside world. He was prepared to abandon this place and move elsewhere. Although he still hadn't figured out what had happened, his experience told him that he couldn't rely on luck. He had to retreat and give up when needed. At the same time, in the city of old, with a thought, Klein's figure instantly appeared in the ancient palace above the gray fog. He fused with the crimson figure that distorted and scattered at the fool's position and condensed. In this mysterious space, the crimson star that represented justice, the hanging man, the star, and the other members of the tarot was constantly expanding and contracting, producing layers of ripples that intertwined into a mighty tide. This was one of the preparations that Klein had made ahead of time. In the name of German Sparrow, he had used different reasons to get the members of the tarot to pray to Mr. Fool, asking this existence to relay certain answers and information to Mr. World. This way, the Crimson Star would resonate and affect Sapphira Castle, allowing it to summon the Fool to deal with it. This was one of the keys to Klein's escape from Amon. It could help him avoid the need to take 4 steps counterclockwise and recite the incantations. He could directly enter Sapphira Castle without wasting any time. And in a battle at the level of an angel, the difference of a second might determine the final outcome. If Klein wanted to win, he had to consider every detail. After sitting on the high-back chair belonging to the Fool, Klein beckoned for the Staff of the Stars and the Sea God Scepter as he observed the other changes in Sapphira Castle. In the grayish-white fog, there was an additional crimson spot of light. It was rapidly shrinking, and it wouldn't take long for it to disappear. Beside the Fool's seat, circles of light bloomed as though they were forming a pure passageway. On the crimson spot of light, a gigantic demonic wolf's figure could be vaguely seen. This was the result of Kotar's spying on Sapphira Castle. Over time, after gaining a certain level of understanding, he had unknowingly been corrupted. As a result, he had established a preliminary connection with Sapphira Castle. Of course, as an angel, as the god of wishes of the second epoch, he had enough status and ability to sever this level of connection and remove the corresponding corruption. If Klein couldn't grasp this second, he would once again lose track of the dark, demonic wolf's whereabouts. And beside the Fool's seat, the circles of light reflected German Sparrow, who was wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat. He wore a crystal monocle on his right eye. Amon. It was unknown what loophole this blasphemer's avatar had used to slow down the speed at which Klein's historical void projection dissipated. Then, using the subtle relationship between him and his true body and Sapphira Castle, he attempted to directly invade the world above the gray fog when Sapphira Castle summoned him. As the halo spread out, German Sparrow's slender and powerful palm penetrated the barrier and suddenly reached into the ancient palace, as though he had opened an invisible door. Although Klein had long prepared for this and knew that Amon wouldn't be sent away that easily, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingle when he saw this scene. He was afraid that in the next second his hand would hold the crystal monocle to his right eye. This was also something that had to be resolved in a second or two. Otherwise, the fate of Sapphira Castle would be a question mark. Without any hesitation, Klein made distorted and transparent worms of spirit drill out from the surface of his skin. They quickly gathered and formed another Klein. This Klein caught the sea god scepter and stirred the power of Sapphira Castle. Under the augmentation of layers of invisible waves, the blue gems lit up, causing the violent bolts of lightning to form a silver-white sphere that rolled into the rippling circles of light. Amidst the crackling sounds, the palm that had penetrated Sapphira Castle instantly shattered and melted away. The spherical lightning that was filled with a destructive aura expanded outwards and descended into reality, enveloping the monocle-wearing German sparrow. This projection from the historical void had been barely maintained by using the loophole. After suffering such a blow, it could no longer maintain its state. All it could do was adjust the crystal monocle and shake its head regretfully as it watched its figure rapidly turn transparent and be shattered by the electric snakes. When a small portion of the worms of spirit responded to Amon's prayer, Klein's main body obtained the Staff of the Stars. He held the staff that was embedded with many gems and aimed the grade 0 sealed artifact at the rapidly shrinking crimson spot of light. At the same time, a scene surfaced in his mind. The rubies, emeralds, sapphires, pearls, and diamonds on the Staff of the Stars lit up one after another. Gong! A distant bell chime seemed to traverse endless time as it echoed in the grayish-white fog and the crimson spot of light. In front of dark, demonic Wolf Kotor, the darkness suddenly faded, revealing a huge stone wall clock. The wall clock was ancient and mottled. Its surface was divided into 12 segments by grayish-white and bluish-black. Each segment had a different symbol that represented a different time. At the core of the wall clock, there were 3 needles that seemed to be formed from worms of time. One was long, one was short, and one was medium. They were filled with the vicissitudes of life. This was the beyonder power of the angel of time, Amon. Klein had used the Staff of the Stars to recreate it. Typically speaking, a beyonder power at this level wasn't something that could be understood just by seeing it once or twice. It wasn't easy to record. But Klein wasn't fighting alone. During this period of time, he had frequently returned to Bakeland with the help of Miss Magician's summoning. He had gone to Leonard's place to directly converse with Pallas Zoroast, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the corresponding mysticism knowledge and beyonder details. Although Pallas had fallen to Sequence 2 and was unable to use the powers of the time domain, he still had his experience and knowledge. He hadn't lost it. Gong! On the ancient and mysterious stone wall clock, the second hand suddenly jumped, causing everything around dark, demonic Wolf Kotor to slow down. Even the deep darkness seemed to freeze. This miracle invoker, who was about to completely sever his connection with the outside world and realize his wish to teleport far away, immediately froze on the spot for a brief moment. There was no doubt that the high-level beyonder powers that were recreated with the Staff of the Stars were quite different from the original version. But to Klein, the current effects were enough. Upon seeing that the dark demonic wolf was affected by the ancient wall clock, he immediately threw away the Staff of the Stars and allowed the worms of spirit that he had split out to fly back into his body. With a thought, Klein returned to the city of old before the first epoch. Then, holding a lantern that emitted a faint yellow light, he appeared in the desolate plains that were shrouded in darkness. He then grabbed forward with his right hand and successfully pulled out the projection of himself that was holding the Staff of the Stars. This method could effectively increase the success rate of summoning the Staff of the Stars, but it would clearly reduce the might of this grade 0 sealed artifact. After all, what was summoned was a historical projection of a historical projection. Of course, since he was in a race against time, it was very simple to make a choice. Klein's main body didn't enter the fog of history again. He reached out to grab himself by the shoulder and used the technique of dream divination to outline the feedback he had received from using Sapphira Castle to corrupt the dark, demonic wolf. In the ancient castle, in the dark hall that didn't have any candles lit, the mountain-like, demonic wolf stood up. One detail after another was quickly filled in as Klein adjusted the specific situation according to the scene when the target was frozen. The corresponding gem on the black cane lit up. In Klein's mind, the scene that resembled an oil painting suddenly expanded and intertwined with reality, making it difficult to distinguish them. He descended into the ancient castle, into the dark hall, and in front of dark, demonic wolf Kotor, who was propping up his body with his 8 legs. He had finally officially met the god of wishes who had survived from the second epoch. Without any hesitation, taking advantage of the fact that the dark, demonic wolf had just escaped the influence of the ancient wall clock, Klein dispersed his historical void projection and took out an iron cigar case from his pocket before snapping it open. Inside the cigar case lay a gold Ruan coin. The surface of the gold coin flashed, reflecting Rionette Tynker, who was wearing a dark and complicated dress and holding 4 blonde, red-eyed heads. One of the preparations Klein had made ahead of time was to use the method he had used to bring Admiral of Blood Seigneur to bring Miss Messenger to the forsaken land of the gods. Rionette Tynker was undoubtedly a wraith, and an even more powerful wraith. She could also reside on the smooth surface of the gold coin. In addition, she was a spirit world creature, essentially a spirit. She could enter the world above the gray fog like Justice Audrey's spirit body and descend into the forsaken land of the gods. Due to these conditions, in order to not expose the secrets of Sapphira Castle and the fool's true identity, Klein first got Miss Messenger to possess the gold coin. Then he used the iron cigar case to create layers of seals. Then he sacrificed the item above the gray fog and used a bestowment ritual to bring it into the forsaken land of the gods. Of course, the premise of these actions was that Klein had the status and strength of a Sequence 2 angel in Sapphira Castle. Even if something went wrong with Rionette Tynker, he could still handle it. As for Rionette Tynker, because German Sparrow had just helped her retrieve a portion of her body, she happily agreed to this matter. Silently, Miss Messenger left the gold coin and appeared in the pitch-black pupils of the dark demonic wolf that occupied 3/4 of the space in her eyes. Wraith Possession. Chapter 1277. Just as Rionette Tynker's figure appeared in dark, demonic wolf Kotar's pupils, she left the window of the mind and expanded back to her original size. This meant that her wraith possession had failed. As for the dark, demonic wolf's body, it rapidly shrank and thinned as it crazily absorbed the surrounding light, turning into a translucent black velvet curtain. This was an item that Klein had once seen in a dream divination. It had been spat out by the grayish-white fog and landed in the hands of the dark, demonic wolf. It was suspected to be the Sequence, one attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic of the seer pathway. At that moment, it was unknown what powers the dark, demonic wolf Kotor had used to dodge Rionette Tynker's wraith possession at the critical moment, allowing him to avoid the subsequent series of controls. The curtain immediately wrapped and released, causing the dark demonic wolf covered in dark short fur to appear in the originally empty spot. Rionette Tynker wasn't the slightest bit surprised by her failure. Seizing this opportunity, she made the blonde, red-eyed head in her hand spit out a rectangular, diamond-like charm. Her other 3 heads respectively recited a word in ancient Hermes, Jotun, and Elvish. Yesterday, the rectangular, diamond-like charm was immediately engulfed by the transparent flames, fusing with the void. Rionette Tynker's body swelled up as the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads flew up at the same time, landing on her empty neck and stacking together. In the blink of an eye, Miss Messenger had turned into a gigantic rag doll that could nearly tear through the dark, demonic wolf's castle. She wore a black Gothic dress with countless mysterious symbols and sinister vines wrapped around it. Her eyes were scarlet like blood, and she didn't have any human aura. Dark, demonic Wolf Kotar didn't attempt to stop Rionette Tinker from borrowing strength from the past, nor did she immediately reveal her complete mythical creature form. She stomped her 8 feet on the ground, raised her neck, and let out a roar. The roar seemed to come from a higher level, containing words that were similar to Jotun. They made the curtain suddenly float up and instantly expand, covering the ancient castle from top to bottom. The curtain quickly turned transparent and fused with the building. It was as though it had never appeared and didn't affect him at all. However, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that this place was already isolated from the outside world. To escape, he had to first break through the invisible barrier. In other words, the curtain turned the dark, demonic wolf's castle into an independent kingdom. This was the embryonic form of a divine kingdom. Having just failed once, Klein, who was planning to continue summoning angels to help him, had a flash of inspiration and instantly changed his mind. He reached into the void and pulled out another version of himself. It was the German sparrow holding the historical projection of the Staff of the Stars. Right on the heels of that, Klein controlled his historical void projection and turned him into his marionette, distributing some worms of spirit to him. While he was busy with these matters, Rionette Tinker had already recovered to her peak state. Her bright red eyes reflected the 8-legged demonic wolf that was covered in dark short fur. With a flash of light, the dark demonic wolf turned into a white goat. However, outside the dark hall, a giant holding a broom suddenly squirmed and transformed into a demonic wolf with grayish-white fur on its forehead. At the instant he was cursed, Kotar, a miracle invoker, had switched places with his marionette. He opened his mouth again and let out a roar. This roar also contained many words that seemed to come from the source of Jotun. It spoke of a beautiful wish. I want all the godhood here to dissipate. In the next second, as the god of wishes, the dark demonic wolf fulfilled his wish. Klein immediately felt his godhood being suppressed. The beyonder powers that involved godhood that originated from Scholar of Yore and Bizarro Sorcerer could no longer be used. Fortunately, the thing that maintained the historical void projection was spirituality. As long as the summoning was successful, it wouldn't be dispelled by the dark demonic wolf's wish. Similarly, as Klein had already turned his historical projection into a marionette and had transferred a portion of the worms of spirit over, he could still switch places with that projection. Apart from him, Rionette Tinker and dark demonic wolf Kotar were also affected by the wish. Beyonder powers above sequence 5 vanished into thin air, making it difficult for them to use them. Of course, be it the demonic wolf marionette that had turned into a goat or the gigantic rag doll, Rionette Tinker, there were no changes in their states. What existed was reasonable, and it wouldn't be eliminated by the power of wishes. After making this wish, the dark demonic wolf arched his back, and his body slightly arched as though he was about to engage in a melee with Klein and Rionette Tinker. At that moment, his body was like a hill, not much inferior to the castle-like rag doll. He looked down at Klein coldly, as though he could crush him to death with a single claw. In addition, numerous marionettes in the castle surged over. Some of them were giants, elves, vampires, humans, and mutated monsters. A portion of them were originally Sequence 5, but now they had Kotar's worms of spirit in their bodies. This also meant that in this special environment they could all reach the level of Sequence 5. After the godhood dissipated, dark demonic wolf Kotar's advantage became extremely obvious in this independent kingdom. Hundreds of Sequence 5s besieging 2 Sequence 5s. Furthermore, the dark demonic wolf was a mutant to begin with. Even if he wasn't able to reveal his godhood, he had a massive body and terrifying strength. He was a creature that was good at combat. He wasn't on the same level as the weak human marionettist Klein. At this moment, Rionette Tinker's body, which was wearing a black gothic dress and wrapped in evil vines, suddenly turned incorporeal. She was first reflected on a floor-to-ceiling window before jumping into the dark, demonic wolf's pitch-black pupils. He had once again attempted to possess a wraith. However, dark, demonic wolf Kotar swapped places with another marionette in a timely manner, preventing Rionette Tinker from successfully possessing his true body. Rionette Tinker wasn't discouraged. She continued using the glass windows, crystal lamps, eyeballs, and other media to constantly jump between marionettes in pursuit of the real, dark, demonic wolf. The dark, demonic wolf relied on the numerous marionettes and the advantage of having his worms of spirit. He constantly switched places with different marionettes to prevent himself from being forcefully possessed by the ancient bane. While the two angels were entangled without any commotion, a large number of the dark, demonic wolf's marionettes had surrounded the two Kleins. The vampire's abyss shackles, the giant's storm of light, the elf's wind shackles and lightning arrows, the human's psychic piercing and holy light summoning, as well as all sorts of beyonder powers, enveloped their targets one after another. Some of them controlled, some weakened, some attacked, and some purified. They worked extremely well together, allowing Klein to dodge a portion of them before he was completely drowned by the barrage of attacks. Plasma burst and light exploded. Klein's figure with the Staff of the Stars quickly outlined itself on the other side. At that critical moment, he had swapped places with his marionette in a timely manner. He imagined his traveling ability and used the Staff of the Stars to complete the teleportation. In this special situation, this was essentially the release of a record. After narrowly dodging this round of attacks, before Klein could catch his breath, he discovered that a marionette was controlling his spirit body threads. At the same time, a human marionette, under the influence of the dark, demonic wolf, extended his right hand and aimed at the miracle invoker's body. In the next second, the dark, demonic wolf swapped places with another marionette, and that marionette was forcefully possessed by Rionette Tinker. This way, the human marionette's right hand had become Rionette Tinker's target. The marionette clenched his fist tightly as he spun his wrist, stealing his target's next thought. Right on the heels of that, he jumped up and pounced onto a particular companion. Rionette Tinker, on the other hand, was momentarily stunned. Upon seeing this, the dark demonic wolf immediately made a few marionettes spread their arms and summoned pure pillars of light that swirled with flames. Amidst the holy light, Wraith Rionette Tinker's body first melted to a certain extent. Following that, she relied on Mirror Jump to forcefully teleport to a glass window high above the castle, dodging the subsequent purification. In just a few seconds, she and Klein inevitably fell into a dangerous situation. The restricted environment, the place he had been operating in for a long period of time, and the God of Wishes' characteristics magnified dark, demonic wolf Kotar's advantage to the extreme. If it were any other Scholarvier, there was only one problem they needed to consider: how to rely on Rionette Tinker to escape. However, Klein had his own trump card. Just as he pulled back the spirit body threads, he didn't hesitate to activate Sapphira Castle. His uniqueness in this aspect wasn't suppressed by the dark, demonic wolf's wish. This was a level that even the seal of the Forsaken Land of the gods couldn't isolate. In midair, a grayish-white fog appeared. The ancient palace above the spirit world appeared indistinct. This brought about a slight tremor. A certain force followed the connection and shook the demonic wolf's castle, causing the black, velvet-like, translucent curtain to pop up a little, allowing the independent kingdom to fuse with reality to a certain extent. Seizing this opportunity, Klein opened his mouth and shouted a name in Jotun. Leodoro! Boom! 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 Hundreds of thick silver bolts of lightning descended out of thin air, striking dark, demonic wolf Kotar's castle at the same time, turning it into a forest of lightning that emitted a powerful aura of destruction. P.S. Requesting monthly votes for the last 3 days of January. Yes, I'll update tomorrow. Chapter 1278. Boom! 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 The silver bolts of lightning that were as thick as giant snakes struck the translucent black velvet curtain, causing it to shake violently and distort. Seizing this gap, Rionette Tynker's figure reflected in the castle's glass jumped back into Klein's pocket, returning to the surface of the gold coin inside the iron cigar case. The prepared Klein raised his right arm and calmly aimed the staff of the stars at the floor tiles of the hall. A scene surfaced in his mind, one that represented a particular beyonder power of a druid. The ground beneath Klein's feet immediately softened, turning into a swamp, causing his body to sink as though he had fallen into the sea. Underground sneak. Rumble. At the same time the swamp solidified, the translucent black velvet curtain could no longer withstand the baptism of the lightning storm. It suddenly shrank into a ball and fell back into the castle. The thousands of thick bolts of lightning were no longer obstructed as they blanketed the ancient castle like a torrential rain. The tower collapsed and the hall shattered. One marionette after another was as weak as phantoms under the lightning strikes. They were instantly charred black and cracked, turning to ashes. By the time the silver that illuminated the entire mountain calmed down, dark, demonic Wolf Kotar's castle had been completely reduced to ruins. Many places were even burning with scarlet flames. Klein immediately emerged from the bottom of a deep pit and saw the demonic wolf, covered in dark short, for not far away, do the same thing. With the 3 druids and the marionettes, he successfully hid underground and avoided the lightning bombardment. And at that moment, the independent kingdom created by the curtain had completely collapsed. But the wish made by the dark demonic wolf hadn't completely faded. The return of godhood still needed some time. Without any hesitation, both parties engaged in an intense battle once again. Kotar made the curtain that had shrunk into a ball fly up and drape it over his body, so as to prevent the wraith from forcefully possessing him. After all, he only had 3 marionettes left. Of course, this way, he wouldn't be able to switch positions with the marionettes. At the same time, Rionette Tynker left the gold coin in Klein's pocket and floated towards the 8-legged demonic wolf. His arms suddenly expanded, and short, gray hair grew on the back of his hands. His nails became long, sharp, and strong. Werewolf transformation. This evil thing that resembled a rag doll turned into a gigantic werewolf. It constantly moved at high speeds, brandishing its sharp claws as it engaged in an intense battle with the mountain-like, dark, demonic wolf. Amidst the clashing sounds, Klein was attacked by Kotar's remaining 3 marionettes. One of them raised his head and roared, letting his short brown hair burst through his clothes. In an instant, he transformed into a terrifying giant bear that was as tall as 2 people. One squatted down and pressed his palms on the ground, while the other raised his right hand and pulled his hair down. At this moment, a tide of crimson flames gushed out of Klein's clothes and instantly engulfed him. His figure immediately appeared in a clump of flames beside him. Then he jumped out, raised his cane, and charged straight at the gigantic brown bear. And where he was originally at, dark green mutated vines pierced through the ground and grew crazily, stirring the remnant flames in the middle. Tap, 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 tap. The gigantic brown bear didn't back down. With heavy footsteps, it charged at Klein like a high-speed steam locomotive. It opened its arms in an attempt to give him a passionate hug, one that could crush all his bones and squeeze his chest together. Tap, tap, tap. Klein, whose black trench coat fluttered backward, similarly didn't back down, just as he was about to collide with the gigantic brown bear. Suddenly, he exerted strength with his left foot and twisted his waist, forcefully leaping up and flying diagonally above the brown bear. Pa! When the 2 intersected, Klein swung his black cane down and struck the brown bear in the shoulder. Normally, such an attack wouldn't be able to harm the thick-furred brown bear, but Klein was using the Staff of the Stars. Its physical attacks would produce random mutations or all kinds of strange effects. Of course, under the suppression of the God of Wishes, These mutations and effects wouldn't exceed the equivalent of a sequence for Beyond Her Power. Pa! Amidst the echo of the cane strike, the gigantic brown bear split diagonally from its shoulder. The headless half of it moved more than 10 meters away, while the remaining part remained in its original spot. Whoosh! The brown bear's organs and blood flowed to the ground, creating a rather horrifying scene. However, the brown bear wasn't dead yet. His two halves squirmed as he struggled to stabilize his center of gravity and continue attacking. As a marionette, he was essentially dead. Such damage wasn't much. At this moment, Klein had already jumped behind the brown bear, his feet on the ground. Another wave of scarlet flames gushed out and engulfed his figure. A flame that was about to be extinguished soared up as Klein leaped out and arrived near the marionette, who had his palms pressed on the ground. Wearing a silk top hat, he ran past and waved his cane to the side without turning his head. Pa! The marionette's body emitted golden flames as his figure instantly vanished. A stream of flames soared into the sky as the marionette jumped down. However, the golden flames didn't extinguish as they quickly burned him to ashes. Klein didn't even look over as he rushed in front of the marionette, who had plucked out a handful of hair. The marionette immediately threw out the hair in his hand. These strands of hair burned on their own, emitting a raven-black gas that alerted Klein's spirituality. Poison! A poison with unknown effects. With a creak, Klein relied on his clown powers to forcefully stop. Using his body's inertia, he extended his black cane forward. In his mind, all sorts of thoughts frantically reorganized themselves, quickly forming a scene. Before this operation, Klein had sought Miss Justice's help to perform a certain level of hypnosis on himself. It made it so that when he was subconsciously thinking, his brain wouldn't be able to form a picture. Only a single thought would resonate, and he had to actively control it to construct a scene. This allowed him to use the Staff of the Stars for a longer period of time without being affected by the negative effects. As for the drawbacks of such a way of thinking, Klein felt that it was bearable under the predetermined conditions. Silently, the gem embedded in the Staff of the Stars lit up. A pure, blinding, and holy pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping the raven-black gas and the corresponding marionette. The poison quickly melted under the burning of the sun. It was the same for the marionette. While Klein's eyes still had the remnant glow, his body instinctively turned around and aimed the Staff of the Stars at the brown bear that had split into two. Silver-white lightning flashed as the two halves of the brown bear's body finally collapsed, unable to get up again. In just a few seconds, Klein had finished off the remaining marionettes of the dark, demonic wolf. After the abnormality in Sapphira Castle, be it him or the God of Wishes, time had become abnormally tight. No one was willing to delay because it wouldn't be long before the true creator, Angel of Timamon, and the other high-level existences of the forsaken land of the gods would descend. Upon seeing this, dark demonic wolf Kotar's body suddenly trembled as he threw out the translucent velvet curtain. The curtain first vanished into thin air before suddenly appearing behind Klein. Just as his spirituality sensed it, it enveloped him and enveloped him. Klein's vision immediately darkened as he felt his thoughts suddenly turn sluggish. One by one, the spirit body threads were inoculated onto the curtain. He attempted to use Flaming Jump, soften his bones, and use the Staff of the Stars, but he was unable to succeed due to this abnormal state. The black velvet curtain wrapped tighter and tighter, causing Klein's eyes, nose, and mouth to protrude, as though it was about to create a brand new person. Rionette Tinker immediately jumped and appeared on the translucent curtain, forcing it to separate from Klein's body and move to the other side. The dark demonic wolf took the opportunity to raise its neck and let out a roar. The curtain stood up as though it had become a cloak draped over an invisible person. A terrifying suction force was born from it, causing Klein and Rionette Tinker's spirit body threads to float over uncontrollably. If they didn't have the corresponding Beyonder powers, it might only take 3 to 4 seconds for their spirit body threads to fuse with the cloak, and they would become its marionette. Thankfully, Klein was a marionettist himself. He immediately focused and controlled his and Miss Messenger's spirit body threads. Learning from Zeradal's method, he made them circle around him and return to their original positions, forming one circle after another. Roar! The dark, demonic wolf spat out a blob of air, causing it to blast at Klein like a cannonball. As he was focused on controlling his and Miss Messenger's spirit body threads, Klein could only barely dodge. Just as he was about to be hit, Rionette Tynker floated over and stood in front of him. Boom! Rionette Tynker's blonde hair scattered down as a few of the evil vines that wrapped around her body snapped. The dark, demonic wolf's subsequent actions didn't stop. Taking advantage of the curtain crazily pulling at the target's spirit body threads, it launched attack after attack at Klein, forcing Rionette Tynker to forcefully block it. This made this tough ancient bane falter under the attacks of the claws, air blobs, and flames. Obvious wounds appeared on her body, making it seem like she couldn't last much longer. At this critical moment, as he controlled his spirit body threads to resist the curtain's attraction, he reached into his pocket in a sluggish manner and took out another iron cigar case. The seal was removed and the box opened. Inside lay a gold coin. There was also a wraith on the surface of the gold coin. This was a blurry female wraith. It was a true undead creature, not a wraith of the mutant pathway. It was the strongest trump card that Klein had prepared. Previously, as he was in an independent state that wasn't connected to the outside world, he didn't use it. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to obtain the desired effects. Only when the curtain attacked him and Miss Messenger did he feel that his opportunity had arrived. As the box opened, the wraith suddenly jumped onto the surface of a glass fragment. There were black, illusory tubes on her body that extended into infinity. It was unknown where they connected to. This was the symbol of artificial death, and artificial death was now equivalent to the Evernight goddess. This trump card of Klein's was to replicate the Evernight goddess's use of the god of glory, Bladdle's corpse, to destroy Amon's attempt to snatch Sapphira Castle. For this, he deliberately found a wraith monster in the forsaken land of the gods and imprisoned it, placing it together with the white feathers that originated from the artificial death project that he had summoned from the fog of history. Through Klein's repeated experiments and his special trip back to Bakelin to pray, the wraith finally established a certain connection with artificial death, allowing the Evernight goddess to use it to exert a relatively low level of influence. P.S. Additional updates at 7 p.m. seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1279. The dark, demonic wolf that was attacking Rionette Tynker seemed to sense something as it slowed down and turned its head to look at the wraith that had just appeared. His pupils, which occupied 2/3 of his eyes, suddenly dilated as though he had caught a whiff of a familiar and dangerous aura. In the blink of an eye, the wraith raised his arms. The surrounding power of wishes dissipated at a faster speed as godhood began to return, reaching the level of sequence 4. As for the soil beneath the dark, demonic wolf's feet, pale white and illusory arms protruded out. They were densely packed like a forest as they grabbed Kotar's 8 legs, causing this miracle invoker to fall into a cold and deathly stillness. He was temporarily unable to escape. Using this opportunity, Rionette Tynker, who had turned slightly sluggish due to the control of her spirit body threads, turned incorporeal and vanished. In the dark, demonic wolf's pitch-black pupils, the figure of Miss Messenger, who had long blonde hair and was wearing a dark and complicated long dress, suddenly appeared, completing the possession. Kotar, the god of wishes, immediately stiffened as though he had degenerated from a creature into a puppet. He attempted to influence Rionette Tynker's spirit body threads to resist the wraith's possession, but he would be interrupted by the pale white and cold arms produced by the female wraith from time to time, making it difficult for him to succeed. Upon seeing this, Klein maintained his spirit body threads to form a circle as he slowly raised the staff of the stars, aiming it at the black velvet curtain that had transformed into a cloak. He constructed a scene in his mind. The surrounding darkness suddenly flowed as though it contained an unimaginable secret. Illusory candlelight lit up in such an environment, illuminating a long table with flesh and blood placed on it. On both sides of the long table, 3 extremely blurry figures held the flesh and blood as they devoured it hungrily. In the next second, the 3 figures turned their heads at the same time and cast their gazes at the translucent black velvet curtain. The curtain's crazy suction force came to an abrupt halt as it hovered in its cloak form, as though it had momentarily forgotten who it was, which side it belonged to, and what it should do. Feast of betrayal. Fairy tale magic. Feast of betrayal. What Klein had just used was a fairy tale magic from Catlia. It was called Feast of Betrayal. Its effect was to temporarily awaken the items in the target's hands or give them sentience, making them betray the target. This was a beyonder power at the sequence 4 level, so he couldn't use it under the suppression of the power of wishes. At the same time, because the spell that the Staff of the Stars reproduced was still quite different from the original, and the curtain didn't have much malice towards the dark demonic wolf. It only appeared confused and didn't launch a crazy attack on its master. As soon as Klein got rid of the influence of this curtain, he immediately snapped his fingers and let the crimson flames engulf him. An instant later, his figure, wearing a half-top hat and a long black trench coat, appeared in a cluster of flames beside the dark demonic wolf. The scarlet flame rose up and turned into a stream of flames, allowing Klein to jump out easily. Then he bent his back slightly and charged at the gigantic demonic wolf with the Staff of the Stars in hand. Tap, tap, tap. Klein ran faster and faster, as though he had transformed into a gust of wind. And what welcomed him was the dark demonic wolf barely raising its 2 front claws to break free from its bindings. Pa, pa. Klein waved his black cane to his left and right, accurately hitting Kotar's 2 front claws, causing them to pause momentarily. At the same time, he lowered his body and passed over the 2 front claws, gliding to the space beneath the dark, demonic wolf. Amidst the howling wind, Klein twisted his body in midair and stabbed upwards with the Staff of the Stars. With a poof, the black cane embedded with many gems pierced through the skin covered in dark, demonic wolf's short fur and penetrated deep into its body, forcefully leaving behind an exaggerated wound. Whoosh! Dark black and red blood gushed out like a flood, spewing towards Klein with the intense corrosive effect of a mythical creature. But at this moment, Klein had already flown out of the space beneath the dark, demonic wolf, preparing to launch a second wave of attacks. Suddenly, he heard an intermittent roar. It came from dark, demonic wolf Kotar, who had been possessed by a wraith and found it difficult to move. Leo de Aro. Klein's gaze froze as the dark, demonic wolf's mocking smile surfaced in his mind. He wasn't the only one who could stir the remnant divine powers. If he could, so could dark, demonic wolf Kotar. Even if this miracle invoker didn't know that Wind Angel Liadro had become the Lord of Storms, he naturally knew what to do with Klein's demonstration. Who couldn't do simple imitation? Boom, boom, boom. The silver bolts of lightning were like torrents spewing out of a water pipe. They overlapped each other as they poured down on the ruins of the ancient castle, completely drowning all the figures. Klein didn't have the time to react. After hearing the first half of the sentence, he had already used his clown powers to forcefully twist his body. With a kick with his right foot, he returned beneath the dark, demonic wolf. Rionette Tynker jumped onto the gold coin in his pocket. Right on the heels of that, Klein half knelt down and stabbed the Staff of the Stars into the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The massive lightning storm tore through everything it encountered along the way. By the time the terrifying lightning forest dissipated, the ancient castle that belonged to the dark, demonic wolf couldn't even be considered a ruin. There were no traces of it left, only a charred crater. In the crater, paper figurines were blown up one after another and reduced to ashes. Silently, the soil that shimmered with the light of colored glass softened as Klein's charred palm reached out. With the dark, demonic wolf suffering most of the damage, he had used paper figurine substitutes and underground stealth to barely survive. However, he could still vaguely smell the fragrance of roasted meat emanating from his body. After returning to the ground, Klein, who was dressed in tattered clothes, turned his gaze and took in the entire situation on the battlefield. The dark demonic wolf's remains were scattered everywhere. Its flesh was charred and lifeless. The curtain had curled up into a ball and fallen to the edge of the crater, motionless. The power of the wish had been completely cleared and godhood had returned to this area. The wraith that had established a connection with artificial death had been destroyed. If it were any other Beyonder, they might have believed that the dark demonic wolf had chosen to die with everyone. However, as a demigod of the seer pathway, Klein, who had enjoyed the treatment of a miracle invoker in advance, had other thoughts flash through his mind. What's a miracle? Resurrection is a miracle. When the dark demonic wolf saw that something was amiss, it didn't hesitate to trigger divine punishment in an attempt to make everyone die together. Then he could resurrect somewhere nearby. I almost used up my last resurrection. Klein had a plan for such matters. He immediately used a charm engraved with the Fool's patterns and used it to pray to Mr. Fool in front of Miss Messenger in his place. Then, with the summoning that hadn't dissipated from Sapphira Castle, he entered the world above the gray fog with a single thought. He used the prayer light's true vision to examine his surroundings and search for the resurrected, dark, demonic wolf. At this moment, Rionette Tynker left the gold coin in Klein's pocket and appeared beside the curled curtain. It has a Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic? That's right. The dark, demonic wolf has one of the 6 Miracle Invoker characteristics when the Attendant of Mysteries is full. Normally speaking, the remaining Attendant of Mysteries Beyonder characteristic would also correspond to a Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristic. As Miss Messenger spoke, Klein's spiritual intuition also sensed it. He confirmed her judgment and thought of Snake of Fate while Septon's answer. There were a total of 9 Miracle Invoker Beyonder characteristics, but when the Attendant of Mysteries was full, the 3 sequence ones would definitely each have a sequence 2 characteristic. The remaining 6 Miracle Invoker characteristics belonged to Zeradol, Antigonus, Magic Wishing Lamp, Curtainless Theater, The Last Banquet, and the Dark Demonic Wolf. Klein originally hoped to obtain the Dark Demonic Wolf's characteristic, but he never expected that the curtain not only had a sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries characteristic, but it also had a sequence 2 Miracle Invoker characteristic, which was the one that had gone missing back then. From the looks of it, the reason for its disappearance was also because it was swallowed by the gray fog before being spat out. Do I still need to search for the resurrected, dark, demonic wolf? No, I don't know when the true creator and Amon will descend. Besides, I've already expended most of my preparations. As for the dark demonic wolf, it's still in perfect condition. It can make wishes, summon, and create miracles. Anyway, I've already achieved my goal. As his thoughts raced, Klein looked up and said to Miss Messenger, "I'll put away this curtain." He gave up on the idea of chasing after the dark demonic wolf and planned on controlling the curtain while it was in a weakened state. Rionette Tynker nodded slightly and turned her head, casting her gaze at the charred remains of the dark demonic wolf. The remains immediately emitted a faint glow, either turning into white rabbits or goats. They were all the type that emitted rich, meaty fragrance. In a hidden spot nearby, dark demonic wolf Kotar's body, which was covered in dark short fur, quickly condensed. He directly abandoned his original corpse and immediately made his wish and responded to himself. He moved to a distant spot and then ran off without looking back. This god of wishes didn't even consider the loss of the curtain. He didn't choose to resurrect on the spot because he hoped to use the curtain to hold back the fellow who was closely related to Evernight, so as to buy him more time to escape. To be able to survive from the second epoch until now, Kotar had relied on following his heart's wishes. He wouldn't be greedy when he shouldn't be. As the light flashed, the demonic wolf with grayish-white fur on its forehead disappeared into the depths of the darkness. Klein didn't stop Miss Messenger from venting her anger. As he approached the curtain, he sighed inwardly. An angel is really difficult to kill, especially one from the seer pathway. As his thoughts raced, Klein was just about to drag his past self out to pick up the curtain, when he suddenly felt a familiar aura descend. This aura was dark, filthy, and filled with depravity. It made Klein immediately associate it with the true creator. The curtain suddenly floated up and turned into a cloak once again. Inside the cloak, the deep darkness turned into a vortex as it emitted a buzzing sound. Mysteries. P.S. Monthly tickets for December have been added to the first update. Seeking monthly tickets on the last day and a half. Chapter 1280. Mysterious. Klein's heart palpitated when he heard that. He subconsciously wanted to return to Sapphira Castle and leave the scene. However, no matter how his thoughts raced, his spirit body remained in his body without any changes. Hiss! This made Klein's teeth ache as he instinctively cast his gaze at Rionette Tinker. He saw that Miss Messenger had already floated over, looking like she was facing a terrifying enemy. As for the surrounding darkness, it froze like a lake that had encountered a bitter cold. There was no longer any lightning streaking across the sky. Mysterious. Klein found a little sense of security as he recalled the form of address he had just heard. This wasn't unfamiliar to him, but the last person to address him in such a manner was the ancient god of the sun from more than 2,000 years ago, the City of Silver's creator. Before he died, he had sensed Klein's divination and shouted through space that couldn't be crossed. No way. The true creator is equivalent to the ancient god of the sun? No, he is only a sequence zero true god. He can't reach the level of the creator that I hypothesized. Furthermore, from Amon's attitude, the ancient god of the sun must have really perished. The true creator is the pitch-black infant that crawled out of the ancient god of the sun's stomach. He inherited a portion of the ancient god of the sun's characteristics and memories. He is a fallen body of this creator? Klein calmed his chaotic thoughts and stabilized his mental state, attempting to quickly find a solution to his current predicament. At this moment, inside the cloak formed by the curtain, the dark vortex spoke again. Go to the Giant King's court and meet Sasser. This sentence echoed in Klein's mind before shrinking together in the form of illusory words. It was wrapped in a layer of pitch-black mucous membrane, turning into a strange seed. The seed then fell into Klein's body and spirit body melting inside. Without waiting for Klein to respond, the dark vortex dissipated, and the cloak formed by the curtain lost its support and fell to the ground again. The will that descended from the true creator has corroded a portion of my spirit body and flesh, forcing me to have no choice but to go to the Giant King's court and open the palace where Dark Angel Sasser is sleeping. This is something that many deities pay attention to. After watching from the sidelines for a long time, the true creator finally found an opportunity to drive me to do it. Klein surveyed the area, summoned his past self, and picked up the curtain. Then, without hesitation, he said to Miss Messenger, "Let's leave now." The true creator had already sent a sliver of his will over, so would Amon be far away? In addition, Klein also attempted to seize the opportunity to enter the world above the gray fog and use the power of Sapphira Castle to remove the corruption he had suffered. All right. Rionette Tinker nodded, allowing the many beyonder characteristics left behind in the crater ruins to fly over and be contained by her. According to her and Klein's prior agreement, half of the spoils of war other than the high-level items of the seer would belong to her. She would have the first pick. After all, when dealing with Shaman King Klarman, Klein had also received payment. As for the remaining half of the spoils of war, Klein planned on sacrificing it to the Evernight goddess as a form of gratitude. Regardless of whether the deity needed it or not, he still had to go through the necessary procedures. He still had to express his gratitude. After cleaning up the battlefield, Rionette Tinker entered the iron cigar case in Klein's pocket and possessed the surface of the gold coin. Klein didn't immediately seal it. He raised the Staff of the Stars and constructed a scene in his mind. It was one of the scenes he had memorized while surveying the terrain. As the gem flashed, his figure disappeared from the crater ruins and moved into the distance. After a few seconds, the air fluctuated as a tiny creature that was difficult to see with the naked eye crawled out. The creature rapidly expanded, turning into Amon wearing a pointed hat and a classic black robe. Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye and curled the corners of his mouth. He chuckled and said, "Finally, someone has to open that door." After 2 consecutive teleportations, Klein took out the iron cigar case that Miss Messenger was hiding in and used the Staff of the Stars to create several layers of seals, the kind that would be removed the moment he touched it. Right on the heels of that, he entered the fog of history and ran all the way to before the first epoch. Relying on his unanswered prayers, he instantly entered the world above the gray fog through the summoning of Sapphira Castle. As the roars and ravings echoed, he felt the corroded portion of his spirit body gather together and curl into a ball. After dissolving layer after layer, he managed to maintain his stability and didn't completely evaporate. Is this the power and level of a true deity? Yes, and it's a true deity who wields the domain of degeneration. Klein sat in the seat belonging to the fool and frowned as he observed his condition. The corrosion created by the true creator wasn't powerful. If they were to leave the protection of Klein's spirit body, they wouldn't be able to last long above the gray fog. This was also the main reason why Klein dared to directly enter Sapphira Castle. However, unless Klein planned on dying again, he wouldn't be able to bypass his spirit body and remove the corroded portions. With the help of divination and other abilities, Klein quickly figured out the various effects of the corrosion. It wouldn't mutate, nor would it send any information to the true creator, nor would it interfere with Klein's actions. It would only continue to exert guidance in the sense of mysticism, making Klein have no choice but to head to the Giant King's court and open the palace where Dark Angel Sasser was sleeping. It's both mental and fate. When I become a miracle invoker and obtain the level of an angel, I should be able to remove this corruption once I gain control of Sapphira Castle. However, if I want to become a miracle invoker and obtain the level of an angel, I have to head to the Giant King's court and open the door to that palace to help the City of Silver find a way out of the forsaken land of the gods. As Klein pondered, he revealed a bitter smile. Fortunately, this was something he was prepared to do, so it didn't burden him with any additional burdens. Following that, Klein summoned the unshadowed crucifix from the fog of history and attempted to use the power of Sapphira Castle to push it to purify his body of flesh and blood. Unfortunately, the corroded portions of his body were similarly clumped together, preventing him from completely removing them. This also made him truly understand how terrifying a sequence 0 was. Unless I'm in a desperate situation, I can't pray to an evil god like the true creator. Klein shook his head and returned to the real world. He sacrificed the curtain above the gray fog. It does contain an attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic and a miracle invoker beyond her characteristic. There's even a scholar of yore and a Bizarro sorcerer's. Its level is rather high. I can't directly shatter it with the power of Sapphira Castle that I can currently use. However, because this place seems to be at the highest level of the seer pathway, I can effectively suppress it. Through the accumulation of time, I can slowly melt and split it apart. The first thing to be split apart should be the attendant of mystery's characteristic. The rest can be used to concoct a potion. Yes, it doesn't have any living characteristics. The one I just summoned has already disappeared. Klein held the translucent black velvet curtain and looked at it repeatedly for a while. Then he mobilized Sapphira Castle and conjured an iron pot that was boiling with invisible power. After staring at it for a few seconds, Klein threw the curtain into the iron pot and pressed the layers of seals onto it. In about 3 to 4 days, the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic would be melted and decomposed. After throwing in the supplementary ingredients, it would belong to the miracle invoker potion, which included sequence 9 to sequence 2. Looking around, Klein raised his right hand and grabbed a piece of paper from the junk pile. This was one of his other preparations. He had spent a large amount of time in advance, paying the price of repeated failures to successfully summon 0-08 once. He used the quill to write down the reasonable reaction that the dark, demonic wolf should have. This was to prevent the other party from not playing according to the rules in the initial stages, causing the plan to fail. With this short script, it was very reasonable for the dark, demonic wolf to be attracted by Klein's strange actions and not extinguish the prayer point of light immediately. Similarly, without knowing how many enemies there were or what abilities the other party had, it was very reasonable for the dark, demonic wolf to not flee in a hurry. Instead, it created a complete independent nation to cut off any possible reinforcements. With a flick of his wrist, Klein burned the piece of paper. Then he busily sacrificed the sealed iron cigar case to Sapphira Castle. He also responded to Miss Magician's prayers and conveyed World's words. Magician's furs didn't dare to be negligent. She immediately got up and used her record beyond her powers to grab forward, dragging out the German sparrow from history. Klein then teleported to an empty room in a nearby inn. He set up a ritual and brought the iron cigar case back to reality, releasing Rionette Tinker. After thanking Miss Messenger and watching her take away half of the Beyonder characteristics, Klein changed the ritual and began to sacrifice to the Evernight goddess. At the end of the ritual, he prayed in anticipation, "I pray for a hint to purify the corrosive powers in my body." From his point of view, only an existence at the level of the Evernight goddess could deal with the corrosive powers given by the true creator. If the goddess agreed, Klein planned on descending to return his corporeal spirit body to Bakelin to be purified. As for how to remove the corroded parts of his body, he temporarily had no idea, as Klein said that a blob of darkness enveloped the altar. When the darkness disappeared, the Beyonder characteristics were all gone. Apart from that, there were no hints left. From the looks of it, I can only rely on myself. Klein wasn't depressed. He raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise manner, drawing the crimson moon. Praise the lady. His gratitude was very sincere. After all, he had received quite a lot of help. After dealing with the aftermath, Klein's historical void projection vanished, and his main body returned to the forsaken land of the gods. He held the lantern he had taken from the past and looked at the silent wilderness illuminated by the dim yellow light. He felt his body and mind relax a lot as he couldn't help but sigh. Finally, P.S. Requesting monthly votes on the last day of January, right? There's an early update at midnight. Chapter 1281. In the primitive jungle outside Byam in the Rorstad archipelago, the leaders of the resistance army gathered in a cave and looked respectfully at the blessed of the sea god, who was wearing a black cloak and had yellow eyebrows and deep blue eyes. "Lord Donis, this is an opportunity." Kalat, who had a shaved head and sat in a wheelchair with a green beard, said excitedly. His partner, Edmonton, whose face was smeared with short red lines, followed closely. "Lord Donis, according to the feedback from our intelligence personnel, the situation in Byam is very chaotic. Be it the Church of the Storm or the Governor General's office, they are all anxious because the Fasak army has besieged Bakeland." Having said that, Edmonton looked at Kalat, allowing the person in charge of the corresponding field who knew the situation better to give a more detailed description. Kalat looked at the solemn Lord Donis and deliberated over his words. There are already differences among them. Some want to transfer the strength of the colony back to Bakeland, while others want to defend this place and use it as a spark for revival. Such differences have caused the military and the Beyonders of the Church of the Storm to be at a loss. There are loopholes in all aspects. Lord Donnes, this is our opportunity. We can completely agree to the conditions of the Faesac and Fanapotter Navy and cooperate with them to attack Byam and take back the country that belongs to us. It's indeed an opportunity, but is this something I can decide? I'm not stupid. Donnes quietly listened to the statements of the resistance leaders and muttered inwardly. As an Intis person, a famous pirate and a treasure hunter, he didn't have any mental burdens when it came to attacking the Rouen colony. He didn't have any hesitation. Of course, he didn't have a strong sense of belonging to the Republic of Intis. Even when he occasionally worked as a part-time pirate, he preferred to target Intis merchants because they carried more valuable luxury goods with them. There was only one reason why Donnes didn't agree to the resistance leaders' request on the spot. As a conspirer, he knew very well what his position was: a human-shaped microphone, a tool responsible for passing messages between German Sparrow and the leader of the resistance army. There's a high chance that Gehrman is from Rouen. If I were to agree to it directly, I might not be able to see the sun tomorrow. However, he doesn't seem to care about Rouen at all. T. We can't be fooled by superficial appearances. Donnes cleared his throat and looked around. This matter is of great importance. Prepare a clean and peaceful altar for me immediately. I want to pray to God. In an organization that generally believed in the sea god, such a request didn't surprise Calotte, Edmonton, and the others. It was even in line with their expectations. Therefore, they immediately arranged for people to prepare for the sacrifice. The Rorstad Archipelago's resistance can't sit still either. They themselves have the support of Faesac, Intis, and Fanapotter countries. That's why they're able to hold on and not be wiped out by Rouen and the three churches. I even got them to extract quite a lot of subsidies from the various countries. After hearing Donna's prayer, Klein sighed. Sitting in the ancient palace, he tapped the edge of the long mottled table in front of him. After a few seconds of thought, he conjured the word German Sparrow. This crazy adventurer immediately assumed a praying posture and said in a deep voice, "Make use of the current situation to directly negotiate with the upper echelons of the Church of the Storm and the Rorstad Governor-General's office and exert the necessary pressure. The goal is to force them to back down and accept the idea of the Rorstad people governing the Rorstad archipelago. The resistance can guarantee most of the benefits that Rouen currently has, allowing them to transfer troops and Beyonders back to Bakeland with peace of mind inside the clean and tidy altar. Donnes, who had received the feedback, straightened his back. He turned around, cast his gaze at the rebel leaders waiting outside, and said with a solemn expression, "Don't worry." He said with a solemn expression, "I have received a revelation. God told us that every one of his people is precious. Don't sacrifice them for unnecessary wars. We will never lightly start a war, but we will not be afraid of war either. In short, we will first try to use the current situation and our forces to negotiate with the Rouen, forcing them to make concessions that can satisfy most of us. If that doesn't work, then we will consider war. God said, remember hatred, but don't be blinded by it. The people around you and a beautiful future are the most important." After becoming a conspirer, Donnes realized that his ability to fabricate reasons and persuade others was increasing. Many a time, ideas would form as soon as he opened his mouth. Calotte, Edmonton, and the other leaders of the resistance had a deep hatred for the Rouen colonists. But Sea God's words and Lord Donna's words had succeeded in making them waver. They had a clear understanding of how powerful Sea King was during this period of time. If the war were to develop to the point where both sides were enraged, the Blue Mountain Island where Byam was might be completely submerged by the seawater and become a ruin. All the locals would be dragged into the afterlife. The powerhouses of Faesac and Fanapotter did have the ability to prevent the situation from collapsing. But how much strength could they spare on a peripheral battlefield like the Rorstad archipelago? Calotte and the other leaders of the resistance didn't believe them too much. They believed that these fellows were essentially no different from the Ruan. They were all bandits from the northern continent who could tear off their masks at any time and become new colonists. After a moment of silence, Kalat, who was sitting in a wheelchair, looked at the man in a black cloak on the altar. "Lord Donis, we are willing to work hard for a peaceful resolution." He paused for a moment before continuing. "According to the intelligence, the one who has the final say in the Rorstad archipelago is Sea King John Cotman. It's best we negotiate with him directly." Donis nodded slightly. "That's exactly what I'm thinking. We need to send someone to Byam as a representative with full authority to face John Cotman." Just as he was about to ask who was willing to go, he suddenly realized that Kalat, Edmonton, and the others were looking at him. It was as though they were saying that the blessed of sea god, the relatively transcendent pirate of Intis, was the most suitable target. T. Donis cursed inwardly as he looked at everyone. His thoughts raced as he said, "Yes, this is an honor, but it also contains extreme danger. I know that some of you are filled with the spirit of sacrifice and want to make your due contributions. Why don't we do it this way? Let's draw lots to decide. That's the fairest way. I have no objections." Kalat and the others answered without hesitation. A few minutes later, Donis looked at the cards in his hand, and his facial muscles twitched indiscernibly. City of Silver, in the chief's room at the top of the spire, Colin Iliad cast his gaze at Derek Berg, who appeared stunted compared to his surroundings. "Are you ready?" Derek held the Thunder God's roar hammer that looked like a leg bone. It had a dark blue surface and was surrounded by lightning. He nodded heavily and said, "I'm ready." He didn't act like a beyonder from the sun domain at all. He looked more like a berserker. The white-haired Colin Iliad, who had an old scar on his face, shifted his gaze and looked at Lovia. "Are you ready?" Lovia, who had a head of silver-gray, curly hair and a pair of light-gray eyes, didn't wear her usual black robe with purple patterns. Instead, she had changed into a set of dark armor. She moved her head indiscernibly. "There's no problem." Demon Hunter Colin, who had become a silver knight, cast his gaze at the others in the room and asked if they were ready. After receiving an affirmative answer, Colin Iliad slowly walked to a wall, took down the 2 swords hanging on it, and carried them on his back. "Set off." The City of Silver's chief gave the order concisely. The exploration team he led would head to the afternoon town camp once again to further explore the Giant King's court and find a path that led to the real sea. Amidst the sound of metal armor clashing, Lovia, Derek, and the others silently followed behind the chief. They walked out of the room in a single file and walked down the stairs. On the way, they saw Waite Chermont and the other elders of the 6-member council, as well as the residents of the City of Silver who were maintaining order in the spire. These people were either leaning on the railings or waiting at the stairwell. Their expressions were abnormally solemn, as though they were sending off the exploration team that carried their hopes on their shoulders. No one spoke, and there was silence. However, when Colin Iliad, Derek Berg, and company passed by, the residents of the City of Silver raised their right arms and placed their fists in front of their foreheads. Amidst this action, Colin and the other members of the exploration team left the spire and arrived on the road. Then they lit lanterns made of animal skins. Under the dim yellow light, the residents of the City of Silver walked out of their houses and stopped by the side of the road. They looked at Derek and company with admiration and anticipation. One after another, they raised their right arms and placed their fists in front of their foreheads. Derek subconsciously straightened his back, his heart burning with passion. Just like that, the exploration team followed the road to the city gate under the escort of the crowd and walked out of the City of Silver. As though they had a tacit understanding, the moment Colin, Derek, Lovia, and company left the protection of the city wall, they turned back to look at their hometown that they had guarded in the darkness for 2,584 years. They saw that the residents of the City of Silver hadn't left. They were all standing near the city gate, looking at them. With a whoosh, the black mass of people raised their right arms and placed their fists in front of their foreheads. This was not only an expression of the highest respect, but also the deepest blessing. Cullen Iliad stared silently for a few seconds before closing his eyes. He raised his right arm and suddenly waved it down. "Let's go." Derek and company immediately turned around, carrying the animal hide lanterns that emitted a faint yellow light. They silently and firmly stepped onto the path that was shrouded in darkness. Destination: Giant King's Court. PS. First day of February. Updated in advance. Requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 1282. This month coincides with the new year and the pandemic. Both my work and my mental state are unstable. Thank you for giving me time to rest. I will be back to writing double chapters on February 3rd. As for the summary of the content, I intend to end the detailed part at the end of this chapter. Since I'm about to enter the last chapter, I'll just say a few words here. As I said before, I will learn from the lessons of my previous life and arcana in this book. I will not let many of the characters I created in the early stages be abandoned by the plot and gradually weaken and lose their color. Actually, this is something that can't be helped, because if I give the supporting characters the same treatment as the main characters, people will feel that it's unfair. They will feel that I'm giving too many golden fingers or giving too much space. They will feel cumbersome, heavy, dragging, and bloated. However, if I don't do this, it will be difficult for the supporting characters to keep up with the main character's speed, and they will inevitably lose their sense of existence. Before writing mysteries, in order to solve this problem and other creative problems, I came up with a leveling system of potions, sequences, and acting. On one hand, I can ensure that there will be enough changes and new things with each leveling up, and on the other hand, I can reasonably make the supporting characters grow faster. Actually, the source of inspiration for many of my settings is to solve these problems. Similarly, the setting of tarot is actually to better control the supporting characters. Through them, I can show different cross-sections and become little Kuz arms and roots. Therefore, in the later stages of writing mysteries, I have been warning myself that I must stay calm and develop the sidelines of the supporting characters. Of course, this is indeed very difficult to write, because the later stages, there will be more and more supporting characters. When the lines are intertwined, it will be really huge and difficult to control. Moreover, it will obviously slow down the pace and reduce the attractiveness of the plot. In addition, the creation of different characters and sequences can't be the same. If everyone has ups and downs, twists and turns, and there is great terror between life and death, then it will be meaningless and will lose its uniqueness. Some characters need to settle their hearts over and over again, accumulating small amounts of strength and then exploding it. Thank you all for your support in January. Thank you all for subscribing and voting. The average subscription is just over 97,000. Okay, I will continue to ask for monthly votes in February. P.S. Today's update has been sent. Chapter 1283. Boom! Boom! In an underground shelter in Bakeland, Audrey, who was dressed in hunting gear, listened to the distant explosion. When she turned around, she happened to see Melissa looking at her in confusion. The girl, who had just come of age, asked in a dreamy tone, "Miss Audrey, will the war end if we are completely defeated?" "Miss Audrey, will the war end if we are completely defeated? Will we no longer have to worry about the bombardment and lack of food?" Audrey took a deep look at her and said, "But if that happens, you will have to change your faith." Melissa hesitated, unsure of how to answer. At this moment, a commoner curled up by the wall blurted out, "I believe in the god of steam and machinery. Even if Fasak and Intis win, I don't need to change my faith." When the time came, life would return to its original warm and peaceful state. These words stirred many of the commoners hiding in the shelter. They frequently whispered to each other, discussing the possible developments. There was no lack of believers of Evernight among them. To most people, faith wasn't that important compared to their lives. After all, the one who ultimately protected them was still a true deity. The police officers who maintained order in the shelter didn't stop the commotion from spreading. They watched everything coldly from the sidelines, even with some anticipation. But what the defeated will endure is definitely crueler than you can imagine. It's not something that can be summarized with a change of faith, be it the lessons given by history or the conclusion deduced from the human heart. It made Audrey more pessimistic than anyone else here. She surveyed the area and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The goddess's anchor has begun to waver on a large scale. If it wasn't for the support of the food previously distributed, it might have completely collapsed, and Audrey knew very well what the situation meant. She closed her eyes, raised her face slightly, and muttered to herself silently. The battle of gods is about to begin. The final outcome was about to be revealed. After nodding at Melissa, Audrey turned around and left the area, arriving at the exit of the shelter. The golden retriever, Susie, was squatting there like a qualified guard. "You don't seem to want to go back?" Susie's nose twitched as she asked in a low voice. Audrey hid in this shelter when the siege began. She didn't have time to return to her mansion in Empress Borough. As the war calmed down a little, Earl Hall had sent people to urge her to go home and go to the sanctuary that belonged to the nobles. Audrey shook her head and said with a faint smile, "I have to do something I should do." Without waiting for Susie to respond, she smiled and said, "You will stay here in my place and secretly calm their emotions. Don't let any disturbances happen here. If they want to touch you, you can let them." Susie hesitated for 2 seconds. "All right." Audrey didn't say anything else and left the shelter through the exit. The guards completely ignored her. The sky outside was dark and gloomy. Many buildings had already collapsed and were burning with flames that were about to extinguish. The streets were empty. There were no carriages or pedestrians. This was completely different from Audrey's impression of Bakeland. Originally, Bakeland was blue, yellow, and beige. It was lively, prosperous, and full of vitality. But now it was gray, black, and scarlet. It was withered, messy, and somewhat dead. Looking left and right, Audrey, who was dressed in hunting attire, determined her direction and walked towards the edge of the city. What she wanted to do was simple: join the war and do her best to help the Rouen forces not collapse before the War of Gods ended. If the victor of the War of Gods was the opposing side, she would use various methods such as Q, hypnosis, and mental plague to eliminate the venting emotions of the soldiers, officers, and beyonders, reducing the damage brought about by the war. Amidst the swaying flames, Audrey quickly passed through them and headed into the distance. Rorstead Archipelago, City of Generosity, Byam, in a room high above the Cathedral of Waves. Draped in a black cloak, Donnes met the famous cardinal of the Church of the Storm, the high-ranking deacon of the mandated punishers, see King John Cotman. Glancing at the other party's muscles that completely propped up his priest robe, Donnes swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. After some deliberation, he said, "I bring goodwill." For some reason, he felt his skin go numb, as though there was an invisible bolt of lightning leaping over him. "Goodwill?" The tall, burly, and well-defined John Cotman grunted. If it wasn't for the fact that fellows of the sailor pathway are more irritable, often unable to tell the difference between a joke and a mockery. Once they erupt in anger, they don't even consider the bigger picture. Why would I need to speak like this? T. Donnes mumbled, maintained a smile, and explained the resistance's intentions. John Cotman stared at the great pirate who had left the Golden Dream. He suddenly scoffed. "You're right. If we were to withdraw most of our forces, will you be able to defend Byam and the archipelago? If we can't defend it, and the combined fleet of Faysac and Fainapotter breaks through the defensive line, how will we ensure the interests of the Rouen immigrants?" As the demigod involved, he was extremely certain that sea god Cavituous had perished. However, he didn't know who was currently bearing the title of sea god, and if he had the ability to protect the Rorstead archipelago. That's a good question. A question means that there's a chance of a successful negotiation. In fact, Donnes hadn't thought about how the resistance would resist the Faysac and Fainapotter people after Rouen mobilized powerhouses to reinforce Bakeland. He fully believed that German Sparrow and Mr. Fool backing him had the ability to protect this place. As thoughts raced through his mind, Danes looked at the oppressive Sea King. "I will pray to my lord and ask him to protect the Rorstad archipelago." "Oh." Sea King John Cotman narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. The aura that came from the tyrant pathway made Danes involuntarily take 2 steps back. He lowered his head and prayed on the spot. "Blessed of the sea and the spirit world, protector of the Rorstad archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, master of tsunamis and storms, great Cavituous, please descend your power and protect the archipelago." After praying, Danes carefully cast his gaze out the window, but he didn't discover anything abnormal. John Cotman sized him up for a few seconds and said, "Your god doesn't seem to be responding to you, ahem." Danes cleared his throat and felt his heart beat like a drum. Ahem. Danitz cleared his throat and felt his heart beat like a drum. At this moment, the sky outside suddenly darkened, as though a large number of dark clouds had flown over. Blotting out the sun, Sea King John Cotman instinctively turned his head and looked out the window. He saw a shadow cast over the area where the sea and sky met. With his control over the archipelago's waters, the overall situation quickly surfaced in the mind of the Church of the Storm Cardinal. The Rorstad archipelago and the surrounding waters were shrouded in a thick fog, turning indistinct and surreal. A seabird flew past and attempted to land on the harbor's cliff, but it directly passed through and failed to stop. The ordinary people in the archipelago continued their normal lives, but they felt that another storm was coming. John Cotman's dark blue pupils dilated significantly as he subconsciously turned his head to look at blazing Danes, who claimed to be sea gods blessed. Danes' mouth was slightly agape, and he forgot to close it. The degree of surprise he felt wasn't any less than that of the Sea King. A few seconds later, the fog dissipated and the shadows faded. Everything in the Rorstad archipelago was restored to its original state. Danes blinked, and when Sea King John Cotman looked over again, he chuckled and said, "My lord has answered my prayers." As he spoke, the pirate, with a bounty of more than 10,000 pounds, slapped himself in his heart. T. How dare you doubt Mr. Fool? Is this the might of Mr. Fool? John Cotman fell silent for a few seconds before saying, "I will carefully consider your suggestion." "I'll seriously consider your suggestion. I'll immediately gather a few important figures in Byam to discuss this matter. I'll give you an answer in an hour." Danes raised his chin slightly and laughed. "I will wait patiently." With that said, he followed his instincts as a hunter, casually bowed, turned around, and walked out of the room. Amidst the creaking sound, silver bolts of lightning lit up in John Cotman's blue eyes. Above the gray fog in the ancient palace, Klein threw the curtain in his hand back into the metal pot and sealed it again. He had just used the powers of a sequence, one attendant of mysteries, to respond by mobilizing the powers of Sapphira Castle, creating an effect that shocked even Sea King John Cotman. In another half a day, the attendant of mysteries Beyonder characteristic will be dissected, and the rest can be used to concoct the miracle invoker potion. Yes, when I'm only left with sequence 2, I can attempt to use the powers of Sapphira Castle to shatter and reassemble it. In a short period of time, I can extract the Beyonder characteristics of Scholar of Yore and Bizarro Sorcerer to reduce the risks brought about by the potion. After muttering a few words, Klein quickly returned to the real world. He wasn't in the dark wilderness, but the Giant King's court that was frozen in dusk. He had entered the Giant King's court before the City of Silver's expedition team arrived at the afternoon town camp. In the orange light, Klein felt his body decline and exhaustion as he cast his gaze at the magnificent and beautiful buildings high above. The countless palaces and towers still had the afterglow of the Second Epoch, as though they were the embodiment of a myth. No, this is a myth. Klein planned on attempting to open the palace where Dark Angel Sasser was sleeping before the City of Silver's expedition team officially took action. This way, if anything were to happen, the City of Silver's expedition team would still have the time to make targeted preparations. As for Klein himself, he would definitely be much safer than others because he was using a historical void projection. P.S. Requesting for a guaranteed monthly ticket for February. I'll be able to resume 2 updates tomorrow. PS2. Reagan's new book, Counting Romantic Figures. Historical officialdom nurturing. If you like this type of book, you can add it to your collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 1284. Due to the City of Silver's previous exploration, Klein knew which places were dangerous and how to avoid them. It didn't take long for him to follow the small path, passing through the waning forest, the barren tunnel, and the ancient elevator to arrive at the place where the keepers lived. After waiting for a while, when the curtain above the gray fog split into 2 and separated the attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic, Klein reached out and dragged his past self out. He wasn't sure if the other divine kingdoms would isolate the fog of history, but at the very least the Giant King's court, which had lost its owner and no one to maintain it, didn't pose any obstacles to his attempts. Unfortunately, this matter involves too high a level. I can't get any results from divination. Otherwise, I would feel more at ease. Klein shook his head and muttered silently to himself. He wasn't in a hurry to jump into the fog of history. He first took out 2 items and handed them to his projection. One of them was a dark black wooden box. Inside it was the ashes of giant guardian Gorozel. Klein had never forgotten his promise. He had originally planned on handing Rozel's ashes to Little Sun on his second exploration of the Giant King's court and get him to help bury him. However, due to various matters, Klein had come directly to the forsaken land of the gods and entered the Giant King's court. As for the ashes of the ascetic, Snowman, Klein planned on scattering them into the Golden Sea when he left the forsaken land of the gods. It was the divine blood of the ancient sun god. After handing over the urn and the black iron key from Vice Admiral Iceberg, Klein followed his usual routine and jumped into the fog. He ran to the fragment of light from before the first epoch, allowing his consciousness to naturally shift to the projection he had summoned. This projection didn't hold the staff of the stars, only creeping hunger. As there was still quite a distance from here to the palace where the Giant King lived, and there were many giant golems obstructing him, Klein couldn't guarantee that he could reach his destination in 5 minutes. Right on the heels of that, he made the glove on his left hand turn transparent, and he vanished from the spot. In the next second, Klein appeared outside the guard's residence with a huge black iron key. He didn't teleport too far away. Yes, most of the powers in the Giant King's court have clearly declined. Only the guards recognized by the Divine Kingdom can produce a relatively normal standard. Beyonder powers similar to teleportation are also suppressed. I can only blink in a relatively small area. From the looks of it, even if I summon the Staff of the Stars, I won't be able to use the corresponding scene outlined in my mind to directly descend outside the Giant King's palace. As expected of a former divine kingdom of an ancient god, Klein seriously observed the effects of the environment. After making a preliminary judgment, he turned around and walked back to the inside of the guard's residence. He opened the wooden box in his right hand and spread the ashes of Gurozel to every corner with a solemn expression. According to the scene he saw in Rozel's dream, this guard's residence was where the giant had lived for a long time. It was the home he had the deepest impression of and was most fond of. It could be imagined that back in ancient times, Gurozel and the other rational giant guardians would rest here, fooling around, exchanging rumors, discussing music, and pondering over fun games. They didn't have to worry about food or illness, and they lived every day happily as Klein's hand trembled. The dust scattered, landing on the walls, ground, bedside, tables, chairs, and stone pillars. The orange-red light outside the window shone eternally, making everything appear peaceful. When Klein scattered the last bit of ashes, the dusk suddenly thickened a little, making the dust in different spots fuse with the orange-red color. becoming a part of the divine kingdom. Klein closed his eyes, as though he could sense Roselle's joy. A wanderer who had been forced to leave his hometown for more than 3,000 years had finally returned to the place he missed day and night. The dusk's light softened, making Klein feel that he was no longer being rejected. It's equivalent to being acknowledged to a certain extent. I've become a partially accepted guard. Klein emanated his spirituality and confirmed the changes. He didn't stay any longer. Using creeping hunger and the path that the City of Silver's expedition team had previously explored, he constantly flashed around, sometimes taking a detour, and sometimes dragging out the unshadowed crucifix. He passed through the secret hall without any difficulty and arrived beside the Giant King's residence. On the left was a row of huge stone pillars that formed a railing. Outside the railing was an orange-red cloud and the gently surging deep blue sea. Taking a deep breath, Klein returned to the hall he had just come out of. He reached out and dragged out his marionette, Anuni, who had once belonged to him and had yet to be parasitized. Even if he used a historical projection, he didn't want to open the door himself. Looking at the slightly dazed Anuni, Klein handed the gigantic black iron key under his armpit to him and controlled him to leave the hall. He walked along the railing formed by the stone pillars and walked all the way to the tallest and most magnificent building in the Giant King's court. The dusk's light seemed corporeal as it covered the surface of the palace, bringing with it a strong sense of decline. It was as if everything in the world was about to come to an end. On both sides of the palace, there was a steeple on one side and a round tower on the other. The main door was grayish-blue in color and was covered in symmetrical, mysterious symbols. Its overall height exceeded 10 meters. On the left side of the door, at a height of 3 to 4 meters, there was a pitch-black hole about the size of an adult's fist. Anuni stared at it for a few seconds before raising the black iron key that resembled a 7-stringed instrument and placing it into the deep hole in front of him. They were so compatible that they didn't leave any gaps. As the gigantic black iron key sank into the deep hole, Klein, who was in the nearby hall, held his breath, prepared to remove his existence at any moment. With a click, the black iron key in Anuni's hand touched the bottom. It suddenly turned soft, as though it had fused with the hole as it emitted grayish-blue beams of light. The various symbols, labels, and patterns on the door lit up and protruded. All the light quickly intertwined and pressed down heavily, causing the grayish-blue palace's main door to slowly open. The gap in the door widened as Anuni's eyes suddenly reflected a turbulent, pitch-black, viscous, and illusory sea. Not good. Klein's heart stirred as a strong sense of danger surged in his mind. Without any hesitation, his consciousness returned to his body and severed the connection with his historical void projection. In the next second, his vision suddenly darkened as he felt a sharp pain in his left head. It was as though someone had stabbed a red-hot iron rod into it and kept stirring it. At the same time, indiscernible ravings echoed in his ears. They seemed to come from an era even more ancient than ancient times. Klein's expression instantly contorted, making him look abnormally ferocious. He could still barely maintain his rationality, but he no longer had the strength to stay in the historical fragment. Silently, Klein landed back in the residence of the Giant King's court's guardian. With a thought, he was about to enter the world above the gray fog. Before planning to do such a dangerous thing, he had no doubt found reasons and excuses to arrange for the members of the Tarot to pray in order to awaken Sapphira Castle's automatic summoning ability. This allowed him to return above the gray fog without taking 4 steps counterclockwise and reciting the incantation in times of danger. However, just as Klein's spirit body saw the grayish-white fog and heard the familiar roar, he felt the repulsion from Sapphira Castle. It was unknown whose orders it had received, but it had actually stopped Klein from entering. In Klein's astonishment, he realized that a black shadow had passed him and was heading straight for Sapphira Castle. This wasn't a mon, but a shadow that had an aura that was completely identical to his own. Subconsciously, Klein influenced Sapphira Castle and gave a thought of rejection. Then he succeeded. The shadow was also blocked by the grayish-white fog. Right on the heels of that, he and the shadow fell back into the real world. After his spirit body returned to his body, Klein bent his back in pain like a curled-up shrimp. Pah! The half-top hat on his head fell to the ground. After a few seconds, Klein finally recovered. He slowly straightened his body and cast his gaze at a glass window made of orange gems. The window vaguely reflected his current appearance. With the bridge of his nose as the boundary, the right side of his face was the same as usual, while the left side of his face had countless things crawling in and out. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly. He hurriedly took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and regained his control as a clown. A clear image of his appearance appeared in his mind. Dressed in a black trench coat, the black-haired, brown-eyed, angular German sparrow's right face remained the same. The left side of his face had already turned translucent, formed from twisted maggots. Looking down, his neck was in a similar state. It was the same for his body that was covered by his clothes. On the verge of losing control. Hiss! I need to resist the strong inclination towards madness. Why is this happening? Klein suddenly sensed something and instinctively lowered his head to look at his feet. It was empty, lacking the shadow that should have existed. The orange light of dusk shone in from outside the window, but it failed to create any shadow beside Klein. Haha, I understand. Klein bent his back and let out an uncontrollable laugh. He suspected that the seawater that surged out from the Giant King's palace had not only drowned his marionette and historical projection, but it had also used the latter to slice off his shadow, causing his spirit to lose its integrity. He was unable to completely suppress the inclination towards losing control, and that shadow was equivalent to a fraction of him. It could also affect Sapphira Castle, so it resulted in a situation where neither side could reach above the gray fog. As long as I get rid of that shadow, the problem will be resolved. The right side of Klein's forehead twitched as he straightened his back. At this moment, the orange-red light that shone in from outside was dyed gold, turning rather resplendent. This made the entire Giant King's court seem to return from dusk to noon. Klein's heart stirred as he cast his gaze out the window. A scene vaguely surfaced in his mind. In front of the tallest and most magnificent building in the Giant King's court, Marionette and Ninny stood there, facing the open door. It was dark inside the door, and he couldn't see anything clearly. Suddenly, Anuni turned around and looked down. His face was covered in a shadow, and his hair had turned dark black. It draped over his shoulders and was slightly curled. Pairs of illusory black wings spread out from his back. In a nearby hall, a pure shadow with its lower body stuck to the stone bricks and its upper body upright swam out. P.S. 2 updates will be resumed today. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1285. It's not Dark Angel Sasser. Marionette and Nuni's projection was corroded by the power that surged out from the Giant King's residence, turning into a monster that I can't understand at the moment. Furthermore, it looks like it can exist for a long period of time. Perhaps it has some of Sasser's will. Klein covered his face with his left hand, allowing worms of spirit to burrow through the gaps between his fingers. What he couldn't understand the most was another matter. He had clearly opened the palace where the dark angels slept, but the deities and kings of angels that were watching didn't react at all. According to Klein's thoughts, when the turbulent sea surged out, be it the true creator, the god of knowledge and wisdom, blasphemer Amon, or Amon's brother, who had been hiding behind the scenes, they would immediately descend or appear to confirm Dark Angel Sasser's current state or snatch the corresponding items. To his surprise, the entire Giant King's court was silent without any external influence. Could it be that they are still waiting for me to enter the Giant King's residence and make contact with Heaven's deputy? Yes, the true creator said that he wants to meet Sasser. The parts of my spirit body and body that have been corroded have yet to return to normal. This means that the true creator's goal hasn't been achieved. As Klein's thoughts raced, he realized that he couldn't control his emotions, be it anger, sadness, worry, or gloom. He couldn't help but smile and laugh. The only thing he was glad about was that this didn't affect his brain. He could still think and use all sorts of beyonder powers. However, at times he would suddenly go crazy and become rash and radical. I wonder if a demigod in the mind domain has a way to treat such a situation. After all, the sealed artifacts or beyonder characteristics I can summon can't do it. This is a sign of a spirit losing its integrity. If I don't resolve the split shadow, I probably won't be able to completely treat it. However, perhaps there's a way to temporarily return me to normal. For example, a virtual persona to make up for the incomplete parts? Unfortunately, I can't enter Sapphira Castle. Klein's thoughts were in a mess as the scenes that surfaced in his mind gradually disappeared. He then picked up the half-top hat that had fallen to the ground and wore it on his head. Then, through the huge glass window made from orange gems, he observed the changes in the entire Giant King's court. Unlike before, there was now an illusory sun in the sky, allowing the grand buildings that were frozen in dusk to enjoy the sunlight of noon. The giant golems guarding the palaces seemed to have put on a cloak made of shadows. Anuni, who had black wings on his back, and the pure shadow that originally belonged to Klein jumped over the railing and glided over. Klein narrowed his eyes and subconsciously took a few steps forward, intending to fight the enemy. But very soon he came back to himself and examined his current situation. He quickly retreated to the ancient elevator, moved the switch, and landed in the desolate tunnel. Then Klein blinked to the vicinity of the waning forest and ran all the way to the edge of the Giant King's court. He intuitively believed that, in his current state, he wouldn't be able to defeat the mutated Anuni and his separated shadow. Of course, if it was just the latter, he was more confident. After arriving at the edge of the bright sunlight, Klein turned his head and realized that Anuni, who had layers of wings on his back, and his shadow hadn't chased after him. It was as if there was a limit to their range of activity. I can't leave the Giant King's residence. Or is it because Dark Angel Sasser is too far away? Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, he saw the illusory sun in the sky suddenly jump from the center to the west. The colors of dusk once again enveloped the divine kingdom. Klein vigilantly observed everything and wasn't in a hurry to leave the Giant King's court. Not long after, the illusory sun fell into the palace where Dark Angel Sasser was sleeping. Darkness became the ruler of the Giant King's court. This darkness was different from a normal night. There was no moon or starlight, only blurry shadows. Standing in such darkness, Klein had a nagging feeling that someone was sticking to him from behind, but he clearly knew that it was an illusion, so he didn't turn around blindly. A few minutes later, the illusory sun rose, and the light of dawn dispelled the darkness. The power that surged out from the dark angel's slumber changed the ancient god's divine kingdom, the Giant King's court. This is a power that's close to that of a true god. At the very least, it has to grasp the uniqueness. But which pathway's uniqueness is it? The changes produced are blazing sun, darkness, degeneration, and mutation. This is a little contradictory. It doesn't seem to be derived from a single uniqueness. Furthermore, the uniqueness of the sun pathway is definitely with the eternal, blazing sun. The darkness brought about by shadow and degeneration undoubtedly belongs to the true creator. When I opened the door, I saw an illusory, pitch-black, sticky sea. It's related to the Chaos Sea? Klein shook his head and continued observing, waiting for the City of Silver's expedition team to rendezvous. Bakeland, at the edge of the city. As soon as Audrey entered, she realized that the fog had become abnormally thick, to the point where she couldn't see her target clearly beyond 5 meters. A howling wind blew, tearing through the fog. From time to time, it would give her a clear vision, but it would quickly be filled by the surging white. Audrey's eyes suddenly turned golden. allowing her to see further. As she carefully walked, the fog in front of her suddenly thinned significantly. At the same time, her beyonder powers began to fade. Mysterious weakening. Some of the concepts and information that Mr. World had once mentioned flashed through Audrey's mind. Boom! 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 The cannons that belonged to Bakeland roared crazily in front of them, sending cannonballs that were either scarlet, ghostly blue, silver white, or black as they whizzed towards the enemy camp. But in the next second, these cannonballs encountered an invisible barrier and exploded in midair, shaking the transparent wall. At this moment, a slightly blurry, gigantic figure appeared in the thick fog in the distance. He was humanoid in shape, but he was more than 10 meters tall. 2 arms extended from his ribs and waist, emitting a rich darkness. For some reason, the appearance of this mythical figure caused a commotion among the FASAC and INTIS allied forces. Every soldier and officer felt as though they had returned to their childhood. They were walking alone on a dark path with no one around them. Everything was silent, making them feel uneasy from the bottom of their hearts. The fear of the unknown, the fear that stemmed from their imaginations, instantly caused their emotions to collapse. They turned around and prepared to escape. At this moment, a bright ray of sunlight shone on them, allowing them to see the light and giving them courage. However, there were still a small number of soldiers who couldn't control themselves. They shouted "Mother," or a female's name in an attempt to escape the battlefield. Bang! Bang! Amidst the dense gunshots, these soldiers fell to the ground, their bodies blooming with flowers of blood. They then fell to the ground and twitched slightly before they stopped moving. No one cared what their names were, nor did anyone know what their past was. Immediately following that, under the commander's orders, the invisible barrier that enveloped the INTIS and FASAC allied forces was opened. Scarlet flaming spears leaped out in a dense barrage, shooting towards the Rouen camp in a manner that blotted out the sky. Just as these flaming spears approached the target, they suddenly turned chaotic. They scattered in all directions and stabbed into the ground, creating pitch-black holes one after another. This was the first time Audrey had seen such a large-scale use of beyonder powers. She was momentarily shocked. She couldn't help but think of the people she knew and the roles they played in this battle. Glaint and the other young nobles had joined the army and held different ranks of officers. They were scattered in different parts of the battlefield and could be killed at any time. The magicians had left Bakeland with Judgment's family and hid in a small city in East Chester County. As a middle-ranking member of MI9, Judgment was secretly resisting the infiltration of Beyonders from FASAC, INTIS, and other countries into Bakeland. The Star led the official Beyonders to seal off the various cathedrals of the Church of Steam to maintain the stability of the city. Saint Anthony and the other demigods of the Church of Evernight, the Church of the Storm, the royal family, and the military formed the final line of defense for Bakeland. The Sanguine is currently maintaining their neutrality. A few seconds later, Audrey reined in her thoughts and prepared to use psychological invisibility to sneak into the enemy's camp and spread mental plague. Suddenly, her spiritual perception stirred as she cast her gaze further away. In the thick fog, a rather blurry and thick tentacle wrapped in countless silver bolts of lightning rapidly extended towards a certain spot in the Allied forces' camp. A feather burning with golden flames fell. Deep in the thick fog, a huge grayish-blue palm reached out, holding a silver broadsword. In the fog sea, a place that deviated from the safe sea route, countless bolts of lightning struck down frequently as the waves surged and collapsed. Bernadette's dawn was constantly sent flying. Under the might of the world, it appeared abnormally tiny as it tottered. This Queen Mystic stood at the bow of the ship, calmly watching everything. From time to time, she would use fairy tale magic like the Emperor's new clothes to maintain the ship's balance. Her gaze pierced through the terrifying storm, searching for the primitive island that might exist. After some rest, Colin Iliad led Derek, Lovia, and the other members of the exploration team out of the afternoon town camp. They followed the path up the mountain and entered the Giant King's court. What surprised them was that the frozen dusk here had changed, and the brilliant sunlight illuminated every corner. "Where's the helper you invited?" Colin Iliad controlled the shock in his heart and turned his head to ask Derek Berg. Derek was just about to speak when he suddenly saw a figure walk out from behind a half-collapsed tower. This figure was wearing a black trench coat and a silk top hat. The right side of his face had deep lines, making him look cold and stiff. The left side of his face had transparent, twisted, and constantly crawling maggots. P.S. Seeking monthly votes and recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1286. Upon seeing the figure walking over from behind the collapsed tower, the members of the City of Silver's expedition team took a defensive stance, ready to attack or provide defense at any moment. In their eyes, the man wearing strange clothes and a strange hat was equivalent to a monster, a very terrifying one at that. Even a normal Beyonder could be considered a monster after their bodies underwent such a mutation. Seeing the reaction of the half-giants, Klein grinned and said with a beaming smile, "Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone, I'm Gehrman Sparrow. You should be glad that I can still control myself. Otherwise, you would have already lost your minds from looking straight at me." As he spoke, the transparent maggots on the left side of his face and neck continued to crawl slowly. Under the left side of his clothes, there were protruding marks that appeared and squirmed gently. Monster. The members of the City of Silver's expedition team, who weren't demigods, were increasingly certain of their judgment. You are World, no Mr. Sparrow?" Derek Berg finally managed to recognize Mr. World, whom he had met once before. Klein raised his left palm, covered his left cheek, and smiled. He smiled and said, "Life is always full of unexpected things." Without waiting for Little Sun to respond, Klein paused and said, "I've already opened the door to the Giant King's residence." "I have already opened the door to the Giant King's residence. This has brought about some accidents, causing changes to the Divine Kingdom. The door to the Giant King's residence has already been opened?" The white-haired Colin Iliad, who had an old scar on his face, focused his gaze. He subconsciously looked up at the magnificent building complex that was enveloped in golden sunlight. However, due to the distance, he couldn't see the situation at the highest point. However, the fact that the frozen dusk had been replaced by the scorching noon sun was enough to explain many problems. Klein's gaze swept past the City of Silver's chief and the black-armored six-member council's Elder Lovia before returning to Derek's face. With an obvious smile, he continued, "That's right." He smiled and continued, "This has also brought me some negative effects, just as you can see." At this point, he clapped his hands and said in a tone as though he was instructing children, "All right, Beyonders below the demigod level, leave this place. All right, Beyonders below the demigod realm, leave this place. The mutated Giant King's court isn't something you can enter." Other than Colin, Derek, and Lovia, the members of the expedition team felt an inexplicable sense of fear as they looked at the chief. Colin Iliad was silent for a few seconds before turning his head to them. "I'll first leave the Giant King's court and wait at the periphery. If I see the signal, I'll immediately act according to the plan." The carefully selected members of the expedition team were not only strong, close to demigods, but they also had different powerful sealed artifacts that could complement each other. Even if they faced a saint, it wasn't like they didn't have a chance. However, in the City of Silver's original plans, they weren't to be used as the main force. Colin Iliad had led them here because he hoped that when the demigods and the other demigods were exhausted from fighting the potential enemies, these team members would be able to play a corresponding role. Furthermore, they could rely on different sealed artifacts to deal with different accidents, so as to prevent the entire team from having any weaknesses. Now, with the addition of powerful reinforcements, the Giant King's court had indeed undergone a mutation. No one knew what they would encounter if they explored deeper. Colin Iliad, being cautious, believed that there was no problem with Gehrman Sparrow's suggestion. Furthermore, he felt that he couldn't let the team members who weren't demigods take unnecessary risks and suffer meaningless casualties. Hence, he agreed to the monster-like expert suggestion. When the time came, if there was a chance, Lovia and Derek could give the signal and get the team members to rush along the cleared path to provide aid. As for the entire team's beyonder powers becoming relatively monotonous and being unable to deal with different situations, Colin Iliad wasn't too worried because they had the former shepherd, Lovia. The members of the expedition team who weren't demigods looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. In the end, they chose to listen to Colin Iliad. "Yes, Your Excellency." As they answered, they gave Derek Berg a deep look, as though they wanted to warn the chief to be careful of this sequence for demigod. He actually knew a monster-like living powerhouse. This was extremely suspicious to the residents of the City of Silver, who had almost never seen outsiders. Sensing the clear distrust shown by his companions, Derek felt his heart wince as his eyes nearly reddened. But in the end, he didn't make any excuses. He maintained his silence and straightened his back. After the other members of the expedition team left the Giant King's court, Klein smiled and pointed at the two demigods apart from Derek. "Let me guess. You must be the chief of the City of Silver, the former demon hunter, and now the Silver Knight, Colin Iliad. You're a believer of the Hanging Man, the Black Knight Lovia who shepherds lambs?" Lovia's pale gray eyes, hidden behind her visor, narrowed. "You really look like a clown. The Hanging Man?" When he heard Mr. World's words, Derek almost doubted his ears. He thought that Elder Lovia was related to Mr. the Hanging Man, but he quickly remembered the exact image of the fallen creator. It was a naked man nailed to a cross. Mr. World used the Hanging Man to refer to the fallen creator, but Elder Lovia reprimanded him for not being polite. Derek, who was just over 2 meters tall, nodded in thought and sincerely praised Mr. World's courage. He actually dared to give a true god a nickname, and he even said it in front of his believers. Colin Iliad looked at the German sparrow and then at Lovia. He didn't try to determine who was right or wrong. Let's continue forward. He had already unsheathed the 2 swords on his back and covered them with the light of dawn. "No problem." Klein smiled and turned around. Together with the 3 demigods from the City of Silver, they circled to the left of the huge stone staircase. After walking for a while, they saw the familiar rugged path. On one side of the road was a towering cliff, and on the other side was a bottomless cloud that was tainted by the midday sun. At this moment, Klein and the others felt the ground tremble. They saw a large amount of illusory, pitch-black gas surge out from the depths of the golden cloud. With a whoosh, the rugged path collapsed and fell into the dark water surface. Beneath the water surface, there seemed to be an invisible vortex lurking. "Haha, it collapsed. There's no way out. Haha." Klein bent over with laughter, making the 3 saints, Colin, Derek, and Lovia, tense up. After taking a few seconds to control his emotions, Klein straightened his body and took out a piece of white paper from his pocket with a beaming smile. He folded it into an airplane. Phew! He blew at the head of the paper airplane, swung his arm, and threw it towards the cloud that was engulfed by darkness. At the same time, the glove on his left hand was covered with slippery fish scales. Upon seeing this scene, Colin Iliad, who was still a little confused, nodded slightly and turned his gaze to the paper flying object. A violent gust of wind blew, carrying the paper airplane forward for a few seconds. Then it suddenly dissipated, and the paper airplane plummeted into the dark cloud like a stone without causing any ripples. "It looks like flying is useless," Klein said to Derek and the others with a smile as he turned around. Lovia didn't respond. She released a translucent soul and let it wrap around a piece of gravel. In the blink of an eye, the gravel disappeared from its spot and blinked into the sky above the dark cloud. Then it plummeted uncontrollably and sank into the sea of clouds. "Teleportation won't work either," Lovia said in a slightly deep voice. Klein pressed down on his abdomen, bent over, and chuckled. Then he said, It looks like we can only enter from the main entrance." He immediately turned around and prepared to head back. Colin, Iliad, and Lovia looked at each other and nodded indiscernibly. The group of 4 demigods quickly returned to the huge, grayish-white stone staircase and looked up ahead. On the silent staircase that was very tall, the majestic city wall was covered in burn marks. There were even arrows as thick as ordinary trees stuck in certain spots. In the middle of the city wall was a door that was dozens of meters tall. It was grayish-blue in color, and its surface was embedded with golden nails. On both sides of the door stood a 5 to 6 meter tall guard who exuded an extremely oppressive aura. They wore exquisite and sturdy silver full-body armor. One held a great sword, while the other held a giant axe. Behind their masks, there was an orange-red glow. Silver Knight. These were 2 Silver Knight guards. Colin Iliad didn't waste any time. He quickly retracted his gaze and said to German Sparrow, "I'll hold back one of the Silver Knights. You guys deal with the other one as soon as possible." He wasn't too sure of German Sparrow's strength, but from Derek Berg's admiration and the fact that he had opened the Giant King's residence, he determined that this demigod who was favored by the Fool wasn't inferior to him. Under such circumstances, be it German Sparrow or Colin Iliad himself, it wasn't difficult for them to quickly kill a Silver Knight guard with the cooperation of Lovia and Derek. After all, it wasn't a living demigod, but a special golem with no intelligence. Just as Colin Iliad finished his sentence, he saw German Sparrow bend down and laugh out loud. "Why do you value these 2 toys? If they were still alive and could think and were true Silver Knights, I would definitely be as cautious as you. But now, haha, watch." As he spoke, Klein used his left hand, which had many worms of spirit crawling on it, to press down on his top hat. He straightened his body and quickly walked up the stairs. Then, under the escort of the strong winds, he went up 1 level at a time and approached the main entrance of the Giant King's court. During this process, he casually raised his right hand and shook it a few times, as though he was stretching his wrist or grabbing at the air. At the last moment, Klein's shoulder sank slightly as though it had frozen, but nothing appeared in the void. Colin Iliad originally wanted to witness the strength of German Sparrow, so he didn't stop him. He only gestured for Lovia to follow to prevent her from making any mistakes. But at that moment, he suddenly slowed down and frowned slightly, as though he had smelled something. As for Derek, he watched with slight admiration, believing that Mr. World could quickly finish off the guards. Chapter 1287. It wasn't until he was about to walk down the stone staircase that the 2 Silver Knight guards outside the Giant King's court's main entrance reacted. They turned their heads as the orange-red blob of light behind their visors flickered twice, as though they were confirming the identity of the visitor. Furthermore, there was a moment of confusion. On Klein's half-normal, half-terrifying face, the right corner of his mouth curled up in an exaggerated manner. The transparent maggot on his left slowly twisted, revealing a horrifying and indifferent smile. Pah! His right foot stepped over the last step and arrived at the platform where the Giant King's court's main entrance was. Suddenly, a silver-white crack split open on Klein's forehead as countless silver beams burst out from his body. His entire body was instantly torn apart as he was diced into pieces of flesh and blood. These fragments floated up and quickly thinned, turning into paper shreds. Klein's figure in his silk top hat and black trench coat appeared in different spots, but they were all shattered by the silver sword beams. They either degenerated into phantoms or turned into paper figurines. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared outside the main entrance of the Giant King's court, where the 2 guards had disappeared. It was a gigantic doll wearing a dark and complicated dress with sinister vines wrapped around it. Rionette Tynker. When Klein climbed the stone staircase, he had summoned this Miss Messenger. However, she had appeared in the form of a wraith, preventing Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek from seeing her appearance. At that moment, the 2 Silver Knights, who had used the light to hide their malice, instinctively chased after Klein. They had exposed their whereabouts in front of the angel-level powerhouse who had been secretly observing for quite some time. Rionette Tinker's bright red eyes immediately reflected a seemingly blank area. There was a faint flash of light as a white rabbit suddenly jumped out of thin air. It hopped around and circled around, its eyes abnormally glazed over. Right on the heels of that, Miss Messenger took a step forward and suddenly vanished. In another area, the remaining knight in silver armor stood out. His movements were stiff and slow. He had been possessed by a wraith. Klein, who had used himself as bait, stopped blinking. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed in a very ceremonial manner. "I've found you. Good luck." He straightened his body, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Bang! The rabbit suddenly exploded, its flesh and blood splattering all over the ground. Then he walked towards the Silver Knight guard, who was struggling with all his might to no avail. When the two figures crossed paths, Rionette Tinker's historical projection returned to the fog. As for the Silver Knight, he followed closely behind Klein, and very obediently returned to the edge of the stone steps with him. He had already become Klein's marionette. "You can enter now," Klein said to Colin Iliad and the others below the stone steps with a smile. Derek's eyes lit up as he marveled inwardly. Mr. World is really impressive. He managed to finish off 2 Silver Knight guards alone, so quickly. Colin Iliad turned his head to glance at Lovia and read the heavy look in her eyes. The City of Silver's chief didn't have a change in expression. With 2 swords that emitted the light of dawn, he steadily walked up the stone steps and came to Klein's side. "Mutant." Klein pressed back a worm of spirit that formed the eyeball of his left eye, smiled, and didn't answer. After Derek and Lovia finished walking down the steps, the group of 4 demigods and a marionette arrived at the main entrance of the Giant King's court. During this process, Klein put away the Silver Knight Beyonder characteristic that the rabbit had produced. This was Rionette Tinker's reward. According to the agreement between man and angel, the spoils of war that Klein obtained from summoning the historical projection had to be split equally with Miss Messenger. This time, Rionette Tinker obtained the Beyonder characteristic, while Klein obtained the Silver Knight marionette. Looking up and observing the main entrance, Klein made the Silver Knight guard, who was much taller than him, take a few steps forward and insert the broadsword in his hand into the crack in the ground. Then the Silver Knight lowered his body, stretched out his hands, and pressed them on the main door that was dozens of meters tall. Amidst a heavy creaking sound, the door with many golden nails slowly opened. At this moment, the sun in the sky leaped, and the entire Giant King's court froze in the orange-red light of dusk. The huge main door opened faster and faster, and the scene inside was gradually revealed to Klein and company. A grayish-white staircase that was covered in orange-red light led up from behind the door, extending all the way to the tallest and most magnificent residence of the Giant King. There were no obstacles along the way, and both sides were lined with palaces and towers. Giant statues covered in iron-colored armor with halberds in hand stood in front of different buildings, guarding the path that led to the deity's residence. "Begin your performance!" Klein turned his head and said to Colin Iliad and Lovia with an exaggerated smile. The former demon hunter Colin nodded, slightly without any objections. Behind Lovia, an illusory figure that was several meters tall appeared. It was dressed in silver armor, and its eyes were dark red like fire. Pa! 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 The giant statues on both sides of the Divine Kingdom staircase emitted a sharp silver-white glow as the sound of shattering sounded from within. The blooming silver flowers constantly spread upwards, as though they were welcoming important guests. Before long, the 3 Silver Knights, Colin Iliad, Lovia's Grey's Soul, and Klein's marionette, had cleared the giant statues guarding the Divine Kingdom staircase. All that was left was the portion near the Giant King's residence. Out of caution, they didn't attempt it. At this moment, 2 figures flew out of the Giant King's palace area and landed where the 3 silver knights were. One of them had a face covered in shadows. His black hair reached his shoulders and was slightly curled. A pair of black wings grew out from his back. The other was a pure shadow that would occasionally twist left and right. They were Enuni, who had undergone some unknown mutation due to the Dark Angel, and the shadow that originally belonged to Klein. In the fog-filled battlefield, grayish-white dragon scales suddenly appeared on Audrey's body. This was the effect of seeing something she shouldn't have seen. Even with the fog blocking them, high-level creatures at the angel level could still corrupt or harm living beings who saw them. As a demigod of the spectator pathway, Audrey immediately retracted her gaze, calmed her mind, and controlled the signs of losing control. As her thoughts raced, she took a few steps back and used psychological invisibility to hide in the thick fog. She wasn't in a hurry to infiltrate the Intis and Fasak Alliance's camp. She was waiting for an opportunity that she believed would definitely appear. Time ticked by, so slow that Audrey thought it had stopped. After an unknown period of time, she finally saw the fog above the Alliance's camp turn dark. It was as though the sun had fallen into the horizon, and night had begun to rule over the world. Silently, the soldiers and officers of Intis and Fasak closed their eyes and fell asleep. This included many Beyonders. Audrey, who was hiding not far away, had also fallen asleep. However, as a dreamwalker who had hinted herself in advance, she managed to stay awake very well. Then, she seized the opportunity that she didn't know how long she could maintain and used dream traversal to enter the Alliance's camp. She wandered among the soldiers and secretly left behind mental plague seeds. This plague would make the infected panic, and have an emotional breakdown. It was difficult to be calmed by normal means. Whoosh! A horn pierced through the gap between reality and the dream, shattering the gray world and awakening the soldiers and officers. Audrey didn't hesitate. At the instant before the dream completely shattered, she traversed to the other side of the camp, distancing herself from the crowd that had been planted with mental plague seeds. In the next second, the world of dreams completely collapsed. She was forced back to reality and appeared at the edge of the Alliance's camp. Pa! A silver-white sharp light lit up, erupting from Audrey's side, tearing apart the thick fog. Audrey didn't panic because she had expected to be discovered and attacked. After entering the Alliance's camp, she knew that her psychological invisibility could very well be seen through other clues. For example, she couldn't completely conceal her malice. Therefore, in addition to psychological invisibility, she had also used similar techniques and the chaos brought about by Hand of Terror to create an additional fake version of herself to mislead the possible attackers. In other words, there was a layer of illusion hidden under her psychological invisibility. And the facts proved that Audrey's grasp of the enemy's psychology was correct. The faker had indeed encountered a sudden attack. Seizing this opportunity, she retreated into the depths of the fog. Then, a grayish-white dragon that still maintained its human form appeared. Its huge scales were engraved with mysterious and three-dimensional symbols. They eroded inward and extended outward, as though they were interwoven into an indescribable, unrealistic object. It made one go insane just by looking at it. Their thoughts would be distorted, and they would go crazy. At the same time, a figure dressed in the uniform of a Fasak general appeared where Audrey had been standing. His face, neck, and palms were covered in silver armor, giving off a cold feeling. Enuni and Klein's shadows landed on a step covered in orange-red light. The 3 silver knights retreated and returned to Enuni and Klein's side. Klein raised his hand to cover his left cheek and laughed at Shadow and Enuni. "It looks like you can't leave that area." He took a few steps forward, spread out his palms, and clicked his tongue. "What a pity. This way. You won't be able to hit me." Bang! Shadow opened his mouth and shot out an air cannon. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor. Chapter 1288. Bang! When the Shadow blasted out the air cannonball, Klein seemed to have sensed it long ago. His body suddenly leaned back, somersaulted in the air, and he landed steadily several steps away. During this process, his right hand kept pressing down on the half-top hat on his head, appearing rather relaxed. Seeing that Inuni and the shadow didn't attempt to chase after him or attack continuously, Klein's smile became even more obvious. It's really impolite to interrupt others. I originally wanted to discuss how to deal with you in front of you, but now I can only avoid you. As he spoke, the left side of his face, which was formed from transparent maggots, trembled twice, as though he was winking at his former marionette and his shadow. Then he walked back to Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia with a beaming smile. He shrugged and said, "The owner of this place doesn't welcome us. The owner of this place doesn't really welcome us. We can only go out and discuss how to solve their problem." Colin Iliad didn't underestimate this expert, who had exaggerated actions and didn't seem to be able to control his emotions. This was because the other party had previously shown a grasp of the details when dealing with matters. This wasn't something a demigod who had lost his mind could do. "All right." The City of Silver's chief responded to Klein's suggestion. Derek naturally didn't have any objections. Lovia remained silent and didn't say a word. Hence, the four demigods and the Silver Knight marionette retraced their steps and walked out of the Giant King's court's door. In the end, Klein even got the guard, who was several meters tall and covered in silver armor, to pull the huge door and slowly close it. He appeared very polite. During the entire process, Inuni, who had layers of black wings on his back, and the pure shadow only watched without attempting to stop them. It was as though an invisible wall was restricting their movements. After a while, dusk passed and darkness descended, waiting for the light of dawn to illuminate everything. In this quiet and dead world, a ray of light finally rose, bringing with it the long-awaited dawn. At this moment, Inuni and the shadow heard knocking sounds coming from the door of the Giant King's court. Someone was knocking on the door. Tuck, tuck, tuck. After a few repetitions, the door creaked open heavily. Klein, who was wearing a black trench coat, maintained the right corner of his mouth curling up. He was the first to enter the Giant King's court and walk up the stairs. Colin Iliad and the other demigods and his marionettes were one step behind as they followed by the side. After walking halfway up the stairs, Klein stopped and said to Inuni and Shadow, who were more than 10 meters away, "Please forgive me for not waiting for you to say, 'Please come in.' Perhaps it's because this place is too far away from the gate that you didn't hear my knocking. You know, as a gentleman, I only know how to tap with my fingers, not with my palms." Just as he said that, Inuni, who had not spoken since the beginning, spoke. "Next, you will deal with Shadow yourself. Let the people from the City of Silver hold me back." Klein's smile was exaggerated as he let out a loud nasal sound, as though he was waiting for Inuni to explain further. At the same time, he raised his left palm and pressed it against his face. The transparent and distorted maggots suddenly swam about. Some crawled in, while others crawled out, quickly completing the exchange. Inuni, whose face was covered in shadows, continued in a deep voice with his slightly curled black hair that hung down to his shoulders. "You didn't summon the projection from the historical void ahead of time, because you knew that Shadow could summon the projection of the Staff of the Stars and simulate the powers of the Angel of Time to accelerate the flow of time and disperse your angel helpers. Similarly, he didn't make any preparations because of this reason. And if you summon a saint who can last longer, he can do the same. They cancel each other out. I hate playing cards with myself the most." Klein nodded heavily, expressing his agreement, and laughed out loud. Inuni, whose face was blurry, swept his gaze at him and the 3 demigods from the City of Silver. "Therefore, you transformed your marionette into the Silver Knight guarding the door ahead of time, planning on using it as a weight to tip the scales. This problem is with him, not me. He actually doesn't have a target to make a marionette. Why don't you sacrifice yourself?" The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he said to his former marionette, Inuni. Inuni retracted his gaze and turned to scrutinize Colin Iliad, Derek, and Lovia. You and shadow cancel each other out. The premise of relying on a marionette to win is that they can hold me back. Just as he said that, the shoulders of the marionette, which had been corrupted by the power of the dark angel's slumber, squirmed as a head grew out from each of them. They were covered in shadows and had shoulder-length black curly hair, but they gave off the feeling that one was young and the other was old. Before Klein and the other demigods could react, the right side of Enuni's body suddenly ruptured, allowing the old head to take away a third of his body. The split body squirmed rapidly and instantly became complete. A pair of eyes protruded from the shadow on the surface of the head. The pupils were vertical and suffused with a pale gold color. Suddenly, the magnificent staircase that led to the ancient god's residence collapsed, turning into a desolate plain. At the end of the plain was a city with pitch-black walls and weeds growing all over it. The City of Silver. Such a scene was so real that Derek's heart tightened. He was worried that an unknown enemy would drag him and the other demigods to the City of Silver and destroy it. When Enuni grew 2 heads, Lovia's gaze froze. Her body trembled as though she had sensed the aura of a high-ranking person who had severed her relationship with him. Colin Iliad looked around and crossed the 2 swords in his hands that were covered in the light of dawn. He said in a deep voice, "This is fake." At this moment, Klein covered his mouth with his left palm that was made of transparent maggots. He yawned and smiled as he asked Enuni's main body. He smiled and asked Enuni's main body, "Will you be stronger in a dream?" He smiled and asked Enuni's main body, or, "Can this allow you to cross the boundary and launch an attack?" Yes, if it were me, I would definitely consider using a dream to lure the enemy and make them enter my attack range. Just as he said that, the desolate plain and the distant castle dissipated at the same time. The magnificent staircase that was bathed in the light of dawn appeared again. At this moment, the left side of Enuni's body also ruptured. The young head took away a third of his flesh and blood. The shadow on his face was quickly replaced by a brilliant golden glow. It was as though there were 2 miniature suns in his eyes. "Sun." Klein first asked a question before he laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. "Haha, you want to use the unshadowed domain to break the Silver Knight's light concealment?" "Yes, we do have 3 Silver Knights on our side. They are worthy of your attention. But have you considered the feelings of the shadow? You didn't. You only thought about yourself. He's just a pure shadow. Do you know how much he'll be weakened in the unshadowed domain?" At this point, Klein laughed even louder, causing the worms of spirit on his transparent left face to crawl much faster. "Ha ha ha ha! Also, have you thought about your beyonder powers in the aspects of filth, degeneration, and darkness? Have you seriously considered the negative effects that the unshadowed domain will bring to you?" After laughing, Klein straightened his back and asked seriously, "What should I call you now?" "What should I call you now? A little one, a little one, a little one?" And Enuni, whose face was still covered in shadows, slowly took a deep breath. "If you had chosen the hunter pathway, you would definitely be stronger than you are now." Before he could finish his sentence, the layers of black wings on his back suddenly spread open. They constantly expanded, covering the sky and enveloping the entire magnificent staircase. The area was immediately covered in a faint shadow. Then, Enuni directly crossed the invisible boundary and descended in front of Colin Iliad, Lovia, and Derek. He actually had a way to break through the obstruction. The young him, who was also the saint of sun that he had split off, raised his arms on the spot. The light of dawn turned intense, illuminating every corner of the magnificent staircase. It didn't leave any shadows behind, nor did it allow anything to be hidden. Unshadowed domain. However, the shadow boundary around him didn't fade. The black wings that enveloped Enuni's body helped him block out the pure sunlight. As for the shadow, it seemed to be draped in a cloak. Although it was much dimmer, it didn't show any signs of weakness. At the same time, the elderly body that Enuni had split off pushed out his right palm at Klein. A violent but illusory wind surged around him, bringing with it an invisible and various thoughts. It whistled towards Klein and his Silver Knight marionette. Mind deprivation. It could make the target feel shock, fear, frenzy, or lose a portion of their rationality. And because Klein's spirit had lost its integrity, he was on the verge of losing control. He couldn't even control his emotions and reactions well. If he were to suffer the effects of mind deprivation, there was a high chance that he would lose control on the spot and collapse into a monster. Anini understood what had happened to him and understood his weakness. From the beginning, he had made the spectator saint that he had split off use an area of effect attack that was difficult for him to defend against or withstand. The gale that was tainted with all kinds of emotions and willpower instantly engulfed Klein, but the crazy adventurer whose body was half normal and half terrifying didn't show any distortion in his expression, the protrusion of his godhood, or the collapse of his body. Instead, his right eye, which had an exaggerated smile on it, became extremely calm. While waiting for the City of Silver's expedition team, he had already summoned Miss Justice and gotten her to give him a virtual persona that stemmed from his lampooning state, a clown-like virtual persona, allowing his spirit to become complete for a certain period of time. This was the reason why Klein was still rather rational when he left the Guardian's residence, but he was so exaggerated and crazy when he saw the City of Silver's expedition team. Furthermore, this virtual persona could help him withstand several attacks from the mind domain. The coldness in his eyes quickly faded, and the right corner of Klein's mouth curled up. It was symmetrical with the worm of spirit that was crawling on his left. It was a sincere smile. P.S. Recommend a book written by a fellow reader. The rise of everything began with the blade of pillar destruction. After transmigrating, Yi-In was defeated by the weak before he could carry out his grand plans. The arrival of an ancient mirror broke his original trajectory, and he began his journey as a nesting doll. However, can anyone tell me why a script of my former planet would appear in a completely different universe? Chapter 1289. As a sincere smile appeared on Klein's face, silver cracks suddenly appeared on the spectator saint's face. They crisscrossed and intersected with each other, appearing abnormally messy. Klein seized the opportunity and used the silver rapier condensed by his Silver Knight marionette to launch a surprise attack. A sharp beam burst forth, tearing the figure into countless tiny pieces. However, these tiny pieces were abnormally illusory and didn't feel corporeal. The spectator saint had used the technique of psychological invisibility to create an illusion to conceal his existence. So. Silver-white beams of light shot towards the spectator saint that Anini had manifested at high speeds, or they directly leaped out of the target's location and erupted from within. The spectator saint relied on the speed and agility of his powerful body to constantly change positions and dodge, preventing himself from suffering any damage. As he had a precise grasp and control of his mind and psyche, Klein's intuition for danger was unable to form a picture in his mind. It made it difficult for him to predict his actions and make the silver rapier wait at the spot he was about to arrive. Tap, tap, tap. The gigantic knight, who was covered in sturdy silver armor, raised his greatsword and charged towards his target, as though he could collapse a mountain. Due to the existence of the unshadowed domain, Klein's Silver Knight marionette couldn't use the light to hide. All he could do was attack head-on. Upon seeing this, the spectator saint's body suddenly expanded, turning into a ferocious dragon with grayish-white scales that were covered in shadows and had godhood. The dragon's body was massive and its gray scales were firm. Its claws were powerful as it forcefully blocked the Silver Knight's slash. Amidst the sounds of collisions, the giant and dragon shattered the bricks of the ancient god's divine kingdom. The palace collapsed, leaving it in a mess. Klein maintained his exaggerated smile as he seriously controlled his marionette. He didn't care about the shadow. No, he still interfered to a certain extent. He controlled the spirit-body threads of himself, his marionette, the City of Silver's chief, Lovia, and little son, preventing the shadow from successfully controlling them. From time to time, he would extend his palm to summon the historical void projection that the shadow was attempting to summon, negating the efforts of both parties. Other than that, Klein didn't even look at the shadow. The shadow wandered around for a while before it helplessly opened its mouth and let out a bang. An air cannonball shot out and struck the Silver Knight marionette, causing it to explode. Amidst the rumbling sounds, the marionette only shook slightly before returning to normal. The silver full-body armor didn't have any cracks. Haha. Seeing this scene, Klein laughed out loud, making people feel like they were about to bend over. How could he not know just how weak his attack and defense were? When the two core skills of controlling spirit body threads and summoning historical void projections couldn't be used, Shadow, who didn't have a marionette, could only watch from the sidelines in the demigod battle. Be it air cannonball, flame controlling, illusion creation, or the combat abilities of a clown, they were only embellishments or support. Similarly, the reason why Klein didn't attack the shadow was because he knew how disgusting paper figurine substitutes, flaming jump, damage transfer, and illusion creation were. He knew that he wouldn't be able to finish him off in a short period of time, so he might as well let him be a spectator. After all, it wouldn't affect the battle. Upon hearing the mocking laughter, the pitch-black shadow paused for a moment before pouncing forward. It approached Klein and attacked him. Elsewhere, when Anuni's true body descended in front of the three demigods of the City of Silver, Cullen Iliad quickly glanced at him before retracting his gaze. He crossed his swords in front of him to form a cross. At the same time, the clothes of the City of Silver's chief were torn apart by his rapidly expanding muscles. In the blink of an eye, Cullen Iliad turned into a 6-meter-tall giant with a grayish-blue body and bluish-black muscles. There was a dark crack on his forehead that seemed to attract the souls around him, but his 2 eyes were gone. Every inch of the giant's skin and flesh contained immense power, endless mystery, and a strange mental influence. It made everyone who saw it feel an unavoidable stabbing pain in their psyche. They felt irritable and wanted to destroy everything, including themselves. In the unshadowed domain, Cullen Iliad didn't need to worry about the divine kingdom suppression preventing him from controlling his incomplete mythical creature form, resulting in him completely losing control. The invisible barrier around him shrank inwards, turning into a silver, sticky, metal-like stream of water that covered his entire body, solidifying into an unshakable armor. At that moment, the shadow on Anuni's body condensed into something corporeal, turning him into a giant that was several meters tall, wearing black full-body armor and holding a black greatsword. Black Knight. Clang! The black greatsword cleaved down vertically, but it was stopped in midair by the 2 swords formed by the light of dawn. The shadow beneath Anuni's feet and the black wings on his back extended forward in an attempt to envelop Cullen Iliad. Almost at the same time, a storm of light formed by the first rays of dawn was raised around Cullen and swept forward. The storm, which was filled with pure fragments, engulfed Anuni's shadow and was blocked by his black wings. Clang! 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 Bang! Bang! The Silver Knight that Cullen Iliad had transformed into, and the Black Knight that Anuni had transformed into clashed violently, causing the light and shadows to vanish and the tower to break. After receiving a signal from the chief, he had already leaped out with Thunder God's roar and headed straight for the Sun Saint. Amidst the howling wind, he swung the gigantic hammer that had a dark blue surface and was wrapped in lightning. He acted like a sailor of the storm pathway, not a beyonder of the sun domain. The Sun Saint didn't expect the Unshadowed to be so rash and choose to engage in close combat. He was momentarily taken aback and could only instinctively dodge to the side. With a snap, a silver-white beam burst forth where he was about to step, quickly engulfing him and tearing his body apart. The Silver Knight, evil spirit that Lovia grazed, also attacked the Sun Saint. A tidal wave of golden light suddenly surged out of the Sun Saint's body, melting the silver-white beams and condensing into a layer of armor of light and a huge spiked mace. Bang! The spiked mace blocked Thunder God's roar, causing lightning bolts and spots of light to splatter everywhere. At the same time, the Sun Saint's body emitted circles of warm light, causing the Silver Knight evil spirit that was affected to suddenly turn incorporeal as though it was evaporating. It made the black-armored Lovia's figure turn white, and the depravity quickly dissipated. Klein's Silver Knight marionette was suppressed and weakened significantly. Cleanse. This was the core power of an unshadowed. It was extremely effective against dead spirits, degenerates, and corruptors. Faced with purification, Lovia could only recall the Silver Knight evil spirit and stop grazing it. She only used the corresponding Beyonder powers to alleviate her weakness. Whoosh! 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 Silver-white beams of light flashed from time to time, sometimes flying at high speeds, forcing the Sun Saint to block and dodge in defense. Derek took a glance and didn't brandish Thunder God's roar again, nor did he continue pestering the Sun Saint. He took a few steps back and cast his gaze at the battlefield where the pitch-black great sword and the twin swords of dawn clashed repeatedly. He cast his gaze at the battle between Colin Iliad and Enuni. His expression suddenly turned solemn as he spread his arms halfway, as though he was embracing a gift from a god. The unshadowed domain immediately became brighter, as though sunlight had penetrated the barrier and shone in. Right on the heels of that, a ball of pure light with countless holy flames swirling around it descended out of thin air, enveloping Colin Iliad and Enuni without distinguishing between friend and foe. Flaring sun. Unshadowed's flaring sun. This was the theurgical spell that Klein had used to kill Magos and the fetus in her womb. It could cause great damage to creatures in the domains of corruption, and undying. It could even directly destroy them. Inside the ball of light surrounded by holy flames, a faint mist rose from the black wings on Enuni's back. The pitch-black armor that covered his body melted and cracked. The dissipating aura of depravity was ignited. Colin Iliad also suffered damage, and the silver full-body armor on his body turned into a flowing metallic liquid. Derek didn't care about this as he used Flaring Sun again, enveloping Enuni and Colin Iliad once again. He believed that compared to enemies in the domains of corruption, the chief of the warrior pathway would suffer much less damage from Flaring Sun, and he would be able to last a lot longer. And once the main enemy was dealt with, Mr. World could summon Life's Cane to heal the chief. This was the fastest way to get rid of Enuni. This wasn't something that Derek had come up with, nor was it a plan formulated by Klein. It was suggested by Colin Iliad himself. Previously, when they were discussing outside the door, Klein had only introduced the possible abilities of Enuni and Shadow. He hadn't given any plans and had left the leadership to the city of Silver's chief. This was because he knew that Shadow understood him very well. Whatever he could think of, Shadow could also think of. If he were to follow his own train of thought, it would be very easy for him to be targeted. Therefore, trusting an experienced former demon hunter was the best solution in the current situation. Colin Iliad didn't decline modestly. He set his first target as Enuni, who had been corrupted by the Dark Angel. Then he came up with a plan to exchange injuries for victory. He wasn't afraid of suffering injuries, but he was worried that he wouldn't have such a chance. The ball of light that was surrounded by countless holy flames descended, illuminating the surrounding area. It made Klein's shadow dim significantly, causing Enuni's black wings to become fainter and fainter. It was getting closer and closer to an illusion. At this moment, a pair of black wings suddenly separated from Enuni and turned into a deep ocean. Chapter 1290. The deep sea instantly devoured the brilliant ball of light, causing the entire unshadowed domain to darken significantly. Bolts of silver lightning burst out from within, turning the area where Enuni and Colin Iliad were fighting into a forest of lightning. Amidst the sizzling sounds, Countless bolts of lightning darted across the surface of Colin Iliad's silver armor. They surged upwards and drilled into the gaps in the visor. This silver knight, who had revealed his incomplete mythical creature form, immediately stiffened, as though he had been paralyzed by the lightning. As for Anuni's black armor, which seemed to be formed from the power of degeneration, he had completely absorbed the lightning, preventing his main body from being affected by his disintegration. Seizing this opportunity, Anuni, who was constantly falling black fragments, held the heavy greatsword with both hands and slashed diagonally forward. And at this moment, Colin Iliad hadn't completely recovered from his paralyzed state. With a piercing sound, a deep crack appeared on his left shoulder. The sturdy silver armor seemed to have lost its defense as it was cleaved apart by the heavy, straight greatsword. This was the Black Knight's blade of spirit and flesh. Not only could it corrode flesh and blood, obliterate souls, and slash through barriers, but it could also render any creature with degeneration defenseless. It was the core beyonder power of a Black Knight, and it originated from the degeneration domain. Seeing that the blade of spirit and flesh had sliced through the silver armor on Colin Iliad's left shoulder, causing the crack to rapidly deepen and head straight for his heart, Derek tensed up. He immediately condensed a spear that seemed to be formed from pure sunlight as it crackled. He waved his arm and threw it at Anuni. Unshadowed spear. Anuni didn't give up on attacking, nor did he dodge. All he did was raise his remaining black wings and use them to cover himself. Sizzle! The unshadowed spear pierced through the 2 layers of black wings and erupted with a blinding white light, making it seem as though a miniature sun had risen. At the same time, Colin Iliad's entire body melted, turning into a pool of silver metal liquid. The liquid quickly flowed and reformed Colin Iliad's body in the distance. He was still in the form of a giant and was still wearing silver armor. However, half of the City of Silver's chief's left shoulder and arm had fallen to the ground. The cut was clean and no blood flowed out. Relying on mercury transformation, Colin Iliad paid the price of an arm to dodge Anuni's fatal strike. His gaze behind the visor did not waver in the slightest. Holding the remaining Sword of Dawn, he once again charged towards his target. He was like an unusually terrifying steam train that exceeded its own speed limit. On the other side, Derek quickly condensed the unshadowed spear and sent the spears of light flying at Anuni. In the process, he opened his mouth and said solemnly, "God said the purification is effective." This was the manifestation of a notary's beyonder powers at the unshadowed stage. It was so compatible with the unshadowed domain created by the Sun Saint that the battlefield became much brighter, causing the depraved aura on Anuni and Lovia to weaken once again. God said it's ineffective. The Sun Saint immediately denied Derek's words, causing the purification effects of the unshadowed domain to return to its previous state. Amidst the crackling sounds, the unshadowed spears flew towards Anuni. As for the black wings on the Black Knight's back, they had already faded and disappeared under the illumination of the miniature sun. Less than half of them were left. Seeing the dazzling, pure spears of light coming at him one after another, while he was entangled by Colin Iliad, making it difficult for him to effectively dodge, Anuni spread out his pair of illusory black wings and disintegrated into a swath of darkness. As soon as the unshadowed spears came into contact with the darkness, they were stained with a layer of viscous, pitch-black darkness. They were either instantly corroded and broke apart, penetrating into the magnificent staircase, or drawing an arc in midair before turning around and rushing towards Derek Berg. At that moment, all of them had fallen. Upon seeing this, Derek followed his combat intuition, which he had developed from his long training and patrolling. He suddenly leaped forward and continued rolling. Sizzle! Sizzle! Pitch-black spears landed behind him, corroding a large portion of the staircase. At this moment, the Sun Saint was also throwing the unshadowed spears and creating pure white rays, forcing Lovia to use one of the souls she grazed to constantly flash and begin attempting to approach the enemy. What made her regret was that, in such a state, she could only use the powers of one soul at a time. She couldn't flash and condense the silver rapier to slash at the Sun Saint from afar to create an opportunity for herself. On the other side, Klein and his shadow were engaged in an abnormally intense battle. Amidst the sounds of air cannons, scarlet flames soared up one after another. Pieces of paper scattered in all directions as the illusions turned into bubbles. The Silver Knight marionette had basically suppressed the spectator saint. After all, no matter how powerful the Mind Dragon's body was and how powerful it wasn't a match for a demigod of the giant pathway in close combat. Of course, the spectator saint wasn't in danger either. After all, he had revealed an incomplete mythical creature form. If not for the fact that his opponent was only a marionette, and that Klein had already digested the Sequence 3 potion and had seen many high-level creatures, he could have used the prominent godhood to interfere with his opponent's thoughts, making him gradually turn irritable and lose his rationality. Without the advantage of the godhood's influence, the spectator saint could only use the hypnotist's combat hypnosis to force the target to do abnormal actions, such as attacking the wrong spot. Then he could use this to escape the entanglement and enter the psychological invisibility state again to attempt a sneak attack on Klein. The hypnotist's combat hypnosis could forcefully hypnotize the enemy in battle, making them do all kinds of abnormal actions. However, this action couldn't directly harm the hypnotized person, nor could it be maintained for too long. The target would quickly wake up. Of course, the target of the spectator saint's combat hypnosis was definitely not the Silver Knight marionette. This was because it was essentially a dead person, immune to all mental influences. The target of his interference was the thoughts Klein transmitted through the spirit-body threads, so as to make the marionette receive an error in the information it received, making it do something that didn't match Klein's intentions. In fact, this was already mental interference and not mental hypnosis. The effects were undoubtedly inferior to the original version, but not every saint of the spectator pathway could grasp such an application. It was a result of digging deep into one's beyonder powers and experimenting. To the spectator saint, this was something that couldn't be helped. This was because, be it mind deprivation, mind storm, or mind breath, none of them were effective on a marionette. This grayish-white dragon with a shadow covering its head had attempted to approach Klein several times or use area of effect beyond her powers, but it was stopped by the Silver Knight marionette. It was forced to dodge by the silver rapier that could explode within its body. As Klein controlled his marionette, he distanced himself from the spectator saint and dealt with his shadow. It wasn't too easy, but it wasn't too much of a burden either. Suddenly, his spiritual perception stirred as he entered a lucid state after his dream and mind were secretly invaded. With this lucidity, Klein allowed a portion of his consciousness to rise under the spirituality sky and look down at his mind island. Then he saw the shadowy Enuni, who gave off an aged vibe, walk out of the illusory and boundless sea of collective subconscious and open the door to his body of heart and mind. This spectator saint didn't attempt to modify the consciousness in Klein's mind island. All he did was pinch out a dark ball of light with tentacles growing outwards, turning it into an undetectable seed that landed on the ground. The source seed of mental plague. Without any hesitation, Klein immediately switched positions with the Silver Knight marionette, preventing the seed of mental plague from taking root in his mind island. The spectator saint sensed this change, but not only was he not disappointed, he even revealed a smile. This was because he had long used his virtual persona to secretly plant the seed of mental plague in the Silver Knight marionette's dead island of consciousness. Although it couldn't affect the marionette, it could unknowingly corrupt the enemy who had switched positions with the marionette, as well as the other targets in the surrounding area. This was a kind of corruption and infection that targeted the island of consciousness and the mental world. It wasn't a direct attack, so it was difficult to use virtual persona to offset it. When the time came, the problems that Klein had temporarily hidden with his virtual persona would completely erupt. he would quickly lose control, and there would be no way to reverse it. Shadow was no stranger to such a situation, because Vin Rambus had once used a similar method. As he snickered at how his true body had become crazy, rash, arrogant, and resembled a clown, forgetting the lessons of the past, he snapped his fingers, summoning a scarlet stream of flames. He used it to leap over and hold back Klein. This was another intense battle in which paper fragments flew everywhere as illusions were destroyed. Before long, Klein suddenly stopped. He raised his left palm, which was formed from the twisting translucent maggots, and covered the left side of his face in a similar state. Ha 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 ha. He let out a maniacal laugh as he controlled the spirit body, threads around him like a madman, no longer distinguishing between friend and foe. On his right cheek, light-colored flesh protruded, as though they were worms of spirit that were about to drill out. Seeing that Klein had gone crazy and was about to lose control, Shadow was worried that he would be infected by the mental plague. He hurriedly made a scarlet flame leap up and engulf himself. In the distance, his figure leaped out of a stream of flames that had yet to extinguish. At this moment, the Silver Knight marionette would occasionally attack or dance in a convulsive manner. It was obvious that it was under abnormal control. He was powerless to stop the mind dragon that the spectator saint had transformed into. He allowed it to extend its wings that were covered in skin and fly above Klein, preparing to spew out mind breath. The spectator saint didn't wish to give his enemy, who had been infected by the mental plague, a chance to catch his breath. He planned on making him lose control immediately. Suddenly, the mind dragon's actions turned sluggish, as though every joint had been injected with paste. In the next second, a silver-white beam erupted from his body, slicing through his flesh and tearing apart his spirit body. Klein, who was laughing with his back bent, instantly calmed down. He slowly straightened his body, released the palm that was covering his left cheek, and curled up the corners of his mouth at the distant Shadow. Behind him, the mind dragon was torn apart by wave after wave of silver-white beams, turning into pieces of raven-black flesh and blood that fell to the ground. The knight marionette in silver armor immediately retracted the broadsword in his hand and looked coldly at Shadow. Klein looked at the slightly confused Shadow. The few worms of spirit on the left side of his face curved and extended, simulating the curl of his lips. You don't seem to have noticed that there's something that I have that you don't. Chapter 1291. As he spoke, Klein raised his right hand. At some point in time, a blob of pitch-black, filthy flesh had appeared in his palm. It was filled with indescribable madness. The answer is the corruption of the hanging man, Klein said to Shadow with a smile. He had what Shadow didn't have. It was the corruption left behind by the true creator. This was an influence that even the powers of Sapphira Castle couldn't remove for the time being. And Klein was certain of one thing. Before meeting Dark Angel Sassurer, the true creator wouldn't let himself easily lose control or die. Therefore, he deliberately allowed the corrupted portion of his body to be infected by the mental plague, pretending that he was about to lose control. Then, by controlling the spirit-body threads without distinguishing between friend and foe, he concealed the fact that his target was the spectator saint. When the other party launched a further attack, he successfully made him enter a sluggish state, creating an opportunity for the Silver Knight marionette. Just as Klein had expected, the corrupted portion of him contained the seed of the mental plague, preventing the negative effects from erupting. During this process, Shadow had distanced himself from Klein ahead of time because he was worried about the effects of the mental plague. He failed to detect the abnormality of the spectator saint's spirit body threads in time. How could Klein not know how cautious and careful he was? Of course, when he met Dark Angel Sassurer, Klein had no way of predicting what kind of changes would occur to the corruption. Would the mental plague contained within leak out and cause certain effects? All he could do was focus on resolving the problem at hand. Upon hearing his words, scarlet flames suddenly surged out from the pure Shadow's body and instantly enveloped him. At the edge of the unshadowed domain, near the Giant King's residence, a cluster of flames rapidly rose up as Shadow appeared. Without any hesitation, he chose to flee towards the palace where the Dark Angel was sleeping. He completely ignored Anuni and the Saint of Sun. Klein, who was using his virtual persona, was a little stunned when he saw this scene. He couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth and the worm of spirit. He shook his head and said with a smile, "So I'm that timid?" He suspected that the shadow that had been sliced out had taken away most of his cautiousness and carefulness, leaving him with more impulsiveness and recklessness. Pah! A sharp, silver light lit up and slashed the crimson flames that fell out of nowhere outside the unshadowed domain, shattering the pitch-black shadow that had just protruded from it. Klein didn't waste any time by muttering to himself. He had already controlled the Silver Knight marionette, and based on the distribution of the flames and his own habits, he predicted where Shadow would jump to next. Then he condensed the silver rapier ahead of time, and the moment he discovered the descent of the flames, he slashed out across space. The unshadowed domain didn't have any physical barriers or boundaries. Anyone could directly leave or exert influence on the outside. However, the shredded shadow eventually turned into thin pieces of paper and quickly disappeared. Another few burning, crimson, flames flew down. The pitch-black shadow used them to jump and approach the open door of the Giant King's residence. As for the silver beams that lit up one after another, they only tore apart his paper figurine substitutes. From sequence 5 onwards, the warrior pathway had the ability to see through illusions. Without the help of psychological invisibility, paper figurine substitutes were clearly better than illusion creation. Only when two seers fought each other would their illusions shatter. In just 2 to 3 seconds, scarlet pillars of fire soared outside the Giant King's residence, as though they were releasing fireworks to welcome guests. In the next instant, Shadow jumped into one of the fire pillars and hid in the Dark Angel's slumber. But at this moment, a figure quickly outlined itself in front of the scarlet pillars of fire. He wore a long black trench coat and a half-top hat. The right side of his face was normal, while the left side was formed from transparent and twisted maggots. It was none other than Klein's true body. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up once again as he snapped his fingers with his right hand that had long been raised. Pah! The scarlet pillars of fire were completely extinguished, and the pitch-black shadow was forced to appear midway, returning to the steps that were illuminated by the light of dawn. Flame controlling. The reason why Klein was able to rush outside the Giant King's palace ahead of time and stop Shadow from arriving was that after the other party had decisively fled, it was no longer able to affect his summoning of the historical void projection. He easily took out creeping hunger and switched to the traveler's soul. "It's not a good thing to be too careful," Klein said to Shadow with a beaming smile as he bent his knees and bent his back. As he bent his back and knees, his figure suddenly transformed into the silver-armored knight. The knight stabbed the greatsword in his hand into the crack in the ground, creating an invisible barrier that sealed the door to the Dark Angel's slumber. At that moment, Klein had switched positions with the Silver Knight marionette. He gave his shadow the impression that as long as he could destroy the barrier that originated from the Guardian, he would allow him to enter the Giant King's palace. Of course, his true body interfered with Shadow's summoning of the historical projection and control the spirit-body threads. As the battle situation reversed, the battle between the 3 demigods of the City of Silver, Anuni, and the Sun Saint also changed. When Colin Iliad once again held back Anuni, who had lost his black armor, he repeated his previous strategy. At times, he would use Flaring Sun to deal area of effect damage, using the chief's injuries in exchange for victory in battle. At other times, he would condense a pure and dazzling, unshadowed spear to carry out a precise attack. This wasn't often used because it was easy for Anuni to dodge it and even accidentally injure Colin Iliad. After 3 rounds of Flaring Sun, Anuni finally couldn't hold on any longer. He once again spread out one of his last 2 pairs of black wings, turning it into a pitch-black sea that devoured all light. It also drowned Colin Iliad, causing the City of Silver's chief to have a layer of sticky black liquid on his body. His movements were clearly hindered. Seizing this opportunity, Anuni escaped from the entanglement and avoided the subsequent unshadowed spear. He transformed into a shadow and quickly swam towards the Giant King's residence in an attempt to cooperate with Shadow to break through the barrier. At this moment, a sharp silver-white light burst out from his body and tore him into pieces of dark red flesh and blood. This sudden and precise attack came from Lovia. This elder of the 6-member council had actually given up on dodging the Sun Saint's attack. At the instant Anuni left the battlefield, she decisively switched the Grey's soul to the Silver Knight evil spirit, dyeing the black armor on her body silver-white. Sizzle! The pure and dazzling, unshadowed spear hit the lady, causing her to be completely devoured by a miniature. Blazing Sunday, Anuni's blobs of flesh and blood hadn't lost their vitality. They quickly gathered together in an attempt to reassemble his body. But at that moment, Colin Iliad, whose movements were restricted by the black sticky liquid, burst out with spots of light. They turned into a storm that tore through the obstruction, allowing the silver-white armor to reappear. Right on the heels of that, the giant-like Silver Knight took a step forward and waved the Sword of Dawn in his hand, allowing the storm of light to continue. It swept forward and enveloped the blobs of dark red flesh and blood. A pair of black wings appeared and dissipated, calming the storm of light. However, Derek's flaring sun continued, using holy flames to ignite every blob of flesh and blood, melting everything with pure light. When the Sun Saint saw this scene, he knew that his true body couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed. He couldn't be bothered to deal another blow to Lovia as he turned around to leave his unshadowed domain. Suddenly, he heard a voice filled with malice and filth. "Slow down!" Lovia forcefully escaped the remnant power of the unshadowed spear and teleported to a spot not far from the Sun Saint. Then, she switched the Grey's soul to a devil and used the language of foulness. At that moment, the black armor on her body had completely shattered. There were many tears on her purple-patterned black robe, revealing the slowly squirming flesh and blood that had melted away. Her aura was rather weak. A slow that wasn't at the level of a demigod couldn't affect the Sun Saint for too long, but to Colin Iliad this was enough. He condensed a silver rapier and teleported it in front of the enemy. This silver rapier randomly mutated, directly piercing through the Sun Saint's holy armor and exploding in his body. Silver light bloomed as the Sun Saint was sliced into countless pieces. Pa! 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 The flesh and blood landed on the ground and instantly disappeared, as if they had returned to history. After the battle ended, the 3 demigods of the City of Silver immediately approached the Giant King's residence, blocking the shadow in the middle. The shadow leaped up in an attempt to hide in the fog of history. However, just as he saw the grayish-white fog, he was pressed down by a palm formed from transparent maggots. He and Klein didn't rush to the time before the first epoch, because they knew that the other party would definitely stop them or wait there. With nowhere to hide, the shadow was immediately surrounded by the 3 demigods of the City of Silver. His various abilities had been neutralized by Klein, and even Flaming Jump was affected by flame control. It was difficult for him to escape his predicament. More than 10 seconds later, after the paper figurines shattered one by one, the shadow finally had no substitute to use. He was stabbed in the abdomen by unshadowed spear. A blazing white miniature sun exploded as the pitch-black shadow rapidly faded away and completely melted away. Klein felt a stabbing pain in his head as his mind, which was on the brink of losing control, suddenly relaxed. He instinctively looked at his feet and saw a faint black shadow extending out under the light of dawn. Too weak. Klein bent his back slightly and couldn't help but mock himself. After all, without the powers of a scholar of a marionette, or the ability to control spirit-body threads. A seer was truly very weak compared to a demigod. His spirit had been restored, but he hadn't cancelled the virtual persona. Furthermore, he didn't plan on immediately summoning Miss Justice's historical projection to do this. This was because Anuni, who had been corrupted by the Dark Angel, had displayed the characteristics of the Sun, Spectator, Storm, and Secret's suppliant pathway. If he wanted to enter the Giant King's residence, he had to be wary of mental influences. Virtual persona was a very good defensive measure. At that moment, the transparent maggots on the left side of Klein's face and body quickly settled down, returning to flesh and skin. However, due to the influence of the madness contained in the virtual persona, the surface remained translucent, allowing others to see the worms of spirit hidden beneath. When Derek, Lovia, and company cast their gazes over, Klein straightened his back and reached out to grab his life's cane. He pointed at the open door to the Giant King's residence and said with a smile, "Hurry up! Hurry up! The Dark Angel is waiting for us inside." Chapter 1292. On the surface, Klein urged her, but in fact, he threw life's cane to the bottom of the magnificent staircase at Lovia, allowing her to treat his and Colin Iliad's injuries. As a former Rose Bishop, Lovia was the least afraid of the negative effects of life's cane. No matter what changes her body underwent, as long as it didn't involve her spirit, she could recover. At the same time, he quickly ran to the collapsed battlefield in the middle of the staircase and picked up the chief's severed arm. As long as the severed limb wasn't lost, life's cane could heal the injury. Klein nodded at Colin Iliad with an exaggerated smile. With a leap, he entered the fog of history, ran to the first epoch, and hid in a particular fragment of light. Then, with a thought, he returned to Sapphira Castle and sat in the seat belonging to the Fool. With the help of the crimson star that corresponded to Sun, which was constantly shrinking and expanding, he checked the situation inside the Giant King's residence. However, under his true vision, it was dark inside. There was a faint tremor, preventing him from seeing through it. As expected of the left hand of God, the deputy of heaven, a king of angels suspected to be related to Chaos C. Klein sighed silently as he frowned slightly. He now suspected that even if Little Sun entered the palace and prayed inside, it would be difficult for him to see through the darkness and see the exact situation unless he had already become an angel and truly grasped Sapphira Castle. In addition, Klein's spiritual intuition told him that there were still many unknown influences hidden in the Dark Angel's slumber. He definitely couldn't be careless. He then reined in his thoughts and observed his surroundings, searching for high-level existences like Adam and Amon who might be hiding, but he didn't discover anything abnormal. After exhaling, Klein busied himself shattering the miracle invoker Beyonder characteristic that had separated from the curtain, allowing the sequence 9 to sequence 3 to condense again, making sequence 2 pure. Then he returned to the historical fragment and was once again affected by virtual persona, becoming more like a clown. In the next second, he left the grayish-white fog and appeared in front of the open door of the Giant King's residence. The Silver Knight marionette, who had stabbed the broadsword into the crack and created an invisible barrier, immediately stood up. At this moment, Colin Iliad's severed arm had already been reattached, and Lovia's injuries had also recovered. However, at some point in time, a few golden ears of wheat had grown out from the back of her head, swaying there. They walked to the door with Derek and returned life's cane to Klein. After Klein took it, he shook his hand and removed the maintenance on the historical projection, making it disappear into thin air. Right on the heels of that, he grabbed forward with his right hand, planning to summon the historical void projection of Miss Messenger in her perfect state. At this moment, Colin Iliad suddenly asked, "Are you going to summon that angel? It doesn't have to be him. I have too many choices." Klein used a slightly exaggerated tone to state the truth. Colin had already dispelled his giant form and returned to his original height of more than 2 meters. After all, maintaining an incomplete mythical creature form was still a huge burden for him. At this moment, he was wearing the condensed silver armor and holding the two swords of dawn that had returned to their normal size. He said calmly, "That corrupted monster just now showed the characteristics of making living beings fall. The place where the dark angel sleeps should have similar effects." Does the chief mean that the angelic projection summoned by Mr. World might rebel after entering the giant king's residence? And a fallen angel, even if it's just a projection, can make us pay a heavy price. Derek easily understood what the chief meant. On the other side, the flesh on Lovia's head squirmed, enveloping the few ears of wheat and fusing them with her body. Makes sense. Klein smiled and nodded before gently snapping his fingers. Then he dragged out an ordinary crow from the fog of history and let it fly through the open door, entering a dark interior. When the crow's figure was engulfed by the dark environment, Klein's brows twitched slightly. He turned his head and smiled at the City of Silver's chief. "We've lost contact." Cullen Iliad replied without any surprise, "That's right. This is a king of angels." Klein couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. This was rather troublesome for him. It meant that he couldn't summon a historical projection to replace his actual body. The fact that his shadow had been sliced off proved this point. "All right." Klein shook his palm a few times as though he was stretching his wrist, taking out a black cane embedded with many gems from the air. 0 to 62, Staff of the Stars. He could only try to see if the sealed artifact projection and marionette in his hand would fall and rebel. After making their preparations, Cullen Iliad, Lovia, and Derek cast their gazes at the darkness behind the open door. Klein pointed with the Staff of the Stars in his hand and said with an obvious smile, "This will be a dangerous journey. Everyone can die." "This is going to be a dangerous journey. Everyone has a chance of dying. It's the same for you and me." With that said, he pressed down on his top hat and followed behind the Silver Knight marionette. He passed through the open door and stepped into the deep darkness. Cullen, Iliad, Lovia, and Derek didn't say a word as they silently but firmly walked forward. Bakelin, the battlefield outside the city. Audrey, who had used Lai to adjust her face in her dragon form, was engaged in an intense battle with the demigod in the Faceac general's attire, silver mask, and gloves. The other party's indestructible defense, the broadsword condensed by the light of dawn, the ability to hide using light, and the thin sword that could teleport had left a deep impression on her. If she hadn't known that the upper echelons of Faceac and Intis were mostly silver knights, demon hunters, iron-blooded knights, were bishops, unshadowed, mentors of justice, alchemists, and arcane scholars, as well as having gathered intelligence on the tarot and done some homework, Audrey, who lacked sufficient combat experience, would have long been defeated. With this accumulation, Audrey recovered after enduring the initial attack. She relied on combat hypnosis, mind deprivation, mind breath, mind storm, and other abilities that were more focused on control and mental influence to turn the tide of the battle and escape from her predicament. Of course, the most important thing was that the godhood influence brought about by dragon form had interfered with the Silver Knight's mind and thoughts. It also allowed Audrey to have a body that could withstand damage and the strength to withstand attacks. Otherwise, she would only be able to barely maintain her state and would have been injured. And as a Sequence 3 saint of the warrior pathway, Admiral Faceac had a firm will and a unique ability to not be affected by illusions. He could effectively resist mental powers and reduce the negative effects he received. Therefore, he still had the upper hand. He used light concealment and silver rapier to suppress Audrey in an attempt to create an opportunity to defeat the enemy and clinch victory. Audrey was very calm about this. This was because, while fighting, she had already virtual persona. She had diverted her attention to sow many seeds of mental plague into the surrounding environment. It wouldn't be long before that Admiral Faceac would be silently infected. At this moment, scarlet flaming spears were shot over from the Allied forces' camp. They blotted out the sky and covered the earth in a dense barrage. The Silver Knight didn't dodge. He took a step forward and brandished his Sword of Dawn, dragging Audrey to the spot. Whoosh! 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 The burning flaming spears descended one after another, blanketing the two demigods. Audrey's face couldn't help but contort. The grayish-white scales on her dragon form body were covered in charred marks. As for the Silver Knight's armor, it still suffused a silvery white glow. It wasn't affected much. Compared to a giant whose specialty was defense, a dragon's ability to withstand attacks was clearly much weaker. It was only at this moment that Audrey felt like she was participating in a war and not a one-on-one duel. When another wave of flaming spears was about to strike, there seemed to be a commotion within the Allied forces' camp. There was a certain degree of collapse. At this moment, the thick fog that enveloped the entire battlefield vanished as though it had never existed. Audrey and Admiral Faysac stopped fighting at the same time. They felt abnormally weak, and it was difficult for them to even raise their arms. She saw an orange-red light surge over from the edge of the endless plains behind the Allied forces' camp. Instantly, it occupied most of the sky and blotted out the sun. The area around Bakeland entered dusk. Thick darkness appeared on the other side of the sky, and it quickly collided with the orange-red dusk. All the soldiers and officers on the battlefield instantly fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Inside Bakeland, outside St. Hireland Cathedral, Leonard, who was wearing a red glove, raised his head and looked at the sky that was half dusk and half night. He let out a silent sigh, then cast his gaze at the entrance of St. Hireland Cathedral. The disheveled, brown-haired Cancer Bernard and the other machinery hive mind members stood there, looking at the sky in a daze. Just a few months ago, they had a deep cooperation with Leonard's Red Gloves team. Together, they cleaned up the evil forces in Bakeland and searched for the secret organization that believed in the Fool and used tarot cards as a code name. Rorstead Archipelago, City of Generosity, Byam, on the bell tower of the Cathedral of Waves. Donnes watched as the resistance entered the city and took over many places. He finally heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Alger. You see, in most parts of the city, they are very popular. Alger's gaze followed the dark-skinned locals and did not respond to Donnes. Donnes was very relaxed. He chuckled and said, I didn't expect that our next meeting would be like this. Alger raised his head and was about to speak when his heart suddenly stirred, and he cast his gaze towards the northwest sky. As far as his eyes could see, the sky suddenly darkened. Layers of dark clouds piled up, and countless silvery white lightning snakes jumped out. Many deep blue waves surged up high, swept by the wind, all the way to the clouds, connecting the sky and the sea. At the border between the sea and the sky, beams of light lit up. They were not brilliant, not clear, and not colored, as if they were formed by a large number of illusory objects. Chapter 1293. On a battlefield near the capital of Lemberg, under the guidance of a flaming javelin, clusters of condensed crimson fireballs flew past the area filled with corpses, weapons, blood, and smoke. They landed in an area with simple fortifications and created a series of explosions. Looking at the rising smoke and the spreading flames, Anderson patted the dust off his hands and turned his head to smile at his deputy beside him. I don't know how much longer we can hold on. Is there anything you want to say? I can help you write a suicide note. As he wished, he saw the angry eyes of the soldiers around him. Their thoughts were exactly the same. However, the soldiers didn't make a move. Their gazes turned to somewhere else. You actually didn't respond to my provocation. Anderson raised his eyebrows. This means that you are planning a conspiracy. Without waiting for the adjutant and the soldiers to respond, the hunter smiled and continued. You want to surrender, right? You want to protect your family and friends? Anderson clicked his tongue and shook his head when he saw many pairs of eyes looking at him. It hasn't been long since you became beyonders. You only became hunters, provokers, and pyromaniacs by relying on the outbreak of war to harvest the potion's main ingredients from the enemy. However, you are still too inexperienced when it comes to scheming. I'm curious, why don't you try to convince me to surrender? I don't think I usually appear very firm, and I'm not a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom." At this point, Anderson looked at his aide-de-camp with a thoughtful expression. "Is it because the higher-ups on the other side are completely enraged by me and have given the order not to accept my surrender?" The adjutant was silent for a few seconds. "Since you already know, why do you still ask?" With a swoosh, the soldiers nearby all raised their right hands and aimed their palms at Anderson. They seemed to have a tacit understanding. "If I don't ask, how can I be sure that everyone is thinking the same thing?" Anderson smiled calmly. He rubbed his stomach with his left hand and put his right hand into his pocket. No one knew what he was looking for. At this moment, the sun in the sky suddenly expanded and became extremely huge. The blazing golden sunlight made it so that Anderson and the others couldn't open their eyes at all and couldn't think of anything else. Then, an illusory tower appeared. Every level of it was made up of thick books, and every book had a brass eye on it. The higher it was, the darker it was, and the more it was filled with the aura of madness, destruction, inauspiciousness, and disaster. The tower extended into the sky, as if it had enclosed the entire world within itself, including the huge sun, Bakeland, Odora's luxurious villa. All the vampires in the city had gathered here to prepare for the outcome of the war. Emlyn White, who had become an earl, had his hands in his pockets as he stood by the window, bathed in the intertwining light of dusk and night. He watched his clansmen discuss current affairs uneasily. Suddenly, his spiritual perception was triggered, and he looked out the window. In the garden, clumps of withered weeds were dyed green again as they rapidly grew. Soon, they were as tall as a person. In other parts of the city, the trees that hadn't been affected by the previous bombardment frantically absorbed nutrients from an unknown source. One section after another rose up, and soon they grew to dozens of meters tall. Their branches were thick, and their leaves were like umbrellas. These gigantic trees were connected to each other, covering half of Bakeland's sky. Many buildings had been crushed or were entangled by leaves and vines, as though they had been abandoned for decades or centuries. In just 7 or 8 seconds, many parts of Bakeland had turned into a primeval forest. After passing through the open door and entering the darkness inside the giant king's residence, Klein immediately noticed the Silver Knight marionette in front of him, the staff of the stars in his right hand, and creeping hunger in his left palm. They didn't show any abnormalities for the time being, and the corresponding spirit-body threads didn't show any signs of degeneration. After confirming the situation, Klein cast his gaze around and observed the environment. This place was drowned in a dense, corporeal darkness. It was impossible to see anything beyond 5 meters. The ground was made of grayish-white stone bricks that looked like they were frozen at dusk. It didn't reveal anything special about the beyonder level. After some thought, Klein, who had the corners of his mouth curled up, reached his hand into the void, grabbed at it, and attempted to summon an angel. In the next second, he laughed out loud because he had lost his clear connection with the fog of history. This was the reason why he had lost contact with the historical void projection he had summoned when he entered this area. As he laughed, Klein suddenly turned around and walked to the spot he had entered from. Mr. Sparrow, what are you doing?" Derek, who was also examining the restrictions he had encountered, asked in surprise. Klein replied with a beaming smile, "Now isn't the right time to explore this place. Now is not the right time to explore this place. I plan to come back later. You plan on summoning a sequence for historical projection and trying to see if there will be any degeneration and betrayal after bringing it in." Cullen Iliad said thoughtfully. Klein spread out his left palm. "No one says that you can't leave just because you came in, and you can't come back in just because you left." Although Mr. World's words sounded a little odd in such a situation, Derek still felt that it made sense. This was because the City of Silver had done the same when exploring the surrounding areas, through repeated entering and exiting. Through repeated attempts, they gradually accumulated information and details before finally resolving the problem. Lovia did not say anything, nor did she object. In her opinion, it was a good thing to be more prepared. In an exploration that concerned the future of the City of Silver, he absolutely couldn't be impatient. After taking a few steps back, Klein suddenly stopped and laughed. "Looks like the owner of this place doesn't want us to leave." It meant that the glimmer of light at the door had been swallowed by the deep darkness and disappeared. Colin Iliad looked around and said, "We can only move forward." Seeing the chief and Mr. World turn around at the same time, Derek took a deep breath, raised his left hand, and let it emit a golden halo that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Parts of the giant pillars that couldn't be seen from the top and couldn't be hugged by 5 or 6 people appeared. Some of them were outlined, while others were hidden in the depths, indistinct. Derek retracted his gaze and prepared to move forward with Mr. World and the chief. At this moment, he didn't see another familiar figure from the corner of his eye. Derek's pupils suddenly dilated. Then he quickly turned his head to search for Elder Lovia, who had been standing beside him a moment ago. This demigod who believed in the true creator had disappeared. She had disappeared without a trace. Derek's abnormality was noticed by Klein and Colin Iliad. At the same time, they cast their gazes in that direction and discovered that Lovia, who was dressed in a purple-patterned black robe, had disappeared without a trace, as though she had evaporated into thin air. With a seer's spiritual intuition and a demon hunter's ability to detect the environment, they were unable to detect when or how Lovia had disappeared from a short distance of a few meters. The smile on Klein's lips widened. Without any hesitation, with a thought, he allowed his spirit body to enter above the gray fog and fuse with the crimson phantom in the fool's position. Right on the heels of that, he cast his gaze at the crimson star that symbolized the sun, hoping to find clues through his true vision. However, everything was still blocked by the deep darkness. Nothing appeared, just like what Klein had predicted before entering the Giant King's palace. Without any time to think, Klein immediately returned to the real world. In these 2 to 3 seconds, only Derek and the Silver Knight marionette were left beside him. The silver-armored city of Silver's chief had disappeared as well. "What happened just now?" Klein asked with a warm smile. Derek looked at him in shock, confusion, and panic. "Didn't you see it?" Just as he said that, the shadow beneath Derek suddenly came to life. It rapidly extended upwards, enveloping him in the sunlight he emitted. When the shadow completely enveloped Derek, it merged with the surrounding darkness and became indistinguishable. Klein had originally raised his black cane, intending to prevent the anomaly from happening. But in the end, he didn't do anything. All he did was watch with a smile. After a few seconds, he, who was in the deep darkness, noticed that his body was turning black and faint, as though he was being melted by the environment. Klein similarly didn't save himself. The corners of his mouth curled up as he watched with his head slightly swaying. After his figure completely disappeared, his line of sight instantly changed. The darkness was gone. The grayish-white stone bricks, the surrounding walls, and the huge pillars appeared clearly. They were covered in a layer of shadows that wasn't too thick or thin. Outside the window, there was no sun, moon, or stars. However, a faint light shone in, making the entire palace appear gloomy, dark, and cold. In the deepest depths of the palace stood a very faint shadow, like a curtain. Lovia, Colin Iliad, and Derek, who had disappeared previously, stood not far away. They carefully observed their surroundings, as though they had come to another world. "Unfortunately, my marionette can't enter." Klein waved the staff of the stars in his hand and said to Derek and company with a smile. His nonchalant attitude and the chief's calm performance quickly calmed Derek down. He was no longer as terrified and flustered. Colin Iliad nodded slightly. Just as he was about to voice his guess, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look into the deepest depths of the palace. Klein, Derek, and Lovia did similar actions one after another. In the deepest depths of the palace, the faint shadow disappeared, revealing the steps that belonged to the giant and the iron-black throne at the top of the steps. On the throne sat a man with shoulder-length black hair that was slightly curled. His eyes were covered in shadows, and his exact appearance was abnormally blurry, preventing anyone from seeing him clearly. Behind him, layers of illusory black wings drooped down, covering most of his body. His robe was black with silver threads twining around it. It was engraved with complicated patterns, and there were gorgeous accessories hanging from it. At that moment, the man's left elbow was propped on the armrest, and his palm was supporting the side of his face as though he was sleeping.